I'm not going anywhere, by the way. It says get ready with me, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm just finishing my makeup. Getting ready for stream. No, I have a little bit of makeup on. I just don't have my eye makeup on. So that's what I'm gonna finish. Don't be fooled. And I'm not trying to fool anybody. Just so you know. But anyways, thank you. I appreciate it. Regardless, it's been going okay. Just okay. Hunniebee always has makeup on. Just wait until April Fool's and she'll do something. What do you mean? Don't expect anything from me. Don't expect anything from me ever. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, but I'm also not kidding. Yeah, I'm not fooling you. I don't think you need it. Now you see me without it. I'm not sure you have. I'm not sure. Like, every once in a while, I won't use makeup. But, like, ever since I found, like... Hi, Woodfast! Thank you. Ever since I found Snap Camera, like... I can do, like... Yeah. I can do some filtered stuff. Thank you for the biddy, Woodfast. Can you pull up some current event videos with Donald Trump while I do my makeup? Sure. What's happening with Donald? Let me, there's always something that I want to watch. Like, there's always something that I see that I'm like, oh, I should wait till stream. And then it's stream and it's like, maybe this video's dumb. And maybe I shouldn't watch it on stream. You know what I mean? But like... Hold on one sec. One sec. I don't know how old this is.
New task force to declassify Epstein, 9/11, COVID-19, UFOs, JFK, RFK, and MLK files. You know what it feels like?
Wait, how old is this?
Feels like there are
Okay, this is like a day ago?
Like, somebody would approach taking a WoW server that they had GM powers on. Like, it's surreal, yeah. They just don't give a fuck.
It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on declassification of federal secrets. The Americans must be trusted to think for themselves, to form their own judgments from the truth that they are entitled to know. We've been treated like children for too long.
They're finding more shit on the government?
We elected to serve us. Trust through transparency, that begins now.
Well, I can't see how anybody would be against that. I'm sure on Reddit people will figure out a way.
What's your priority list? Because
why did I apologize? Because you came to the stream and then I like went on a break right when you came and I feel bad. I'm sorry. You sent me a mad Pikachu face and I thought Woodfest is mad at me.
But it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing...
Your money's going to Ukraine. A lot of guns you gave them, they sold for profit.
That was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were 2 shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Holy shit. God damn. Okay. Well, it's been so long. There have been so many lies that even if they're telling the truth, the people will still speculate that they're lying. Thoughts? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Trust isn't something that you do overnight. It's something that builds up over time. But yeah, that seems great.
It is.
I mean, I'm really happy to see this. This is amazing.
Okay. Cool.
You've just come from
Well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got to pay your bills.
I don't really know how else to say this, but Canada's in a massive state of panic. Oh my goodness. You have all the premiers of Canada have gone down to Washington to basically beg for mercy, which is insane because a few weeks ago, last week.
Sorry, I'm laughing because it reminds me
saying,
of...
hey, we can flick on or off the power all the way down to Florida. And today he's saying we need to have diplomatic solutions. So that's a big 180 from where he was previously. Danielle Smith is still bridging the gap between Canada and America. But Justin Trudeau, the resigned but not resigned, oh no, le papier prime minister, what is he up to? Well, he answers some questions from some reporters, and it's pretty messy. He seems to think that no matter what, we are still under the protection of the United States should Canada get attacked, whatever that looks like. A form of cybersecurity attack, a form of actual physical military force by like Russia or China. And this is something that is just factually not correct. Donald Trump, president, before he was this current term's president, about a year ago, almost to date, he was going around saying at rallies that, hey, yeah, no, I've talked to other NATO countries, and if they're not paying the bill, nothing I can do. And he's very dead serious about that. He's proving that he's dead serious about everything he's been saying. Hence, if you Google Gulf of America, that's what you're going to get. So there's a lot to take a look at in today's video. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage you all to hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet already. And if you want to take it one step further, hit the post notifications, that little bell, so you can actually be notified of upcoming videos. I took to X this morning with something that I don't really know how to say. So I'm just going to read what I posted. Maybe this is relatable, maybe this isn't. But earlier this morning, I went out and somebody asked me what it means to be a Canadian. And I just stood there and blinked for way too long. I've lived here my entire life. I'm 31 years old. How the heck do I not have an immediate answer? And maybe it's a sense of pride of this country that's just kind of diminishing. I mean, I was in the military. I wore the flag on my left shoulder every day. I just feel like Canada is dwindling. We're a dying nation.
Honeybee may be the one who does the censorship around here, all jokes, but say what you wish like a true American. It's you on the bottom right. Go back a page. Yeah, that was me. That was me, but that's because I was subscribed to myself from another channel. Like, it's my own video, so it's okay. Go back a page, you'll see me. It was me. It was one of my shorts.
To which I replied, nope.
And that's why you mostly say that you want,
And actually, I'm gonna double down and say
just
that
don't say it
we're
much on
invading
people's
versus Ukraine
streams.
because we're being invaded from America. So, come on, Ukraine.
Sometimes it's like,
Allies
whoa,
for democracy.
why am I there? Like, oh yeah.
Then you got Justin Trudeau,
'Cause I have,
who was
like-
speaking to reporters here and discussing
I have like
the
2 channels, my
negotiations
gaming
with
channel, I
Ukraine
have my
and ongoing conflicts around the world.
the channel where I upload these conversations that we have here on Twitch.
Talk about all the things that we have been doing together and can continue to do together. The friendship, the
This guy annoys me.
between Canada and the European Union has deepened significantly over the years at a time where the world is more unpredictable and uncertain in so many different aspects. That's why coming together on issues of security, coming together on issue of protecting democracy, of standing up for the rule of
He's a dictator, he doesn't care about democracy.
values, about creating a better, safer, more prosperous world for not just all of our citizens, but everyone around the world is something that truly drives us forward. On trade, standing up for Ukraine is also standing and partners.
We should be listening to what he's saying, but I can't stand
Hell
him.
No. Look, I feel for the people of Ukraine and Ukraine Canadians and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, that's not our responsibility to inherit their problems and to basically front the bill on all of their issues. But let's segue away from that and take a look at what Premier Danielle Smith has to say when asked by reporters some questions.
Can I just say first a couple of things. I think diplomacy is working. I think that the fact that we got a 30-day reprieve was because we agreed to work on the cross-border problem of fentanyl. I was pleased to see the federal government announce a fentanyl czar, and my administration has already been in touch with him to talk about how in Alberta we can link to the success of those efforts. So what I would say is what I've seen from this president is that he is prepared to make a deal. We've made a deal on that. I think we can make a deal on steel and aluminum. I'm making very much the same argument that I've been making on energy and critical minerals. We've won the argument that those raw materials are essential to American success. It comes in, it makes value-added products, it creates good American jobs, it creates good American products that we buy back. Same thing for aluminum. They just do not make enough for their defense industry, their auto industry, and their critical needs. So I think aluminum, we can make the very same argument. And on steel, we buy as much steel product from them as they buy from us. On USMCA, it has to be renegotiated. I think we have to remember we've got 2 sets of tariffs. This first tariff was about dealing with the fentanyl crisis, and I think that we have satisfied the president that we're working on that. The second round of tariffs will come with a renegotiation
I like
of
this
USMCA.
lady.
And I think the sooner we get
I want her to be our prime minister.
for your mandate, the sooner we can open that up and solve the broader range of tariff issues that we have.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good. It's not looking good the way that our country's been dealing with these threats and with these negotiations. But at least Danielle Smith is doing her best, and she's kind of bridging that gap, trying to find some form of a resolution. But now let's look back at what Justin Trudeau is saying when he's been asked some questions by reporters. So here we go. Canada will respond in an appropriate and calibrated but extremely strong way, regardless of what the U.S. moves forward with. We don't want to be in a trade dispute, yet the solution or the brought to the table resolution has been, hey, let's hit them back dollar for dollar. Not a very good start to this.
Yeah, that's why.
The White House
Let's see
says
what you
that
want.
the total tariffs on aluminum and steel
Just
could
don't
be
say much on
50%.
people's
What's
streams.
your
Okay,
response
now
to
I
that?
know.
And
Sorry,
why do you
now I
think
understood what
President
you're
Trump
saying.
continues to escalate his threats?
I think it's important to understand
Because that's America, and oh my goodness, Skjort. Skjort. I mean, you can say that, but also,
we don't want to be in a trade dispute.
I'd rather you didn't say it on my stream. You know, I'd rather my content be as PG as possible. If you don't mind. Why did you think that was Pocahontas? Who? This jerk-off thinks Biden did a great job. Who? Trudeau? Trudeau's very... the S word. LOL, you heard of her earlier. She's combating us. She knows what she knows. She's a responsible lady. Not like this... Not like this child, man-child. I can't...
We will be equally unequivocal in our response.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not the right way to go about it. Canadians do not support this at all. And something that's extremely more controversial is Canada getting annexed. Will Canada become the 51st state? Justin Trudeau continues to say no when he's asked that question by a reporter.
When Mr. Trump started talking about Canada,
this is like people are actually asking this, guys. Like this is becoming
Can you take us into your mindset? What was the moment
probability.
that made you switch from thinking it's a joke to a real?
I don't think there's a switch. I think, as
He
I
doesn't
said unequivocally
think
from the beginning, there's not a
there's
snowball's
a
chance in hell
switch.
that Canada will ever be the 51st state. At the same time, from having worked with President Trump for close
The
over
way
a
he
decade
said
now, I can tell you
the 51st state and not a 51st state.
that we have to take seriously what he says and make sure we're responding appropriately. And quite frankly, the response
He
of
sounds like he's
Canadians
gonna cry.
over these past weeks has been inspiring. As people
This
have been there
idiot
for each other, people have been changing
lost
vacation plans,
our
people have
country
been,
to
looking at,
America.
ways to buy Canadian to support
Could you
local businesses,
imagine
to
being
diversify
responsible
their
for
supply
that?
chains to places like Europe and Asia. This is a response of Canadians who are saying, yeah, this is going to be tough, but we're going to double down on
No,
Canadian
we're not
pride
doing
and standing
anything
up
you
for
say, Trudeau. You've doubled.
And there
You
go.
stop going
Canadian
to
pride it is, right? Canada
Jamaica
first. A lot of people are boycotting
on
America in
private
different ways. They're
jets.
canceling their trips to America. They're
Okay, I need
making
to
sure
stop
that they're
yelling.
purchasing strictly made in Canadian products. And just let me know down in the comments if you're doing any of those things. 'Cause it's pretty interesting. And now we got to talk about our defense and if we're still under the protection of America. Because Justin Trudeau thinks that we are. Let's take a look at his response and then let's take a look at the reality.
Trump again talked about Canada's defense spending, and at one point he said, we don't pay so much when it comes to defense spending. This is a quote, because they assume that the U.S. is going to protect Canada, and that's not an assumption that they can make. If there was to be an attack on Canada, would you expect that the U.S. would respond and defend Canada?
We are all members of NATO. I had a great meeting with the Secretary General of NATO this morning, and we're part of an alliance that is there to stand up for each other. And I will highlight that Canada does take very
He's always
seriously
going
its
to Jamaica
responsibilities
on
around
vacation.
defense,
He's always
not
on
just of Canada,
vacation.
but of North America.
He takes
NORAD is
private
the
jets,
only
and
alliance
then
in
we
the
have to
world
pay carbon
where
taxes because
two
we
countries have agreed to work together
are responsible
to
for
protect
the carbon
their own
somehow.
homeland, their own territory. There's no other place in the world where two countries work together, and we both do our share of it. We've actually
This guy's
recently
still
invested even
talking?
more, tens of billions of dollars in modernization of NORAD because we understand that the world is changing. The
No. Shut up with your stupid New World Order BS.
following the end of the Cold War are over.
Stupid,
That's why
stupid
when we went to in
BS.
2015 and saw that defense spending was below 1% from the previous Conservative government. We started massively investing in defense, and we're on track to triple our defense spending.
Yeah, but it's still not enough. So he keeps blaming previous governments, and that's just extremely, extremely annoying and outdated. Justin Trudeau in 2014, or I guess NATO in 2014, America, right, brought NATO together and said, okay, guys, you and Germany, Canada and Germany, you guys are way below 2%. You have to bring that up immediately. Canada and Germany said to Papa NATO, okay, we promise, give us 10 years and we will get there. Well, one country stayed true to that, and that would be Germany. Germany this year, finally, I guess 2024, so like last year, but very, very close to this year, they finally hit, as per their agreement 10, 11 years ago, they would hit their 2%. They finally did it. Canada sits at like 1.3%. Well, I don't even know if we're at 1.4, 1.5% of our GDP goes towards defense budget. That's insanely low. And so now Trudeau has said, okay, well, Canada's on track to hit it by 2032. That's not good enough. We are sitting ducks here. This guy thinks that we are just, no matter what, protected by America and by Trump. Well, let me just give you a bit of a reality check as to how that's not accurate at all. Dating back to February 2024, almost to the date, 1 year ago, Donald Trump said this at a rally.
NATO was busted until I came along. I said, everybody's going to pay. They said, well, if we don't pay, are you still going to protect us? I said, absolutely not. They couldn't believe the answer. I came in, I made a speech, I said, you gotta pay up. They asked me that question. One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You gotta pay. You gotta pay your bills. Most politicians have said to that, yes, we will protect you under any circumstance. Well, then they're never paying up. I said, no, you have to understand, you don't pay your bills, you get no protection. It's very simple. Hundreds of billions of dollars came into NATO, and that's why they have money today, because of what?
I mean, we're just sitting ducks, man. This is horrible. Like, I don't understand why Canada isn't taking this seriously. Trump has literally said, I mean, we don't know. There's speculation as to whether that he was talking about Canada or not, but it seems like that would be very likely that he was talking about Canada. But now let's take a look here at Justin Trudeau answering another question about NATO and how he feels it's going under the Trump presidency. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look.
Can NATO survive Trump, given that he's threatening the sovereignty of Greenland and Canada?
I'm sorry, Olivia, I'm getting a flashback right now because that was a question we answered, got asked and answered many times over the first Donald Trump mandate, where there were questions about whether Article 5 would be respected, whether NATO had a future. And here we are all these years later continuing to commit to mutual defense, continue to invest significantly more in defense than we were 8 years ago. Yes, Donald Trump has had, along with the impact of shifting geopolitics, a spurring effect on just about all countries to do more on defense, to recognize that we are in a more challenging and unstable world. But that's
This
exactly
guy
the value
sucks.
of military alliances like NATO being the most successful military alliance in history. Is all the more visible.
Your brain is rotting when you hear
in a
this
world like this.
ugly ass voice and your
Without
eyes are
America,
burning
NATO
when you see
is extremely
his
vulnerable. Without
ugly
America
rat
leading
and
the way, NATO is just also
whiny
sitting
ass
ducks. Yes, there is an
face.
alliance between a lot of countries, and yes, the defense
Same.
budget between a lot of countries is significant. But America's contribution
Say
to NATO and
something
also
but
American
won't.
defenses
Why?
makes
It's a
up- I
bit
think
too
there's a chart that previously
extreme.
shown
Let's
over
not
half of
let's
all
not be
NATO contributions from every
extremists.
single country. And so without
Let's
America,
be-
the world would just kind of be in a total state of chaos militarily speaking.
Ah.
You just see invasions happen over and over and over again. So
I suppose I will allow it.
Let's go against what NATO stands for. Isn't this new?
Donald Trump has always been someone who has challenged ways of doing things or various conventions around what gets negotiated or what gets said about one country or another. I think we need to focus on the core of the issue, which is we need to be able to be there to defend our sovereignty, defend our democracies, and support our partners. That's what we're all committed to.
Yeah, we can't defend ourselves. We can't defend or support our partners. It's just extremely horrifying, absolutely horrifying. And to finalize this video, we're going to take a look here at Justin Trudeau speaking. It is dubbed because he does say it in French, and so there's going to be a translator. But talks about how Canada is going to lose significant jobs over the steel and aluminum tariffs. Let's take a look.
Has the White House made any demands of you? When talking about exceptions, have there been any demands, or are you operating blindly? Answer: those are the conversations that we're having right now with the U.S. administration. But I do understand that people might be concerned. There are many different conversations going on about tariffs. If we think about it, there's 3 tariff threats that are weighing on Canada currently. One is a 25% tariff and 10% on energy because of fentanyl. Even though we highlight that less than 1% of the fentanyl coming into the U.S. is from Canada, there is still work to be done. We have 30 days to demonstrate that even though it's a very small problem, we are still trying to reduce it further. The second thing, in terms of tariffs...
Hey McCoy! Ladies love him over the past decade. He has 60 to 70% of the female vote. For real?
What we're doing is highlighting the fact that there
Well,
significant job losses in the United States, as there was the last time.
he has like over 10 scandals,
So this is something that would
and
undermine
people
the growth and
just
prosperity
don't
of
seem
the
to
US. So we will be
remember
making those
that,
arguments, and that's the second set of tariffs that we're
or
facing.
care,
And the third
or even
is
know,
tariffs that
because they don't like pay attention to those things.
the
I guess.
mention
I
of
don't
America
know.
First trade policy signed at his inauguration. This talks about an imbalance in the trade relationship and a trade deficit or surplus. The Commerce Department is investigating that and will make recommendations. So it looks like everything is interconnected, but what we're doing is speaking directly and strategically with our partners in the American administration. And what we're doing is highlighting how these 3 sets of tariffs will end up hurting U.S. jobs and will end up hurting Americans as well as Canadians at a time when we should work together.
Yeah, well, you're saying we should work together, but then you're also saying, hey, they're hurting us, so let's hurt them. And like, you have your freaking Ontario Premier that's calling to basically turn off power in America. So that isn't a work together approach. That's a tit for tat approach that nobody wants. What America's asked of Canada is pretty reasonable in order for, fixing the border and all that stuff. The steel and aluminum tariffs, I mean, that's something that's a little bit different. I don't think that there was a, if you don't fix this, then we're going to do the steel and aluminum tariffs. That kind of came out of nowhere, but hey, that's for the bosses to kind of negotiate and figure out what the heck is going on, which is probably why the premiers are down in Washington. There's a lot going on in Canada. It's extremely stressful. There's a lot of moving parts, and it seems to change day to day. But what I do know for certain is if Canada doesn't play nice with America, it's not going to end well for Canada at all. And that's my own personal opinion, but I do believe that as a real fact. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think about any of the topics, any of the questions that Trudeau answered. Well, for Canada day to day. But what I do know for certain is if Canada doesn't play nice with America, it's not going to end well for Canada at all. And that's my own personal opinion, but I do believe that as a real fact. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think.
Did he say the premiers are
If you
in?
don't fix this, then we're going to do the steel and aluminum tariffs. That kind of came out of nowhere, but hey, that's for the bosses to kind of negotiate and figure out what the heck is going on, which is probably why the premiers are down in Washington.
The premiers are down, which is probably why the premiers are down in Washington. Do you think that's why, or do you think it's because Canada's gonna be the 51st state? What do you guys think?
Well, sir, if we don't pay...
No, Canadians have no idea the level of criminal money laundering running through our cities that's connected to this. So that's the issue. I just want to add, before we look, where do we go from here?
I hope that countries from around the globe are taking note of what is happening here in Canada right now. The amount of corruption and how infiltrated our government bodies are. This is just so incredibly eye-opening and so embarrassing, shameful, and frustrating. On that note, we are going to be talking about a number of things, including the Liberals' latest response, which is just like, who are these people? And NDP Jagmeet Singh, my lord. You know how they had Britney Spears under a conservatorship, and same with like Amanda Bynes? Can we please get Jagmeet Singh under a conservatorship already? This is crazy here. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. Lots of opinions, lots of news for you today. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment your thoughts down below. You can also give me a follow on other social media platforms.
No offense, but you don't want Canadians part of America. You don't need to. Just don't come here.
He has access all kinds of money and influence and opportunities and people. And clearly he is not mentally sound to be able to take that on right now.
That's right. So we want to bring back the electric vehicle rebate and double it when it comes to made in Canada electric vehicles. We want Canada to be the best place in the world to build electric vehicles. And to do that for Canadians who are right now, they're pretty
Electric
angry
vehicles
that
is a
Donald Trump
gimmick.
is attacking his good neighbor, his ally. We've been
Electric
great
vehicles
neighbors,
are
we work
not the
together,
future.
And so Canadians are
I'm
angry
sorry.
and are
At
saying,
least
well, we're
not
going to buy American.
yet.
We're going to buy Canadian. To help Canadians make that choice, we want to make it easier. So a $10,000 rebate for made in Canada electric vehicles, which there are a number of them.
You know, all of that is a nice little idea, but you have to remember that Parliament is
Canadians will be American and we will have Putin. Hopefully you'll have Canadian healthcare, like not necessarily Canadian healthcare, but like quote unquote free healthcare, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Shut down mining. We would also need to have money that the government
this is not
which
applying.
we don't have. And we would also need to have a consumer market for electric vehicles that is really, really rising at a rate far more rapid than it currently
Nobody can
is.
afford
So
an electric vehicle. Let's be real. Not in Canada anyway.
But they aren't actually rational. In terms of the rebate, I think I reported on this a little while back that they initially had a $5,000 rebate. I'm not sure if they just ran out of money in it or they decided to seize the program. I don't know. They didn't provide specifics. But that rebate
Hey, Microwavable, how's it going?
a couple months back now. And then to say, yeah, we want to have a $10,000 rebate now just sounds really stupid to me because, you know, I don't call me crazy.
You never tried poutine, but it looks really good, especially the taters used to make it. The French fries?
That is hurting as bad as we are with so many other
The
priorities.
taters.
So you mean to tell me that the government is going to set aside taxpayer money for a fund of $10,000 per electric vehicle sold? That sounds stupid. Why don't
That sounds like they're gonna buy a bunch of electric vehicles and cash in. That's what it sounds like. Kind of like something I saw overseas.
Use that money instead to pay down our deficit? Why don't we use that money to improve things in Canada? Why don't we use that money to go fund some of those massive projects that are going to be needed in order for Canada?
Things are good? Oh, no worries.
Control and use and become wealthy off
No worries. I hope you had a good show. It sounded like it was a good
I
show.
don't want rebates, actually. What I want is a country that promotes entrepreneurship. I want a country that instead of offering handouts to everybody, it encourages people to rise to their fullest potential with the ability.
I'm surprised you guys don't have more more
That's
views on
what I
YouTube.
want. But these liberals and NDP,
Because I feel like on YouTube, I always wondered, like, going live on YouTube, I wondered if, like, they kind of promoted, I wonder if they, like, promote live channels or not. But, I saw 2 people in there today, so I'm excited for it to grow more, because you guys have, like, you guys have all the right views in my eyes. You know what I mean?
Directly targeting Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk is proudly touting this idea of the 51st state, so let's hit back at Elon Musk. I've also said we should shut down the supply of critical minerals. Another move that directly targets
I have
Elon
slow mode
Musk
on.
and
Let
his
me
Tesla
undo that.
company. The batteries that he needs require these critical minerals. We've got tools, and we should be ready to use them. It's not something that we wanted to do, but if Donald Trump wants to bring this fight, know that we are ready.
Tesla isn't that expensive, and there's many who own a Cybertruck, especially down here in Arizona.
Doubles down on this idea, and just you wait. We're going to show you what Trump's response was.
Wait.
People don't realize as we stand right here.
Americans don't get Canadian healthcare. You spend $1,100 on free healthcare, and your rotator cuff operation was estimated at. Wait, what?
All the switches, and
Wait,
encourage more exports of Canadian energy and electricity to the U.S. to power your economic
You
growth.
spent 1,100 on free healthcare. What? Are you in Canada, McCoy?
Not
Wait.
because you have to be, but by choice, because of your own decisions.
Oh.
Breaking news in Canada. Donald Trump.
No problem, no problem. I actually shared out the stream over my Hunniebee Games channel, so
Which, by the way, is specifically
hopefully,
towards,
I don't know.
so maybe
I just
Daniel
thought,
Smith actually had
like, I don't know. I just honestly, I genuinely enjoy anybody talking about this stuff on YouTube. It's like, I don't know, I just enjoy, I appreciate people who do, because like the mainstream media is just like not it, you know? So I don't know. It's my jam. So yeah, I think you guys have a great show, and
why
yeah.
are Canadians so unhappy and mad at Donald Trump for all of this?
Hope it,
you know, it wasn't
you
Donald
know,
Trump
it grows.
who put us in the economic place that we are right
We
now.
don't have free healthcare. We have free emergency service and general doctor appointments. You need a. I know it's not free. That's why I said quote unquote. That's why I said quote unquote. Because like it's not free, but
blocked pipelines, blocked stuff from getting built, increased our taxes.
It's just easier to say free healthcare than to say what it actually is, which is what.
To fund things that have a layer of much
What's it actually called? Socialist healthcare. So like, what do you call it?
Resort in the Alps, which is probably the most expensive town in the world. I was not there to ski, for the record, but the whole town is Ukrainian. All the visitors are Ukrainian, and they're rolling into Air Maze and dropping $1 million in an afternoon. All through Europe, you see this. The richest people are the Ukrainians. That money is ours. It belongs to me and you and every other American taxpayer. That's where it's going. Second fact, not guess.
So like when I hear this, there's something that I saw. It was like a side by side of Ukraine and Russia, and it was like the side on Ukraine was like super fancy and everyone's like nicely dressed and shopping and whatnot, and then on the Russian side it's like poverty or something. So like obviously they picked two extremes, but like it just doesn't, it's just like oh, like it looks like it should be the other way around. So I don't know like if that's true, but see, according to what Tucker's saying, like
Canadian military is selling a huge percentage, up to half. Send them half, and I'm not guessing about this. I know that for a fact, not speculation.
And I also heard that Zelensky's wife just goes shopping in France all day long.
On our border, this is a crime. What's happening? Our intel agencies are fully aware.
With our money, basically.
CIA is not profiting from this. Yes, they are. Can't prove that, but I believe that. But they don't know this. I know this, but they don't know this. They know this. No one is saying it. Like no American seems aware of this. We're sending these arms to Ukraine.
I'm saying
hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's being stolen.
I'm saying it right here, right now.
Enemies.
You know, you don't hear Americans panicking over 25% tariffs, of retaliatory tariffs in the United States. They don't care because their economy is strong enough that it doesn't really matter. Ours isn't, and that's not Donald Trump's fault.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm just
government officials' fault.
I have a message today.
I broke my femur, so like I just need to stretch it out sometimes. Ellie! Oh,
There is such
Ellie, thank you so much for the raid.
Canadian people right now, and you.
Thank you. I hope you're doing amazing. And if you need to go run and sleep, I totally understand. Guys, make sure you go follow Ellie because she's the best. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you.
To the couch. Come at me, bitch. Come here, bitch boy.
What game is this? Phasmophobia? Oh, shit. What do you have to do? Do you just have to run away from him, or do you have to like? Uh-oh. What happens? What happened?
Gamer time! Gamer time! I win the couch loop! We win the Yeah!
What happened?
No, I'm out now.
Ellie, you're the best. You're the best, Ellie. Thank you again so much for the raid. I don't know what happened because I don't know what game you're playing. So, but like, I'm just really excited that you won. You beat the ghost. Yes. I love spooky games though. The American Patriot, how you doing? Ukraine never took any money from us, to be fair. No, I don't think people are saying they took any money. Like we blame our own government. Trust. And the globalists. And always the globalists.
You need to see this and pay attention to the narrative being crafted that is solely to benefit Justin Trudeau. And Fox News actually called this out. I'm going to show you that right away. I first wanted to show you this. Came out earlier today. The Liberal runner in Ontario. Here's a part of the PSYOP, by the way, of how this is all Trump's fault and Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh are the savior.
Paste. There we go.
Created what we call the Fight
there we go. Make sure you guys follow Ellie. Click that link. And then click follow. Oh, I can't hear her.
Just think about that. What kind of a politician or political leader would say something
Pep
like
Talks, how's it going? Socialized healthcare. Thank you.
eviscerate your country due to your poor decisions, by the way.
Guy.
Ground Knight, thank you so much.
Destiny. He is quite the businessman. What
I
is your
appreciate
take on,
it.
you know, the fact that he is now doubling down on his maybe attempts to annex Canada?
In Canada, we call it shitty.
A sovereign country. Canada is a proud country. It's an ally of ours. Now, if this is a very aggressive negotiating tool and threat sort of hanging over ongoing negotiations over the tariffs or what have you, maybe I probably wouldn't do it that way myself, but Trump has, of course, his own way of doing things. I have another theory here, by the way. I'm not sure that was an accidental hot mic moment from Justin Trudeau. I think Trudeau knows exactly what's happening, and he wants to pump the threat of an annexation of Canada because he believes that can help his party. They have been floundering in the polls. They've been down for a year and a half to the Conservatives by 20 points. But the idea that maybe scary Trump from the U.S. would try to overthrow Canadian sovereignty could be this political lifeline to the political left in Canada. And I think that's why he's going to hype this. There's a political advantage potentially there for the Liberals up in Canada to use that threat in the elections upcoming.
Interesting, a little bit of strategy there, perhaps.
And I would say, given the fact that the hot mic moment that was captured was, of course, ever so conveniently by none other than CBC News, I'm not shocked by that. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if that wasn't, in fact, a hot mic. It seems kind of weird in general, doesn't it? You have media there. Why don't they go and collect their microphones when they get removed from the room? Why would they just leave a piece of
Also, welcome to the stream, Ground Knight.
have a private portion with other.
But for not wanting all of Canada, BC is so mismanaged. It has a debt of 100 billion and a GDP of 400k with 5.5 million people. So basically, if it spent $0, it would take 250 years to pay. And it's the NDP headquarters, oh geez, which is the American equivalent of the far left. 400 million, pardon. No worries, no worries. Yeah, NDP sucks. NDP liberals.
Whatever the story is going to be, none of it makes any sense at all. And they have absolutely used this to their advantage to further the PSYOP in Canada and make people horrified, terrified, scared of Donald Trump. And in that, they have also now been using all sorts of Pierre Poilievre's lines to go and try to plead their case to Canadians. I mean, let's just go through a few examples. The carbon tax, the Liberal Party defended the carbon tax for so long, saying that it was absolutely essential for combating climate change. They said that Pierre Poilievre had no plan. He was neglectful. They said that his defense spending, they downplayed it. When Pierre Poilievre would bring that up, they would downplay it, saying that, you know, his calls for higher military were excessive, that they were fiscally irresponsible. And now that there's a Liberal leadership race and the threat of Donald Trump, everybody is admitting that they're actually conservatives, I guess. And they're taking all of his ideas to go and prop
Surprise,
themselves up.
surprise.
This is very concerning that this is happening. People are literally being brainwashed. They are literally being manipulated right now. And they are taking all of Poilievre's ideas and then using them as their own. That should just straight up not be, that should be against the rules in a leadership race, by the way. That is so gross to do.
Do you think Donald Trump is a threat to Canadian sovereignty right now, Premier?
No, there is the only threat that could ever be to Canadian sovereignty is ourselves. We should never be putting ourselves, and first let me clarify, under no circumstances do I think Canada should be a 51st state or could be a 51st state, but we should make sure that we don't put ourselves in the vulnerable position where that kind of
You guys did, though. You did put us in that position.
I mean, we need to make policy decisions, and you can ask yourself about the policy decisions we've made over the last number of years. We need to be
over the last 10 years that you guys been in
our ability to be energy secure as a nation, food secure and
10
manufacturing
years
security.
they've been in
I
office
don't know
and
that all of the
they
decisions
drove
that
us
our
to the
current government has
ground.
made have been focused on enhancing our economic security, enhancing our energy security, and enhancing the strengths that we have as a nation.
As Scott Moe says, yep, the biggest threat to this country is ourselves. It is the people who are still going to vote Liberal because they have fallen victim to the PSYOP to think that even though the Liberal Party is now proposing all of Pierre Poilievre's ideas, that Poilievre is a bad guy. You know, he's just so negative and bad for pointing out all of the failures and flaws and corruption of the Liberal Party of Canada. I found this post on X that says, Canada, this is what Trump was not responsible for. He didn't stop your export pipelines from being built. He didn't drive $500 billion of capital investment out of Canada. Didn't stall the growth of your GDP per capita for the last 10 years and then, you know, and create...
You wish you had this where you could watch from the outside and speculate if it'd be better. After Elon's presser today, even MAGA is saying we are cooked.
He didn't make the Canadian government
really?
Trump didn't legalize hard drugs, didn't create the healthcare crisis.
That's not really what I took away from the thing today.
Trump didn't turn your dollar into monopoly money. He didn't push DEI in your country, which caused many to be hired not for their expertise but for their
like
color, gender, ethnicity.
Who's cooked are the Democrats, in my opinion. Like the party, the
he didn't denigrate and decimate your military.
You know, whatever they.
Trudeau to slap a carbon tax on Canadians that no one wants, and that has done little but make life
It's
more
like
expensive. Trump didn't have anything to do with how Trudeau treated Jody Wilson-Raybould.
It's like
Vice Admiral
everyone wants to topple the government, except when it starts happening, it's like, no, don't do it. Or you know what I mean? It's like they're exposing all the bad stuff. What's wrong with that? Isn't that what we want? That's wrong. You think Wiki is using AI and is mixing factors. The per capita GDP and per province GDP numbers are all different. I don't trust Wikipedia, to be honest. Watching Trump get trolled by a 5-year-old live was great. Tell me again how Elon Musk is not the president. I don't think there's anything wrong with listening to what Musk had to say. You don't want to topple the government. Although, like, honestly, I'm wary of him, but if you just listen to what they're saying, like, it just, like, to me makes a lot of sense. But people don't even want to listen to what they're saying. They just want to say, oh, he's Elon Musk and he's saying all these things, like, get him. Get him, boys. That's, you know what I mean? Like, just listen and make your own judgment after you've listened to what they're saying. I don't know. Just me. I don't want to topple the government. I just want my state to leave the union and cast off the yoke of DC for good. Well, maybe that'll happen. Not if you're making money off the bad stuff. I just know 100% of the time when Maxine Waters shows up at your event, you're on the wrong side of the issue. Who's Maxine Waters? Wipes his boogers on the Resolute desk. Tells Trump he's not the president. Really? The kid said that? Hi, Plugster.
Mark Norman, General Fortin, and others. Nay, Canucks. No, the blame can be put squarely on Trudeau, Freeland, Carney, Liberals, NDP, and the spendthrift, divisive, and inept government that he and his ministers and MPs have run for the last 9+ years. I had the opportunity to see Jordan Peterson last night. He's doing a tour across Canada. I know a lot of people are going to go see him in Calgary as well. You're going to have a great time. But during the community questions portion of his show, and you're able to, if you arrive early, there's a QR code on the screen before the show actually starts so that you can submit your questions, and he'll go through a few of them at the end. And one of the questions was, somebody was asking about Mark Carney, Donald Trump, Pierre Poilievre. And he went off on Mark Carney, which I'm sure I'll include in a future video. But the one thing that he said about Trump and Trudeau was, you know, why is Donald Trump doing this? Well, he's doing this because he hates the Democrats in America. They tried to ruin his life. They may or may not have also tried to have him murdered. And Justin Trudeau and the Liberal Party of Canada is even worse than the Democrats in America.
I agree.
Many standards. And that's absolutely true, by the way. So he
globalists.
Justin Trudeau as his worst enemy, essentially. And then he knows that Canadians voted for Justin Trudeau.
I didn't.
Not once, not twice.
I didn't.
So, yeah, he probably does have quite a lot of disdain for many of the people in this country who have not opened their eyes yet. And when you have blocks on social media for other news outlets, social media, like it or not, is where a lot of people do in fact get their information. Over 80% of women over the age of 30 are getting their news from TikTok these days. And news is not shared in Canada from anywhere else other than the official government-funded platforms. So I'm not surprised at all that people think
And that's
the way
why
that
I
they
don't
do
watch
when
any
that
of
is all
those
that they hear. I'm not
platforms.
surprised at all that they think the way that they do. When you think about our education system, how much they have prioritized DEI spending as an example. I actually have an incredible guest, Eric Kaufman, who you may be familiar with, also due to Jordan Peterson, who's going to be joining me on my show next week.
There was this moral panic, this hoax about 215 Indigenous children buried outside the school in
I talk about this all the
There's not
time.
a single body has been found through any scientific method. There's not any
And they always use it as like some kind of like, see how bad we are.
record of any children missing.
There's no like proof or nothing.
For. So the whole thing is a complete scam. The media has completely run with that story. And now when it was exposed, and there was a piece that came out in the National Post saying, look, this is,
And
we
now,
haven't got any evidence here.
and after that happened, like, random Catholic churches around Canada have been getting burned to the ground. Like for fake news.
There were no other media were willing to.
And then I
take down
think it's
story
still
or
happening.
anything. And in a poll that I've study, which is going to be coming out soon, roughly 65%, 2/3 of Canadians believe in the 215 mass graves myth. So the entire country has been deluded by this myth.
Stay tuned for that in terms of woke mind virus. I'm not surprised that Canadians are the way that they are. I'm very disappointed by it, surely. But Jordan Peterson said something else too that I thought was rather enlightening, and that is just simply put, what are you doing though? Like, you as a human being, what are you doing? Are you involved in politics at all? Do you have social media accounts where you're sharing things? Are you involved in the school board? Are you involved in campaigns?
I'm sharing right now, baby.
What are you doing that is helping you to be involved? And
This is as much as I can do. This is as involved as I can get.
how much are you self-censoring because you don't want to be canceled?
I stopped self-censoring. Well, not fully, but as much as I feel like I safely can.
Daniela, I'm hearing from current and former high-level police officers that say,
Chinatown
despite
deck.
what the Globe and
What's
Mail
up?
or Daniel Dale at CNN are reporting about, 40 kilograms is it. No, Canadians have no idea the level of criminal money laundering.
You'd say, let the proof of Elon's efforts prove its worth. If his efforts are like a lot of governmental programs, it'll implode. If its efforts prove reduce waste, then what have we to lose? Or what have we lost? Exactly. Exactly. Shittown, not Chinatown, sorry. Cheetown. Excuse me. Elon Musk's kid, little X, told Trump to his face, "You are not the president, you need to go away," and to shush his mouth. The kid is right. Elon Musk is the king now. President and king doesn't mean the same thing.
This isn't just pretty language to put off a tariff. This is some sort of joint.
You're glad that Harry Balls is there. Trump is having a press conference to start naming names of fraudsters. Nice. That's kind of what happens when you burn bodies, not much remains. Also, we in America have a bit of we aren't colonizers. What?
I've heard so many reports saying that one of the biggest things that Donald Trump is trying to do
Today you purchased a world map. You gave your wife a dart and said, wherever you throw this, honey, that's where you'll be taking you on vacation. Turns out we will be spending 2 weeks behind the fridge. Is that a dad joke? Is this the native kids buried under schools where every site was found to be fake, and they swapped the story to no longer investigate, to respect the burial grounds of native peoples? Yep, that's the one. Twitch TOS censored. Maxine's wig is on way too tight upon her head. No blood flow to the brain. Bizarre behavior abounds. LOL. It's already hurting farmers in America. Look at the Humanistic Report. Where can I see that? But wait, what's hurting them?
Episode, as much as I enjoyed filming it, I encourage you to get involved as Jordan Peterson.
Which part is hurting them?
Audience last night. In any way, shape, or form, we actually.
Chi Town is from Chirac.
We need to stop being afraid of losing our jobs. We need to speak up.
Oh, Chicago. Elon commands and simply jumps. Face it, MAGA. You voted for Elon Musk, not Trump.
Subscribe to the channel if you would like to see more content.
From the outside looking in, I don't think people voted for Elon. I think some might have voted for Elon, and then others voted for Trump because of RFK, and then others voted for Trump because of Trump, and then others voted for Trump maybe because of Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you know what I mean? Like, he had all these people behind him. Elon just happens to be the most rich, and I guess have the most, companies? I don't know. Should we watch what they were freaking talking about? Should we just watch it? Is that what you guys want to do? Is this it? Is this the one? No, this isn't the one. This is the one. Okay, hold on.
X, are you okay? This is X. And he's a great guy.
His name is X? Tell me that's a joke. Why does everything have to be X?
So thank you very much.
Is that a gold chain, really?
Gaza and everything else. We had discussions also about Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's going to be a big moment. We'll see what happens. I don't expect much happening with
Burning a body doesn't cremate a body. The story was Native kids were put in schools, were neglected, and put in mass graves. The evidence was sonar that showed variances in soil density. When they investigated, they found rocks, not bodies, not burial pits, 0 bones, teeth. What they found was a few schools that were built on top of rocks deep in the ground. Yep.
And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially.
He only got behind him in September after Kamala said she didn't want a thing to do with him. Really? Oh, sorry, Pep Talks. By the way, links are disabled in the chat. If you want to whisper me, you can whisper me the link. Oh, excuse me. Oh, because Elon is a joke. Okay, let's see. Let's actually see what he's saying here. Since he's such a joke, let's actually see what he's saying.
Sure. So at a high level, if you say what is the goal of Doge and significant
he pronounces it Doge and everything.
Democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to.
Why is his name X? That's just no.
Sorry.
Frigging
can be difficult
celebrities. And rich people and their kids' names.
From the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close.
He is the president right there. You are not the president. You need to go away. Did you hear? Oh. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Sorry, I don't know why suddenly I'm like so tired. Hold on.
The presidency is to restore democracy. Are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to. Sorry. Democracy, significant part of this. Say, what is the goal of?
Do you think somebody in the crowd said, "Okay, now, remember what I told you? Say this." Because look, he's looking into the crowd. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I think it's my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite pastime.
And I think a significant part of this presidency is to restore democracy.
I don't know if he said you're not the president. I heard like something, something, you need to go away.
Are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay.
I don't know what he says there, but it's cute though.
It's all right.
Okay, so let's skip ahead because what are you saying?
You autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
Okay, nothing wrong with that.
And so.
Hi, Stacy.
And if you looked at if you looked at the founders today and said, "What do you think of the way things have turned out?"
Let's put it a little faster.
Unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has.
You're in my no. Wait. You think so? He thinks. Maybe the kid thinks his dad is the president.
But you can't have it on good.
Which honestly, like a kid that age. You're in the Oval Office, maybe I can see kids thinking, you know, their parent deserves that spot.
Rule of the bureaucrat from the people, and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to. If you
I can't hear that part. You're in my dad's seat. All right, I'll take your word for it.
We don't know why. Where does it come from?
I'll take your word for it.
While they are in that position.
Oh boy.
You know what happened to USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing. In which case we should take their investment advice perhaps. But just there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So you know we're looking at say well we just. If you look at, say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any
His son is squeaky. I was also in 1.25 speed, so
that there is a comment field that
I forgot that part. His mom is very angry about her child being used this way.
That you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true.
Hopefully he's not being used.
So that departments can't pass
and
is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number.
You know, if he didn't bring the kid, people would shit on him for it. If he does bring the kid, I feel like people will shit on him whether he brought the kid or not, to be honest.
Blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks.
You know, like Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, they never bring their kids anywhere and people speculate whether their kids are even real. You know, so it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. I don't know. Everyone's if you don't like Elon, you're just good. People are gonna find some reason, something. And I'm not saying that I like him. I'm wary of the guy. Okay.
And then we've got this.
But what he says here, like what he says here, I don't find anything wrong with what they're saying. They want to end corruption within these programs that just take tax dollars and do what exactly?
It can take up to a year.
You know what I mean?
Like for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And
right.
We're talking about terrorist organizations. We're talking about known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation. It can take up to a year to get on the list. And even once on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing. So what we're talking about here, we're really just talking about adding common sense controls.
Now, being a Canadian, like, it just goes without saying, like, our money is definitely being used for corruption. In corrupt ways or whatever. So, like, when I see this, I'm kind of jealous. I'm jealous of what you guys got going on right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise?
Like, my president is a weakling. Like, he totally ran my country to the ground. Like, I'm jealous. I'm jelly. And I'm also a little bit like, you guys should be grateful for what you have right now. Like, from my perspective, like, I'd be grateful. Like, I don't know, like, what exactly is the problem here?
That's crazy.
You guys are gonna have like a really strong, amazing country and like amazing economy. Like, what exactly is the problem? I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. Except Elon doesn't need to. Elon can stay in the States, but like we need Trump. We need Trump's help over here.
So
Anyway,
then you understand
that's
the
just,
motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And
it's not a dictatorship. People voted for Trump.
And the fraudsters complained the
I mean, like,
the fastest. So then when you understand that, then
maybe he has some strong things that he's doing that seem dictatory, but the things that he's doing are actually, like, regardless if Elon is part of it or not, you know what I mean? Like, the president doesn't have to do every single thing. Like, the president is allowed to hire people. Like, if the president wants Elon Musk to be his advisor, basically, like, he's allowed to do that, in my opinion. I mean, I'm jealous because Justin Trudeau is a weakling, like, and destroyed and used all our money. He spent all our money, and, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't understand people who are upset at this. Like, I feel like first world problems much. Like, what do you mean? Like if you only knew what Canadians were going through, like, you would understand.
it makes sense. Oh, that's why
You would understand. It's not about Elon. It's about what they're standing for, in my opinion.
Because if you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints. But now we're saying that no, actually we are going to complain.
We
If
will
money is spent
see what
badly
this
for
is
your
about
taxpayer
as
dollars
well. Just give me one
in
sec.
a political manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on things that matter to the people.
You're jealous of the Canadians?
It's
Why?
just common sense. It's not.
You're not even in America. Why do you think we American would care what you think if you don't live here? Well, simply Steve, you're the one here watching. You're the ones talking to me. If you guys don't care, you don't have to be here. You don't have to. You guys don't have to change my mind. It's not my country. But, like, whatever. I'm interested in this. This is effed. We are letting you all slip into straight up fascism while begging for the boot. What do you mean? Worry about your own country. We America. I might be America next. Canada might be part of the States, so we American will smash the Nazis again and take back ours. Do you know that my Prime Minister applauded a Nazi in our parliament? Do you guys even know that? Like, what I'm trying to say is, you're like you think that I'm being tricked, but actually you guys are the ones being tricked, in my opinion. Like, this whole Justin Trudeau people kind shit is all BS. Justin Trudeau doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's got more than 10 scams under his belt. So when I see a strong leader like Trump, and, like, Kamala was in bed with the globalists too, so it was like, and obviously it's either Trump or Kamala. Like, there's no way in hell I was rooting for Kamala. There's no way in hell, because in my opinion, Trump is gonna put some shit in order finally, because things have been just, like, ridiculous in the world. And I don't understand what, I don't understand, like, I don't know. It's different because, yeah, I live in Canada, but, like, I'm just glad that America isn't gonna go down the same route that Canada went down, okay? That's it.
Cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people.
And I'm allowed my opinion, and I don't like those of you who are trying to make me feel bad for having my opinion.
That are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. So, that's the case where, like, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous. One of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, like, why is there no identifying information?
Got you, Skajort. Maybe nobody's trying to make me feel bad, but
to receive Social Security, do receive it.
This is the world we live in, like.
and that they're received quickly. And
You gotta walk on eggshells, and honestly, I'm so tired of walking on
we're
eggshells.
trying
Like,
to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this. Obviously, there need to be a lot of people working for the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, okay, well, let's if people can retire, you know.
somebody in the chat was like, "Why should we listen to you?"
Get the retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually a great anecdote, because we were told
Simply Steve, if you lived in Canada, you would be living in the Fourth Reich, just so you know. And so after living in the Fourth Reich and seeing that the U.S. was going down that same path, whether you believe it or not.
What do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork.
I'm excited.
And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like
You have to look at the bigger picture. Nobody's looking at the bigger picture. And you guys don't even, you guys only heard about the WEF 2 days ago. You don't even know. You guys don't even know what you're talking about.
And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
All right. All right, let's listen to the other side.
And many other farms. We are possibly going to lose our farm if NRCS doesn't hold up their contract with us on the equal.
NRCS. NRCS.
Quit program. So the reason that they're not able to hold up the contract is our EQIP program, which is cost sharing on fences, waters, a well, and some seedings, was funded by the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of the executive orders, there's a
I can't type. I can type. I just have too many wires on my desk. 2023.
Pause or a freeze on the funding through the Inflation Reduction Act, and they're not able to pay out on the stuff that we completed or anything going forward.
Of Cattleman Family Farms, and he went viral on TikTok after pleading with his followers to call their senators and representatives on his behalf in an effort to save his family farm. Now, a lot of folks weren't very sympathetic towards him after he made it clear that he voted for Donald Trump, who is the president that enacted the federal funding freeze that fucked him over in the first place. So a lot of people basically responded by
It's just you
saying,
Americans who are going to be herded into box cars for disposal. Can you elaborate? What do you mean by that? Do you know Trump was your president like for 4 years already? Like back like if you, how old are you?
fuck around, find out. But before we talk about his response to those people...
Like, do you know that Trump was already a president once?
He did explain in more detail why this group specifically threatens his farm.
Like, why is it such a surprise? Like, everyone thinks he's a dictator. Like, I don't know.
Hey,
like,
I've already done a bunch of the work, already paid for the material, already paid for the labor.
and like, he's literally doing the things people voted him for. Like, I'm sorry, it's not nice things, but this is what the people voted for because it's not nice times. I hate to break it to you, but it's not nice times. So
operating expenses in order to do those projects because
you can hate on me all you want, but your country voted for Trump.
Per contract, I knew that I was going to get.
You're hating on me.
Cost sharing refunds on
because I could see, because you're hating on me because I could see that Trump was going to win, and I could see very well why. And I knew he would.
But now that it's completed, they're saying that
because as someone who's been through it for 10 years, you guys only been through it for 4 years. Anyway. I'm being vague. Hi, GK. How's it going? Soviet Mind, how's it going?
In office and they've got that
I know we voted for Trudeau, but I didn't.
Department of Government Efficiency. So they're trying to cut out all the wasteful spending in the government, which I'm all for. But the issue is it's a signed contract. It's a legally binding contract. They're not backing out on it. They're not paying out on it. So it puts me in a bind because I've made business decisions based on that contract.
And therein lies the problem.
Okay, that's cool and all, but that's like the Democrats' whole thing is like you know, eat from our hands, you know, pay taxes and eat from our hands. We'll make sure we give you all the programs you need to live your life, instead of just letting people be free, pay shit on for themselves, and like not have all these government handouts that you have to rely on. If you didn't have to rely on government handouts to begin with, like, that's the whole Democrat thing. The Democrats make you have to rely on them. And that's, you know, like, that's not necessarily a good thing. And I'm sorry for those who are hurting with this, but like, at the end of the day, I'm looking at the bigger picture.
Problem. If he doesn't get that money,
But
then
let's
he's
keep
on the hook for
watching.
hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And other farmers are in the same boat. So this is an actual existential threat to farmers across the country. But as you saw, he said he was sympathetic towards Doge's effort to eliminate government waste. And I do want to address that first before we get to anything else, because that's just not true. And a lot of people actually think that this is what's happening, not just him. First and foremost, claims about government contracts to Politico or funding for condoms in Gaza are either widely misrepresented, if not outright false. And
okay, the condoms to Gaza thing, like, let's not talk about it.
Instances where spending is wasteful. I'm willing to admit that.
You wouldn't worry about most of the things being typed here. It's late and the sleepy monster is strong here.
Right? He's not trying to figure out.
You didn't vote for Mango Mussolini. I didn't vote for Chrystia Freeland.
And Crystal Ball laid this
Nobody
out
voted for Chrystia Freeland, but she was allowed to block our bank accounts.
Elon.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you guys didn't vote for Elon, that's fine. Just like you guys didn't vote for, I don't know, the 4 men who were actually running America because Biden couldn't do it. You guys didn't vote for them, did you? You guys didn't even know about them. But that's totally fine. Biden wasn't even running the country, no big deal.
To be a payment processor, and as a payment processor was about to be regulated by the CFPB. Well, that agency has now been gutted. They've announced they're doing no more enforcement, no more rulemaking. Everything is on hold, and guess what? Now, those payment processors are not going to be regulated by the CFPB, but that is far from all. Of course, Elon has taken aim at the USAID. They're effectively gutted at this point. Just so happens they were investigating Starlink, of course, another Elon product, their use in Ukraine. But that also is not all. The National Labor Relations Board, so they've gone after Elon for all sorts of behavior. They regulate workers' ability to organize. They make decisions when there's a dispute between the companies and between the workers.
Who are the globalists? Please elaborate. Klaus Schwab. I spoke about this last time. Klaus Schwab. Freaking Cotton Swab, okay? Klaus Schwab. Whatever his name is. Schwab. Come on, help me out here, Google. You know who I'm talking about. Okay. So this is who Justin Trudeau sucks off, okay, on the regular, okay? These are the people, do I have to go over it over and over and over? These are the people who want to, you know, introduce smart cities and digital currency and know what you're doing at all times and surveillance state and all this shit and making sure you pay for carbon because you're actually the carbon that they want to get rid of, but they won't tell you that. They have programs where you can end your life if you're a nuisance to the society. They want you to eat crickets. Did I already mention that part? Because, you know, meat creates too much carbon. Carbon this, carbon that, carbon this, carbon that. And so I didn't vote for this guy. I didn't vote for Klaus Schwab. Why does he get to say what all the NATO countries do? Jessica can do whatever he wants. He won the election. He can't do whatever he wants. That's not how it works. He can't just do whatever he wants. He does do whatever he wants, which is why Nobody likes him.
You know what? Instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes.
And when we saw that the Democratic Party was strangely, eerily similar to the Liberal Party here in Canada, and the things that they were doing or not doing, or it was like too many similarities. So I'm sorry that, you know, I'm pro-Trump. That's just how it is. You can like it, you cannot like it. You're not going to change my mind. When it comes to Elon Musk, I'm wary of the guy. I get it. You didn't vote for him. But I would be more worried if Kamala Harris would have won, to be honest, because at the end of the day, she's with the globalists and like, do you really want a surveillance state? Do you really want to eat crickets? Do you want to be told that you can't travel? Who do you think is like crashing all these planes? I mean, you could say, yes, people were laid off and that's why things are crashing. But like, they were crashing planes since before. They were crashing planes in 2024 a whole lot too. Like, it's not... It has definitely ramped up, but I have my own... Listen, I already talked about this. I have my own theories as to why that's happening, but they, you know, they don't want you to travel. They want you to be scared to travel. All this shit. They keep pushing the next pandemic. Bill Gates always pushing something.
To, you know,
I don't know. To me, it just seemed like maybe these guys are gonna combat whatever Bill Gates is doing. Like, just seems like, I don't know, Kamala was just like, they're the fake good guys. You know, when the bad guys try to pretend to be the good guys? That's, to me, the Democrats. I'm sorry. At least these guys are kind of the bad guys, whether you like it or not, which is politics. Nobody in politics is a good guy. Like, they're all bad guys. But somehow, some of y'all think the Democrats are, like, the good guys, when really they're just pretending to be the good guys. It's the good cop, bad cop thing, but they're both just bad cops.
Anything else? And you would add...
Wake up, people! Come on!
Goods and services of the United States in a more useful way.
Anyway, that's my opinion, allegedly in game. Thank you for listening.
You know, that's an example. Like, at a high level, if you say, like, how do we increase prosperity? Is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity.
Where I got this info, like, I mean, I get it from various different sources. Also, just by, like, hearing from what people have to say and just observing for the past 10 years, observing how things have changed here in Canada with my own eyeballs. And I'm not just talking about, like, immigration or anything like that. I'm talking about the prices of things. I'm talking about, like, literally just everything has changed. Just so many things have changed. And I've talked about this so much already on my channel. And it's like, I kind of just want to, like, listen to this, you know? Or we don't have to even listen to this. We can listen to the things that I wanted to listen to, which is... Actually, hold on. Let's finish this, but we'll have to do it in speed because...
He sued them,
Here.
claiming, without much standing, but claiming that the entire board is unconstitutional, trying to dismantle the whole thing. Well, now the National Labor Relations Board has been...
By the way, like, that cricket thing is real. My prime minister actually, like, put $9 million into cricket farm for human consumption. And, like, I'm not eating crickets. I don't care which way you spin it. Oh, but it's protein, blah, blah. Like you're falling into the brainwashing if you think it's okay to eat crickets over meat because your government is telling you to. Like, you should have the option to eat meat over crickets if you want to. Like, they're not gonna make me eat crickets. You can spin it however you want. It's not happening. I don't care if it's in a powder. I don't care if it's in a whatever.
Also, Elon has taken aim at, well, lo and behold,
You drink Coke, but eating crickets is bad. Do you see what I mean? Like, are you brainwashed? Are you seriously brainwashed right now? Come on.
Investigating him for allegations of workplace
Cotton Swab,
discrimination.
Bill Gates, or George Soros are some that have a globalist viewpoint, and they use their money to influence governments to support their agenda, an agenda of believing there are too many people on this planet and whatnot. That's part of it.
Horrific allegations, use of
No, because you eat whatever you want.
nooses were somehow involved.
Okay, then I drink
Although
whatever I
called
want.
the specific
I'm gonna drink Coke over eating crickets. Duh. You can call this bad if you want, but at least it's not a beer. Some people have like 12-pack of beer every day, and that's totally normal. I can't have one
that
Coke.
was looking into these allegations. Trump signed an executive order completely dismantling the whole thing.
You know what I mean?
He's off the hook for that as well.
And that's what this is about. So these stories about money being
Soviet
spent
mind,
on
since when were you,
ostensibly
like, so
unnecessary
mean?
research or woke grants is a red
If
herring.
you're not
I mean,
in
if you look at some of the
Canada,
things
you
that they're cutting,
don't
they're cutting aid to people
know how
who
bad
need it.
things got in a short
Life-saving
time.
aid, aid for
Standardized
cancer
income,
research.
you need to
And
work
they're doing this to
1.5x
seem
to
as if
make
they're
the
being
same amount
productive
of
when
money.
actuality,
Groceries are
Elon Musk
30%
is
higher than America.
trying to
Housing
fuck
is
all of us
between
over to
200
benefit
to
his companies. I
400%.
mean, when he says that, oh, we found
But
this
we
dumb
also
thing,
already
he's
eat
lying
chicken
most of the
to Canada.
time,
I
but what
think
he's doing is trying to
cheese
distract you
puffs
from the
have
real goal,
crickets.
which is to hollow out government agencies that threaten his bottom line.
They try
He's
to-
doing it for him, not for
They
us.
try to hide stuff in our
So I
food
need
for
people to
sure.
understand that. Furthermore, he doesn't have the authority to veto funding for programs that Congress already appropriated money for. So what we're seeing here is peak corruption.
How many times do I have to
And
say it?
if you're
Trump
wondering
is
whether or
not Hitler.
all of
Trump
this sounds
is
like a conflict of interest,
something
you'd be
else.
correct, but
POL.
don't
What's
worry,
POL?
because the White
What
House is
does
leaving it
that
up to
mean,
Elon Musk to
Steve?
police his
Stop
own
telling me to
conflicts
wake
of
up and
interest.
change
So
my
just
mind,
great.
you
I'm sure that the world's
globalist.
richest man, who also happens to be a
Algorithm.
Nazi and a ketamine addict, isn't going to behave in a
But
self-serving
you are
way.
also
Now, I wanted
refusing to look
respond-
deeper into it because it annoys you. Not necessarily. I've like, do I have to go look? Do I really have to? I've been so deep into this shit literally since November. Here's all my streams. If I don't have to go deep in it today if I don't want to, because I've been, look, since big day for USA, Trump wins, whatever. Like, these are all me political, and during all these things, I would literally look up everything that like people are saying in the chat. I would look up, I would use ChatGPT. If I was proven wrong on something, that's fine, I'd be proven wrong, but most of the time I wasn't. No. But like stream after stream after stream, and like I'm just kind of like wanting to chill, to be honest. Like, I'm sorry, but I looked in, like, I'm not just saying things for the fun of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. I don't just say, I'm not just saying things for the hell of it. Like, if you really want to see me go deep into things, where the hell is it? If you really want to see me go into deep.
I was wondering where the Coca-Cola reference came from. Lol, if you want to drink
My
Coke,
streams are
it's
here.
your body, your choice.
My streams are
Wait,
here, where I go
hear that
deep.
lately?
You would eat crickets over drinking artificially flavored drinks. All right, enjoy the crickets, Soviet, or you cannot drink beer or Coke, but we also already eat chickens. I don't like life coaches. They act as if they know how to decide how a person lives their life. But that's kind of the point of a life coach, isn't it? I won't eat a cricket, but I'll drink a grasshopper. Hi, our page, how's it going? You read an article on the crickets, linked it. It's not what I said. What do you mean? Why does this thing keep asking me for money? I can't read it. Oh, because of ad blocker? The reason I say the cricket thing, let me show you. So what does that article say? It's not what I said. So what does the article say? I'll read it. It's just like, I have to disable my ad blocker, which is annoying. But also, like, I want to show you my video. Since, who was it? Andrew Shear.
This is a top sirloin cut. It costs.
So I'll read my article while you guys watch this video.
A lot of chefs say that it's the most fun cut to cook. With the top sirloin, you can do a lot of things with sauces, with different spices, with different methods of cooking. And these, well, these are crickets. I'm not sure what the grading system is.
Okay, I'm reading your article.
I'm gonna eyeball these and say they're.
It looks like they do want us to eat crickets after all. Okay, so wait. So you're agreeing with me?
The other is a delicious meal for other animals.
Wait.
Unless you're Justin Trudeau. Let me explain.
I'm Nicole Kidman, and I am going to eat bugs.
This video isn't actually about whether or not it's gross to eat bugs. This video is about government waste, not just on big things, but on things like this, subsidizing cricket production. Now, as the cost of living crisis keeps hurting Canadian families, a lot of people have had to...
So this says... Seems crickets are high in protein, and according to some, a more environmentally friendly way to get that viral component into our diets. So because of the corruption in our government, nobody gives a flying F about this part right here anymore. We used to care, but nobody gives a flying F about that anymore because at this point we think they're full of it when they talk about this particular topic right here. Like we don't believe them anymore. They're using this to suck us dry of taxes.
They literally swap out beef for chicken, or they eat less. Some parents are reporting that they're literally skipping meals just so that their children can eat.
The resurgence of scurvy in Canada is raising concerns of broader issues related to growing food insecurity and the rise in cost of groceries.
But there's one thing you can't cut back on. You can't choose to send the government less of your tax dollar. If they determine you owe them something, they will collect it. They will take it right off your paycheck. They will send collections agencies after you. One day, they will send the police to arrest you to force you to pay your taxes.
What did I say? What did I say? That was wrong or different? What happened?
With respect and only spend it on things that are absolutely necessary. Now, Justin Trudeau wastes a lot of your money, and it adds up to big bucks, like the Canada Infrastructure Bank.
Did he say how much?
$35 billion. It's been around for about 8 years. Hasn't completed a single project. Or there's the $250 million that.
How much? How much?
See, Justin Trudeau thought that the way to respond to grant to aid businesses
was
to give your money $9 million.
$9 million. Or, if you want to get specific, $8,500,000. Were liberals handing out millions to help put crickets on the menu? Okay, so they took these many millions, and now they're handing out millions to put crickets on the menu. Like that's how you're spending my fucking money. So where's the good part here? It's the next paragraph under the ad. Looks like they... Oh, look. World Economic Forum. Wait, there are a lot of talk of social media that governments around the world... Look. See? These people. CBC dismissed the idea as a conspiracy theory... But it's like, then what's this? It's on the, this is literally on the website?
Grocery prices was to give your money
This is on the Government of Canada website. Should I see it for myself? I'm confused. I don't want to read the full article. Like, I don't really want to read it, to be honest. Like, what is it? Can't you just tell me what the point of the article is? This is why I watch videos. Like, I'm sorry that I just want to chill. I want to finish my makeup, actually, is what I want to do. But that's how you get knowledge. I understand, but, like, I'm kind of, like, trying to do something else here. And just want the video to play, and that way I can hear what it has to say. You'll break it down? Okay, I appreciate it. $1 million. By the way, like, I already played this video so many times on my stream. Like, that's why, like, I'm just chilling right. Today is a chill, okay? We're talking politics, but also, like, don't bother me. I'm just kidding. But actually, what were we watching? We were watching... I want to watch... You know what I want to watch? I want to watch this. This is what I want to watch.
That is actually part of the reason why it's pure projection when someone like Anna says like Hassan is a slave to his audience, or Epstein, Sex Pestiny, Hassan is audience captured. Hassan is audience captured. When they say
all right. Let's now we can just chill and talk in the chat.
Example of someone that worked here that has said something very similar to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay, it can't be your nephew because he has no self-awareness. But anyway, let me continue with the rest of her statement.
Like, oh, I don't like that, you know, he left the Young Turks and was able to...
She's lazy and just follows the most basic theories. Yes, I'm lazy.
It's not about that, right? It's not about that. It's actually because that person...
You do know makeup contains bugs, you nasty. Yeah.
He must not simply believe the things that he's saying. Like...
So,
there's nothing wrong with accepting,
Hassan because he is a slave to his audience.
The things that you're already used to, but like to try and tell the world that now you're gonna eat crickets is pretty ridiculous. But I hope you enjoy your new diet, Soviet.
A contributor for the Young Turks,
Raptor, you're terrifying me.
As a hatchet job on check, sparking Anna Kasparian to call her out, as well as other people that have worked for the network, and exploited it for clout to build their own careers. And
Rip Haven, how's it going? 25% of your sub income is yours now. It's liable law, for example.
Well, Anna Kasparian,
if they invest, say, $9 million into cricket research, say it's because you want people to eat bugs, but the study is to evaluate the viability of insects as a source of protein. You can fact check it as false because of implied intent.
If you've ever watched Hassan beyond a clip chimp or two, you will quickly notice Hassan is actually terrified of his audience.
This one?
Sure, he'll yell at the odd person.
By the way, like, Pep, if you still want to tell me what exactly this is about, to me it just sounds like, yeah, they want us to eat crickets. I know I'm not reading it, but you know what? I'll read it. I'll read it on my own time. But
the majority start to have an opinion that's slightly
we're
different
just
than
chilling
his,
for now.
You will see exactly what she's talking about. Anyway, I guess Hassan got word of this small comment on Twitter and decided to have a rant about it on stream. Check this out.
How do you deal with like the sickening feeling that accompanies all this, especially with Palestine? Chatters, I've told you this already. Being a leftist is being on the right side of history, being correct but too early, and also
are him and Valkyrie still dating?
Constantly
engaging
in
Hassan?
Constantly talking about things that are
were they dating?
Directly at odds with the powers that with the pre-existing hierarchy. You're gonna lose a lot. Okay? That's it. You're gonna lose a lot. So get ready for it. But just, you know, as long as you know that your moral compass is correct.
You're gonna burst a blood vessel with those illusions of grandeur concerning President Trump. If we survived President Biden and his constant cleanup on aisle 4, we'll get through the great reset of 2025. M&Ms are made of beetle shells.
With the knowledge that you're doing the right thing and you're doing right by others.
It's like, obviously people know that there are some bugs in products. Like that's already a known fact.
Like Jank and Anna lol. I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Reactionary thought is alluring. So when you start,
besides, most of my makeup is vegan anyway, and that means no
things from a
bugs
reactionary
either.
Point of view, you start basically, it's the opposite of muscle training, right? If you don't actually constantly work out, you're inevitably going to become a weaker person. Your muscles are going to go away. And then maybe even be replaced with fat.
What is this guy talking about?
That's how I feel about critical thinking.
Oh.
If you engage in critical
literally, is this not... Oh, I'm like, is this on slow speed? Like, how...
Thinking, and you constantly do it, and you apply it all the time, okay, you cause that muscle not to
no
atrophy.
way... Paul McCartney eats
Reactionary thinking,
dong.
on the other hand,
The study is about breaking down
atrophy.
crickets into
And it's
powder for their complex proteins for countries that are food insecure. A cheap way to bulk up kind of thing. Right. So Canadians have to spend $9 million on cricket powder for other countries, which is like okay, like I don't know, like does that make sense? Like I get that we help other countries, but 9 million? I don't know.
Hassan seriously
It's
trying
like
to act like Anna?
it's like we're struggling right now. Why are we sending our money to other countries when like we're struggling? Like I don't know, it doesn't make sense. And it's even whether it makes sense or not, it's like the people don't like that, and that's why people like Trump end up winning, because people don't like to see their tax dollars go everywhere else but back into their like own country, in my opinion. That's
And Chank, a reactionary.
take it
but
up with
he
half
isn't-
of the Americans, okay?
Hassan is
Take it up
quite
with
known
half
for
of
his
Americans.
stoicism and his well thought out political commentary. Bro, essentially all you do is reactionary garbage.
And for
In fact,
saving the
you
world
have
from
literally
Hitler.
built your
He is
career
being
off
Hassan
of
Silly,
doing
who
that.
is
Trying to deny
Stalin
this
was
or
just as
sidestep
bad.
that is just not gonna happen, dude. If you actually think you aren't reactionary, then you're just
Denmark wants to buy
insane.
California.
You
They can
literally
buy
learned
my
your
state
playbook
too.
from working at
Which
the
state are you
network,
from?
dude.
Sure,
If
there's
you
a
looked up
loophole
reactionary
in Canada. Like,
dictionary,
if
your
a product
picture
contains
would be
only
right
vegan
there,
animals, you
Hassan.
can label it as being vegan.
There are a lot of people who act like they're doing the world a favor by publicly espousing progressive politics, but the moment it affects them personally, they go full.
It's a small investment to help a developing country. Got
said
it.
everything you wanted them to say.
Because Andrew
Yeah, and I
Scheer,
think that's
Andrew Scheer made it sound like they want us to eat crickets. So, and to be honest, I trust Andrew Scheer. Who is this? Toronto Sun, like, I'm not saying they're wrong or anything, but like, I kind of trust Andrew Scheer over at mainstream media. Like, I just don't trust mainstream media, but I trust you, Pep Talks. I trust you, so
why it's pure projection.
we just have to keep an eye on it, you know.
Other people will say,
It's
like,
a small investment.
Totally captive. He's a
because
slave
so
to his
far the
audience.
Soviets have killed way more than the F-22 Raptor, that has 0 kills on record. That's interesting. Like your tax dollars being used to fund IDF war crimes in Gaza. Isn't that a good thing? Wasn't there gulags built for people who didn't embrace communism? You mean the Soviet Union? Soviet just means group. This is why we Americans claim we are Canadians in Europe, because they hate us. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys have, like, I heard some Americans, like, walk around with a Canadian, like, they might put a Canadian patch on their backpack instead of, like, American or something, just in case, like, don't come at me, I'm not really American. We just don't want 25 million of our tax money on how a cat reacts to wearing a dress, huh? It's easy to armchair quarterback from your country that has healthcare and happiness. Our country doesn't have happiness. We have healthcare, but we don't have happiness. Trust me, like, after 10 years of Trudeau, like, people are not happy. Like, there's a reason there's F Trudeau chants. Like, people, there's F Trudeau flags, you know, like, people... He ruined the country. What other reason would the United States president be, like, you know, basically embarrassing the prime minister and offering to buy the country? Like, there's when else would that happen? It only happened because my prime minister just, like, totally ruined Canada.
Am I radicalizing
And that's it.
My audience because I'm a,
That's it.
socialist who loves
You pretended to be from
American
Toronto in
empire
England.
by
No
doing
way.
acts of terror. And I'm
Let's
actually
just say
radicalizing my audience, or
your
is it
state
actually
is
that
the
I'm a-
only
I'm-
one
I'm a
of only
captive to
two
my
who
audience,
hate
I'm a
the
slave to
guts
my audience,
and stand
and I have
against
to
Trump.
portray
New York?
My point of view.
We-
Maybe it's neither of those things. Maybe these are genuine opinions that
We
I
told
hold,
him nope 3
and I'm
times in a row. 2016,
uncompromising
2020, now
and routinely
2024.
yell at my own audience all the time.
California is a
when they say
planet
some
all
silly
into itself.
When someone like
Denmark
says, like,
claiming
Hassan is a slave to
Greenland
his audience, or
is in and of itself hilarious. There are 13 US military bases on it, so we're basically defending it anyways. Might as well get something for it, for its defense. Just kidding, but the military bases are real. Oh, I know at some point they will. I'm ready for wants Canadian bacon from Hunniebee. I don't eat Canadian bacon. Sorry, G-Keg. And also it's probably like cost like $13 for 3 slices, so that's Canadian bacon for you. The problem with helping is monetary offset. It's a basic theory where if you can ensure that you're not putting money into a system to offset predatory spending, you're okay. If the country is accepting $100 million to ensure they can feed people and also spend $100 million on bombs or guns to hurt people, doesn't because it's not normal for an American president to big dick our allies. I don't think he's trying to big dick. I think he's just in my opinion, he's like bringing some sense back into, like, you know, at least Trudeau, like lighting a fire under the idiot's ass, you know, get back to work, you idiot moron. Trudeau has had 10 years to do anything about anything, and now suddenly he's like only doing anything because of Trump. So once again, it's like, I'm like glad Trump won. Yeah, okay, tariffs are no fun, but to me, it's kind of a scare tactic. And whether or not it's gonna hurt us at the beginning, at the end, it's gonna be all worth it. I think like everyone's gonna benefit, in my opinion, from this.
Destiny, sex, destiny.
That's how I see it.
Hassan is audience captured. Hassan is audience captured. When they say stuff like this, that's actually projection. It's no different.
Like I wish Justin Trudeau had one of Trump's balls. If we're talking about big dick and balls and all this shit, like I literally like Trudeau has the balls to do stuff. No, sorry, Trump has the balls to do stuff. I wish Trudeau had one fucking ball. He doesn't have one fucking ball, like not even one. The idiot. Sorry, I'm getting really no, I'm getting mad, but like I'm dead serious about what, like, he has no balls. Trudeau has 0 balls whatsoever, and it's destroying our country. It's not a bad thing to have a little bit of, like, you know, pompous nature. Like, you can't just let people walk all over you as a country. So to me, that Kamala's would have let. Imagine she had to go in a conference meeting, and like imagine she had to like stand strong or whatever negotiation. She totally would let everybody walk all over her. No, you know, I'm not trying to say that Kamala Harris is not a good person. She just, like, I can't see her as like somebody to stand up against other nations when you need to. Like, I just find like she'd probably get walked all over. Like, I don't know, like just like I would if I was the prime minister. Like, I'd probably be like, oh, I feel bad, like, I don't want to, I would feel bad for doing the whole tariff thing. But some people don't feel bad doing that. And those are the type of people you need leading. Not everyone can be a leader.
Mutually exclusive.
You need people who are not going to be walked on. Trump doesn't get walked all over, like, and that's a good thing. And I think that, I don't know.
You are completely
That's how I see
capable
it.
of being a slave to your audience
Trudeau needs
and
half of one ball. He has no balls.
radicalizing them. You can even yell
Like,
at them all the time.
it's
and
not good. It's not good in leadership.
be those
You need
things.
some balls.
I
I'm
know
sorry.
because you do this day in,
I'm sorry.
day out, all the time.
All right,
But,
rant
isn't it funny
over.
how Hassan always seems to attach
I'm
criticism
sorry.
to
So bad at her
texting.
job.
It's
She
just
pissed off the
over
left
and
because
over
she was
again,
a
and
cop.
ever since the whole
Who was a cop? Oh, wait. Kamala? Honeybee, watch
sex
this.
test thing came out, like he's just doubling down and tripling down on it, especially when he gets criticized.
It's such a
like
good
his
video.
Go-to get out of jail free card or something. I mean, come on, think about
Hold
it.
on.
Destiny
Let
is
me just...
clearly living in this guy's head rent free. But anyway, let me break
Let's
this down
just
for you.
finish
when
this
a majority
quickly.
of your community has a serious disagreement with something you say, you obfuscate or try to change what you're saying to align with them. And when
I'm not changing nothing. If you guys don't agree with me, I'm sorry. That's all I can say is I'm sorry, but
in front of chat.
this is how I feel.
And as far as you radicalizing your audience, when you try to normalize a Houthi pirate or say America deserved 9/11 or some absurd,
Except I haven't really been... I'm not talking about
you
this. I'm
are
talking
inching them
about
down
what
the
we've
road
been
of your
talking about in the
absurd
chat.
line-making. If you don't think that's radicalizing someone, then
Except
you
I'm
just
kind
don't
of talking
understand
about...
what that
Okay,
means.
anyway.
So yes, Hassan, you are audience captured. You are a slave to your audience.
I'm
and
too
you're
much input.
radicalizing
Too much input. Which one is it?
You're coming to the conclusion that the values that
Which one is which?
I'm espousing are virtuous, but I simply cannot.
She was a
truly
prosecutor.
mean.
That's being
I must be doing
simplistic
it for some
and
cynical
a bit
reason. Because if you were
sexist,
in that similar
ironically.
predicament, you'd be doing it for a cynical reason. As a matter of fact, maybe you are actually advocating for the things that you're advocating for some cynical
You
reason.
can see
right
the
now.
dumbasses
That's
here
all this is.
drinking
Okay?
in Trump lies, but the face... Like, you're the one drinking in Trump lies because you're the one who believes all the lies about Trump. Ha, duh.
And I
Come
think
on.
For a lot of people, it truly stems
You're the
from
one who believes, what, he's Hitler?
personal vendettas. It stems
I
from
don't know.
personal insecurities.
Heard
And I think
about the
people-
Gulf of America. Lefties always the
Maybe
loudest.
I'm like a little too autistic. Okay. But for me, I care about your output more than the personal back and forth that we have.
If
There are
you
plenty of
really
content
think
creators
he
who have
wants to
treated
make
me,
Canada a state,
not
you
so
need
great.
to stop
And I'm
getting
always going to
high.
be gracious.
He's the king of trolling to the media and the left.
Until it gets to a point
Hassan
where
is
they're
a
just, like, so
cancer. Hi,
overtly
Red Eye.
hostile that they are deliberately playing the role.
He is certainly something.
Anyway, my point was that
Not until he tried
for
to
me,
purge
I think a
the
lot of
federal
people that
government.
end up
I feel like they need purging. Like, I wish my federal government would be purged. Then you even said he is trying to be a Nazi. Wait, not until he tried. Like I wish corruption in my government was being... There's so much corruption, like, you don't even know. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. You don't think you're a bad person, you just parrot Fox News. I don't watch Fox News. Like, you're just parroting The View. No ability to think for yourself, really? How do you think I got here? You take clickbait as fact. No, I don't. I observe what's happening in the world and observe what's happening around me, and then if I see a video that correlates to what I'm
Kamala would have been
observing...
prom queen after being in a room with Xi and Putin. She had no principles, no backbone,
Thank
and no
you.
original ideas of her own.
Thank you.
And no, I didn't go lewd with what I could have said. I'm a gentleman. Lol.
Thank you, Cheetown. Thank you for the biddies, and I agree with your message. You're wondering where the Coca-Cola reference came from. LOL, if you want to drink Coke, it's your body, your choice. Wait, where did I hear that lately? Cheetown, thank you for the biddies 25 minutes ago. Sorry, I like heard it, but it didn't register right away. Jesse Lee Peterson needs to interview him.
Trying to
Hold
make
on.
these arguments about how like
Needs to
Hassan is
interview
bad
who?
for-
Shit,
Hassan is
hold
bad
on.
for politics and he's radicalizing his audience, yada yada yada. I think a lot of those people actually, unironically, are coming at this argument from a place
ICE
of,
raids
not,
create
like, a political
NYC
disagreement,
ghost
but they're
towns
coming at
as
this argument from a
migrants
place
hide.
where they have disagreements over something else, maybe jealousy, maybe envy, maybe anger, right? Or resentment over something.
Shit,
But then
man.
they try to turn this into a political disagreement because everyone wants to moralize their consumption. Like, oh, I don't like that, you know, he left the Young Turks and
Stupid
was able to
BS.
reach levels of success on his own. It's not about that, right? It's not about that. It's actually because that person is like audience captured, and that's the reason why he's advocating for the things that he's advocating for. He must not simply believe the things that he's saying. Like, all of this stuff.
Let's
is
quickly try to
just,
finish
personal, personal perspectives masquerading as a political disagreement. And as long as there is no real massive political disagreement, I will usually just like let it slide. I don't give a shit.
Wait, you have a criticism of me? Sheesh.
She is going off her algo. What's algo?
Bro, get over yourself. You literally have a dad that worked for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You had
Saving our
grandparents that bought
government money
multi-million-dollar
is a
real estate
good thing.
properties, and you have an uncle that
Hi,
runs a
Z
media organization.
Myriad.
Shut your
How's it
nepo
going?
baby ass up, dude. Nobody wants to be lectured
Kamala
by someone
would
that has
have been
virtually handed everything in
prom-queened.
their life. These weird mental gymnastics that you're
Whoopi
doing
Goldberg
are not
is their
coming off the way
god.
You think they do. You think you're coming off like someone that's providing some
Problem
sort
with
of
the
insightful
left is they
commentary and
don't think
breaking down the
people can
internal thinking
have
of people
free
you disagree
thought.
with. When in reality, it comes
Fox
off like a
News is the
spoiled teenage
world's
girl trying to
biggest
rationalize to her
tabloid.
parents that she has done
And
nothing
if
wrong.
you
It
are
really
thought
hurts listening
don't
to some
align with
spoiled
theirs,
commie try to tell
it's
you
something
that
wrong
they are
with you,
successful
yeah.
off their own merit when everyone knows that isn't true.
That's I never get yeah, that's like yeah, that's I don't know. In Canada,
doing so is just wrong.
But here's what Hawk had to say about nepotism giving her an upper hand in her acting career.
2025.
There's so many people who deserve to have this kind of life who don't. But I think I'm comfortable with not deserving it and doing it anyway. And I know that my not doing it
sheet that
wouldn't help
they've
anyone.
added another
I totally agree.
contractor.
Not just with the first half, which is the main reason we're doing the story, but with the last sentence too. Like, okay, if I just didn't become an actress, how does that help anyone? Yeah, does she have to do basket weaving? No, you can be an actress. So I totally agree.
Yeah, I do have
That's all the time you have for you Nazis tonight.
Example of someone that worked here that has said something.
Simply Steve, you are an idiot. The video I sent is actually entertaining and informative. He interviewed Destiny. Oh lord. Algorithm. True. President Trump probably laughs his arse off with what the Dems are raging at. All hail Whoopi Goldberg. Welcome to America, U.S. Canada is the 51st state. Is it official?
Call myself like an Anna Kasparian fan or something. She has clearly had some pretty decent takes over the past couple years, like ever since the Rittenhouse situation.
I want Canada to become the 51st state, and I want Trump to do to Canada what he's doing to the U.S. right now. I don't see why that's so crazy. Like I really like. I just don't see why that's insane to some people.
She probably just ended up snapping and was tired
Hello?
of holding her tongue on the problems with the left. Who knows? What do you guys think?
Well, except for the healthcare, that's the only
if I had to
thing.
work with this guy that was handed everything and used the network to suck away clout for
Like
himself and
you
turn that
guys
into a
should.
career,
I always
young
said,
lefties on Twitch and making
if we
millions
can meet in the
while
middle
doing
with
all the
healthcare
work
and
that
gun laws, then I'm down. Then I'm down to be the next state. Otherwise, I don't know.
I would be irritated as well, but her irritation doesn't make her criticisms of Hassan.
Higher taxes? No. Actually, no. I have to disagree with you there, Pep Talks. We pay insane taxes here in Canada. Maybe I don't know, like why would the taxes go up? Well, these are what would happen.
Like I pay 57% taxes in Quebec, right? 57%. At that point, brother, when I pay the taxes, brother, you know what I want to do? I want to call the office, call the whatever IRS, whatever it'll give it. Say, hey man, can I talk to your superior? And say, yo, today I don't want to stream. Can you stream for me? Because clearly they deserve more than half. So they're doing more than I am. So today, how about you pull up and you stream for me? How about you pull up and do something for me, fuck? Holy fucking shit, man. What a joke, man. What a fucking joke, man. They can't fix the roads. I pull the car out. It's a war zone. Brother, there's craters on the street. Oh, dude, we do the infrastructure. Like, holy fuck, man. Like, I pay 57%.
He pays 57% income tax? Like, why? That's insane. What's up with that? What's up with that? We wouldn't be able, if we had to pay more, we would literally just like die of poverty, of like not having any money at all, because we already have to give like so much money. Our taxes are actually insane. I don't think you understand. Like, in order to have free healthcare, you have to pay insane taxes. I pay 13% on everything I buy. I pay 13% taxes, like literally just whatever you buy. I don't even think it's just 13. It's like 13 on top of like 5 or on top of 6 or something stupid like that. I can't even keep track anymore. There's so many taxes. And then we have the carbon tax, and then we're gonna have a rain tax. They are proposing a rain tax. If you think I'm lying, a stormwater charge? Go F yourselves. Like, are you serious? People can't afford it. I don't think we'll pay more in taxes. Like, I don't see why. Like, literally everyone will have to be on the street. That's the opposite thing. Trump doesn't want any people on the street. He has too much pride. He doesn't like he doesn't like to be he doesn't like to be the leader of a country that has like bad stuff like homelessness and drugs. So I don't see what he's doing as an issue. Personally. And Kamala Harris and Biden, they breeded homelessness, just like Justin Trudeau did. He bred homelessness in North America. They did it together. It's like worse than ever. All right, let's go. What is this?
We went to bodegas in Washington Heights, then came over here to the Bronx. Less money coming in, employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard. But for others, President Trump's immigration crackdown means bringing law and order.
So with President Trump's immigration crackdowns underway, certain areas of town are a lot quieter than they used to be, with local store owners revealing a notable decrease in the amount of customers they're seeing, while saying
it seems like you have the grass is greener mentality. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that I definitely want to be the 51st state, but I think that you have the same mentality because like it's like if you tried to live here, like I just feel like you wouldn't it would be so ridiculous, like how much everything is expensive, how much taxes you have to pay, how expensive food is, and then to have elected officials who gaslight you to your face every day, which by the way, you guys did have that for 4 years. You had people like, who was that press conference lady? That woman was like gaslighting to the max all the time. You guys were gaslit by Biden, in my opinion. Like, they were just gaslighting you guys. And again, it's like, these people are just like Justin Trudeau. I don't like them. Trump seems to know what he's doing.
However,
it's not so much a grass is greener. It's like, our country is literally not even a country anymore because of my prime minister. Why is it bad for me to want you guys to not go down the same route?
It's not the only city in America where immigration activity is creating
I don't get
ghost
it.
towns, and it certainly might not be the last.
Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting illegal immigration. And as ICE closes in on migrants, once vibrant neighborhoods are now turning into ghost towns.
Susan Pichardo, who manages a Bronx
you got a concussion in Toronto. Well, I'm glad I'm glad that you're okay.
She calls it
And
the
I hope you
2025
enjoyed the
pandemic,
free
the
healthcare
worst
that
kind
we have to
and
pay so
immigration
many
pandemic.
taxes for.
There's a lot of people
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
safe. You can see, you can walk now. Yeah,
How did you get a concussion?
Are they gonna come to the
Don't.
store?
So I don't think you understand how good you have it. I'm never said. Listen, I'm not trying to say that I don't have it good, but you guys are trying to say that you don't have it good. You guys are like, we didn't elect Elon. We didn't elect Elon. Like, listen, I have it good in the sense that I don't live in a third world country. And you guys have it good in the sense that you don't live in a third world country. And in my opinion, we should be grateful for simply that. But it's not good enough. It's not good enough. We have to rage against our government. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Humanitarians are pushing back on, especially those who wish to protect the sanctuary sentiment.
Did you mean Canada? You're wrong. That's how it always
of Americans strongly support
is always
deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes.
The U.S. federal tax rate is about. And by the way, like I always talk about how grateful I am for the Canadian healthcare system. Like, just because I have some strong opinions on one day doesn't mean like I'm like this weird MAGA person, okay? Like, in this video, for example, in this stream, I talk about how grateful I was to the Canadian. Here. I say it here somewhere.
Okay, first of all, anyone who's watching from outside of Canada, no. Okay, first of all, anyone who's watching from outside of Canada, no.
So first, he said, no, we don't have free healthcare.
Free healthcare. Our taxes are borderline insane.
Okay, so yeah, so here I'm agreeing with him, but then I say convenient. Insane. Then I say. With that being said, it is convenient. Like okay, yes, our taxes are absolutely insane. I agree. It is convenient, in my opinion. Like, I still prefer our healthcare system over the American healthcare system. Okay. But like, I feel like with the American healthcare. Anyway, system, I go on to say with the American healthcare system, maybe you get better healthcare, blah blah blah. But I go on to say, like, I go on to talk about. Where is it? I'm wondering, like, my leg surgery and basically, like, I broke my femur and I didn't have to pay anything except, you know, physio and like whatever prescriptions, and that's like amazing, and I'm always so grateful about that. I'm always so grateful, and like the only thing that I'm not grateful for is Justin Trudeau and the globalists. Okay, let's get that point. And to me, Trump is a threat to Justin Trudeau and the globalists, and that's why I'm for Trump. I'm sorry. It's gonna, you know, every change in government, things happen down the pipeline or down whatever, things happen and things have to change. But in the grand scheme of things, I think this is what America needed, and in the grand scheme of things, I hope and pray and I believe that it's going to help Canada and the rest of like the NATO countries, hopefully, like, shape the fuck up, because they need shaping up. You know that song, You Better Shape Up Because I Need a Man? That is what the rest of these countries need to do. They need to shape up because they're not men right now. They don't have any balls, okay? Not to say that men are better than women. Oh, it's just a way of speaking. And it's annoying that I even have to say that. All right, anyways, back to our regular scheduled programming. You probably pay half that in taxes a year to the healthcare system, and it won't bankrupt you. I like I said, if Canada and the United States merged, if like we met somewhere in the middle with healthcare and gun laws, like, what an amazing country. Wouldn't that be such like that would be amazing? But I don't know if it's gonna work like that. You know what I mean?
Shortage. But what nobody in the open borders crowd wants you to remember is that 4 years ago,
No
before the
country is
largest
perfect,
migration event
and
in
each
US
has their
history, we had a
perks.
reasonably well-functioning country, which was a lot
She
safer
pulled out the
because it wasn't a
receipts.
hiding
That's
place
kind of
for
your
gang
point.
members and dangerous
Yeah,
individuals.
like okay, just because we have free healthcare, like that's one thing that we have. It doesn't mean Canada is amazing and we're happy. Like that's, you know, we're grateful for what we do have. But we still I still believe that we need a strong leader, and just because Justin Trudeau is failing, he's just failing.
The very people Homeland Security is now after, with mass raids taking place in sanctuary cities all across the country. But these raids are turning certain New York neighborhoods
Honey, you're awesome.
into ghost towns,
You're
with
awesome,
business
Raptor.
owners and residents saying the streets
Now we
feel
need to
much
actually
quieter.
take action,
But that
get
brings up
healthcare,
some
and tax
uncomfortable
billionaires.
questions and possibilities, like where
Like
do people
XQC. Like excuse, do you think he's getting taxed 57% of his income because he makes a lot of money? Like, why is he getting taxed 57% of his
in the
income?
country without the right to work?
Like,
earned
why?
all of the money they were spending at these businesses. Were they earning money in a manner connected to the criminal underground?
You see, I don't agree with that. Like, in my opinion, XQC deserves the money he made. Why does he have to pay more because he's making more money? I don't agree with that, personally.
By committing crimes, shoplifting, reselling stolen goods, or worse, and the businesses by complaining to the
Like,
news
I
that
don't know.
immigration raids have scared away
Call me old-fashioned, I guess. I don't know.
their employees. They've just
Flat
admitted
rate.
to illegally
It's not a crime
hiring
to
and
become
employing
rich.
people
Like,
who
it's
can't
like,
legally work and may be in the country
yeah,
without
I don't think
permission,
so.
which
Like,
brings us to the real
I don't see why, like, you know, rich people have, and that's why people like Hassan annoy me, because he makes a lot of money. He says shit like, you know, he says all this socialist crap. Meanwhile, he's making all this money. When he gets any criticism, he's like, right now, you're criticizing me. Right now, there's a genocide happening, and all of Americans' tax dollars are going to these genocides, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, really, if you felt that strongly about it, why are you working in America, making a lot of money, mind you, and therefore contributing a lot of tax dollars to America, which then go to that genocide that you're talking about? So aren't you literally part of the problem? Like, if you cared that much, then you wouldn't work in America, because if you work in America, you have to contribute your tax dollars or whatever. You have to contribute money to tax. So, like, if that's the case, wouldn't you try to make as little money as possible so that you wouldn't give so many taxes to all these bad things that we're funding, apparently? Or, like, even if, like, we are, like, you know what I mean? Like, he says these things to look good, but he doesn't care about any of the shit he
The
says.
reason why certain parts of New York are turning
You don't even
into
like the
ghost
guy?
towns by allowing over
It's like,
400,000
if you're gonna say that, or if you're gonna come, like, I don't know, he's just a fake.
people to live in this city without permission to be in the U.S. An
Feelings
entire
matter more than
economic
logic to
system
liberals.
has been created, which is illegal and exploits everyone who's part of it. In fact, I spoke to one restaurant worker who said their boss was hiring newly arrived asylum seekers off the books for far below minimum wage so they could save money. On top of that, if you walk down the streets of our working class neighborhoods, you'll see unlicensed street vendors all over the place.
Good buzzline.
Sell products that still have the price tags
There's
on them from the
no-
stores they were stolen
there's
from,
no
which get handed
convincing-
to them in suitcases by a group of men, making you wonder if
There's no
some of the
convincing
people
pep talk.
spreading out
He's a
blankets
liberal.
are by choice or not.
Good
But as you're
buzzline.
about to see, even though immigration raids are putting an end to an illegal
Sorry,
system
I
of
meant
exploitation, predatory
I'm not
businesses and
really.
immigration
I
advocates are
need
very
to pay
upset about
attention.
it
What is
for
this?
some
Ice
reason.
raids create NYC ghost towns. So like, what's up with that? People are just
So here we
hiding,
have your local
or
bodegas, convenience stores, coffee shops, and restaurants. And in some parts of New York, businesses like these now complain that they've got staffing problems and customer problems at the exact same time.
Hassan wouldn't even buy his editor a PC. No way he donates 60% of his income to causes.
Security activity. But if what these businesses say is true, and both
He has a luxury Porsche. I heard he lives in a mansion, and he also has a designer dog.
the customers
A designer dog, is that something a socialist would do? A designer dog, like,
and employees at some of these places
and then also like, yeah, I don't know, just I don't know.
supposed to be here. Who exactly is benefiting
Link
from
it.
a system that is in violation of federal immigration law?
We went to bodegas in Washington Heights.
You're a sock dem, a social democrat.
Employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard, but for
It's a 2 million house in LA, like, so let's do the math.
ICE raids are already making a
Let's do the math.
in our neighborhoods.
I know there's a lot of good people too, you know. And
Oh, my phone is dead. Okay.
You know, but it's gotta be done. We gotta clean up. You know, I got
How much does Hassan make a year, roughly?
Businesses who break the law and hire people who aren't supposed to be in the country.
He makes
And
the
they're
same
saying
as a
their neighborhoods
doctor.
now feel
How much does a
lot
doctor make?
safer because of these recent immigration crackdowns. But even though residents seem to be happy now, local businesses that were hiring these folks are not. But the crazy thing about that is by hiring people who don't have a right to work and paying them less than fair wages, those workers are being exploited, and so is the local neighborhood, which now has less jobs available for its residents. And how do we know that these businesses hiring people with no legal
How
right to be in the
much
country
does
aren't holding
a
that status over
doctor
them, who are
make
using it to
in
coerce them to
USA?
come into work in the first place, possibly as leverage to get them to work in unsafe,
You're
unsanitary conditions,
you're
or
telling
do
me
things
he's
they
only
wouldn't
making that
otherwise.
much?
But there's another problem, because in New York you've got over 400,000 people.
You expect me to believe that? Okay, so let's say he makes this much. Okay, so how much does USA tax you for this much a year? USA. Income tax calculator. This much? State income tax? Wait, federal income tax. How many income taxes do you guys need to pay? Net pay? Is this how much he pays per taxes a year? Okay, so let's say this is how much he pays. So now we just need to figure out how much of this goes to the genocide that he keeps talking about. Which is how, it's happening, yes. But he keeps using it as a shield for any bad take that he has. It's like, why are you talking about my bad take when this is happening in the world? Okay, so let's assume this is how much he pays in taxes a year. Is that even, how, is that likely? So, how much money is the US, I don't know how I'm gonna, I don't know, how much of US taxpayer dollars are funding IDF, I guess? Is that correct? Is that what I'm asking? Goes to Israel. How much US taxpayer goes to Israel? So my question to Hassan is, why don't you work in a different country? Does he have his Turkish citizenship? Does Hassan have Turkish citizen? Turkish American. So I'm gonna assume he has his Turkish citizen. So why doesn't he work in Turkey? You know, you're gonna use the excuse. You're gonna use the excuse of genocide, but you're contributing. Let's see how much. How much is he contributing? You guys see where I'm going with this, right? Right? You guys see where I'm going with this? Where did that go? Where did that go? Anyway, you guys see where I'm going with this. It's like, don't be like, he's being fake. Like, he's so fake. What is he like? What is his point exactly? Anyway, I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it.
And there's no way around that. If somebody does not have
What is he supposed to do? Not pay taxes. He can literally work in Turkey. You know what I mean? Like, or he can maybe not live such a lavish lifestyle, because like, not that he's allowed to live a lavish lifestyle, but the more lavish of a lifestyle he lives, the more of his tax money is going to the very thing he keeps complaining about. So to me, he's a hypocrite. It's like, I don't know. Like, he just can't say he was wrong on anything whatsoever. Are you actually making a good point here? Oh, you're actually making a good point. Oh, thank you.
Do I need to break it down?
Hunniebee, have you listened to any of this video? I mean, yeah, I haven't really. Yeah, can you break it down? I think I know more or less like what it's about, but
illegal way.
We're off the rails. We're off the rails.
Cases, that involves more than just working off the books. It involves shoplifting.
I'm
which
off
is a
the
big problem
rails.
in New York because retail theft has been decriminalized.
What about Tate?
And there are markets all
Who
over
was that
town where
kickboxer
people
that
are just
decided he'd
reselling
live in
stuff
a
on the
low
sides
tax,
of the
sketchy
street. On top
country?
of that,
And
you've got
I thought
restaurants
he
full of health code
moved to
violations,
Romania because he was like hiding from the US or something. Is that not why?
Use. And apparently you've got people making food
Has
and selling it all
Cenk
over town,
Uyghur
totally under the radar
nephew
of the health
or something like
department.
that?
And the
Rich
restaurant in
people can
question
get
here
citizenship
did not
anywhere?
have a satisfactory inspection grade like this
Because his
place
family
does.
lives
In
here,
fact,
but
soon
also
after this
because
article
it's
came
just
out,
as
it
bad in
ended up
Turkey.
getting
Hate
shut
to
down,
say it,
which
but
means
this
people eating
isn't
that
that
food
much
could
of a
have gotten
dunk.
sick. And if people are buying
All right.
food prepared in an unsafe,
I
unlicensed
mean,
restaurant that just hurts legit.
but is Turkey giving money to Israel? Is Turkey giving money to Israel?
We are off the rails. We blew up the train and sold the rails for scrap. Lol.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Cheetown. I appreciate it. Also, Raptor, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Raptor, thank you for the 100 biddies. Basically, ice raids have
decreased retail theft, assaults, and exploiting illegals. Residents love the crime drop, but businesses are complaining about not being able to hire people under the table and exploit them. So now businesses are going to hire legal citizens and pay them fair wages.
Isn't that awful? Isn't that terrible? Not to this Canadian who sees the same thing happening here in Canada. Not be the biggest streamer on Twitch. What is he supposed to do? So are actually making a good point. Chunky yogurt. We are off the rails. Amazing how you enforce the law, crime stops. Yeah, so like, it doesn't sound like Turkey will accept to send. Look, Turkey is sending aid to Gaza Strip. Okay, well, through Israel. And then from Israel to Gaza. Okay. Well, I don't know. All I'm saying is, I was just trying to point that out. Like, why does he always have to bring up that? Like, not that he had, like, I don't like that he uses it as a shield to, like,
Legitimate businesses like,
you know, not have to take accountability for anything he says. That's it.
streets of these neighborhoods
That's all I'm trying to say.
We are victims of those criminals. Fernando Mateo says President Trump is making bodegas safer by doing what the criminal justice system has failed to do. Now, if you
It also goes over how businesses would operate in an unhealthy and unsafe manner. Illegals would steal from stores and then resell those items on the street as street vendors. They would in turn spend their illegal money at illegal stores. It's basically solving a lot of safety issues, and sketchy businesses are
You see, like, that's kind of what I'm taking away from it, because that's what Canada need. Like, honestly, that Canada needs the same thing. Like, it's amazing how effective propaganda is. I know, pep talks. I know.
So this guy right here, he's the president of the United Bodega Workers of America, and every time something happens in New York that's controversial involving a bodega, he's there to stick up for these people every time they get robbed, every time they get raided, every time criminals enter their stores and assault workers. And he says the stores he represents are victims of crime committed by people who aren't supposed to be here. And that's the problem that sanctuary cities have. They're okay with criminal activity as long as it's federal, but they don't seem to understand that by allowing one type of crime, they expose themselves to other types as well. And residents of the Bronx and Washington Heights can attest to this. They're out there saying that their streets were dangerous, all because illegal activity allowed and empowered a criminal element to dig in its heels and take over. And empowering criminals hurts the law-abiding in ways that are less obvious but are very real for the people affected by them. And if jobs are being given away to people so businesses can break the law and save money, that's something we need to talk about, because it means that these businesses are taking job opportunities away from people who have to obtain them in a by-the-books manner.
Some bodega owners are looking to hire employees, in this case documented employees, because they need to keep moving the economy. In the Bronx, I'm Elias Marte.
Huh, so look at that. These businesses, now that their employees won't come to work, they've decided that they're going to obey the law and hire people who are on the books, which is going to be good news for people who need their first job. And
these ICE raids haven't even gone close to the number of the Obama admin. I mean, they just started, no? Almost like they are using this to keep us distracted while they take our SSI. SSI, what's SSI? And Medicare under the idea or balancing the budget. Thank you, Woodfast, thank you. Odd how this budget doesn't include Pentagon cuts or cuts to SpaceX. If we are in such crisis, why go to Mars? I am personally not interested in going to Mars, Pep Talk. I'm on you with that. I'm not interested in going to Mars. I'm not interested in electric vehicles. I don't think electric cars are the future. I don't know if that's your take. Like, all this future stuff, like, I don't know. There are bigger fish to fry. And I think we both can agree. I think we both can at least agree on that. There's bigger fish to fry here.
And activists never protested businesses who exploited their workers at the expense of the law-abiding, who they wouldn't hire. However, the open borders crowd is
Social
very
Security?
upset about this, and they've got no intention
They're
of staying
taking away
quiet about it, even
your
though it
retirement?
benefits the very people trying to make it in America, immigrants.
Are they replacing it with something?
Who they claim
Because
they're
that
advocating
seems
for.
insane. You know where this is?
So as a sanctuary city, New York is in a
Obama
very
would deport, but then... So here's the thing. So if Obama deported so many, how come nobody, like, cried then? So it's okay when Obama does it, but it's not okay when Trump does it?
strange place. Yes, these ICE raids are getting dangerous individuals, criminals, gang members off our streets. But you've got
Or maybe people did protest and I just wasn't paying attention back then because, like, I wasn't.
Group of people here who are very proud
Oh,
of
it's-
New York's sanctuary city
it
status.
says New York
probably because
here.
they don't understand how much harm it's doing. But nonetheless, these are people who are very
But the
upset
cities can look
that
alike.
this activity here is taking place, and they want it to
New York
stop.
kind of looks like Toronto.
Deportations undermine city families, they undermine city communities, and they undermine public safety. And so what our laws say is that the city is going to divorce itself from what it sees as misguided federal immigration enforcement efforts.
You get it now,
So
you
this
live in New York. Makes
professor
sense
on
now?
the news is
Rip.
describing this viewpoint of sanctuary city protections. Maybe he
What
holds it himself,
happened to
maybe
your
he
work
doesn't. The fact
for
of the matter
CNC or the DNC? Rip Haven, don't be mean because you're delusional. Don't say that.
all of what we're talking about
Pet Talk
today.
has a
And none of
stream,
it's
guys,
getting
by
at.
the way. If you're interested in what Pep Talk has to say and his version of things, aw, Cheetown, thank you. Haha. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Pep Talks. I really appreciate it. And as I was saying, no problem. Thank you so much, Cheetalk. Cheetown, sorry, not Cheetalk. I mashed both of your names together, Cheetown and Pep Talk. I don't know, like, is that a form of dyslexia or is that just like normal? Is that a normal thing? By the way, this is Pep Talks.
Ooh, this actually might be a good one.
You're lefty that welcomes all. I love that. And I like, yeah, and I don't consider myself to be like left or right. But I welcome all as well. And I'm glad that we can just like shoot the shit.
Sorry, guys.
Ratata. So yeah, guys, go check out Pep Talks. Oh, let me put the actual link. I need to like do an overhaul. I need to do an overhaul and get rid of Nightbot because Nightbot stopped working. Stopped doing its job properly. Copy link address. Paste. Notice how liberals cannot say one good thing Democrats did? Alright, give us one good thing. Obama did deportations. Obama did deportations. That's a good thing, right? But for some reason it's bad this time around because it's Trump. That's not our mayor anymore. Brian Johnson is. Maybe try to understand the other side. You can unions. Unions protect lazy and bad workers. Ooh, ACA, Obamacare. What's ACA? Brandon Johnson. Brian Johnson isn't. Wait, Brian Johnson, Brian Thomas, Brian. Too many names. You don't like the deportations because, you see, why don't you like them? So far, like they're deporting people who have committed crimes in this country. Sorry, in your country. Like, they're looking for people who already like committed crimes. So I don't see why is that a problem. Isn't it better to make your streets safer? I'm not trying, like, again, it's this idea, this notion that if you say it's about making the streets safer, then it makes you racist. And I think that's the brainwashing, that it makes you afraid to say stuff like that because then you're considered racist. And that's the worst, most possible worst thing that you can be. And so we have been conditioned to be afraid to just say, because like, I'm not, because that's not what I'm saying. You know what I mean? That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is prisoners were let into your country, sorry. All kinds of people, including, sorry to say it, bad types of people and criminals entered the country. That's just a fact. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with sending those people back. The ones who already committed awful, heinous crimes here. Like, there's some really awful things that happened and they just get released. They get arrested and then they get released. And like, the families get no closure or resolution. And those are the people I feel bad for. I feel bad for the families of the victims of any, like So, you know, if it means that some families have to go back together, which is how they should go, like if they go, they should obviously go back together, which is why liberal teachers should not block any ICE agents from picking up any students, because if they block ICE agents from doing that, that is, at that point is where you are separating that child from their parent. So I blame that liberal teacher for separating, okay? If that's what they're like, I don't know. To me, and now I say this because we have an immigration problem too. And because of that, and again, we are not hating on the immigrants. We are hating on the policies that the government put in place, because now there's 10 times more homeless and all that kind of stuff, right? So like it's like I'm like there's like, I'm sorry, but it's also there are people who are abusing the asylum seeking system or whatever. People who are not refugees, and they're abusing those programs. That's not okay. That's just not okay. People don't like it, and that's why Trump won. That's another reason why Trump won. One other reason, add it to the list of reasons why Trump won. Anyway, that's my rant number 2. You know, we're
activity plaguing the Bronx or Washington Heights is present in places.
Your whole block is illegal Polish. I mean,
is like Cobble Hill or the West Village, and these raids and
well, they're illegal. Like, I don't. What do you want me to say?
Happy about. And while activists are out there talking about how terrible these
so you
raids
think it's
are,
okay that they're taking like jobs from citizens, like teenagers can't find any jobs because they've been all given to foreign workers? You're okay with that? Like, at what point are you gonna feel sorry for the citizen? You already, like, technically you already do feel sorry for the citizen, because like it's always woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, and woe is the illegals, woe is the illegals, woe is the illegals. But then like you never want to fix one way or the another. Like, you don't want to, like, I don't know. Like, what do you guys want exactly? You can't have it all. You know? You can't have it all. If you want the government to be able to afford to give you, like, a steady income and free handouts, you can't let the whole world into your country. What if every single person in the world decided, I want to live in America because you can? That would completely destroy the country. So it's a pipe dream to think that we should just let people stay in the country. Like, which way do you want it? You either want your socialism and your free healthcare, or you want to let people leech off the system and abuse the refugee things and all that and whatnot. Which way do you want it? Because you guys, all you do is complain about how bad you have it and how much socialism would be amazing. But then you want to fight for every single person who's not a citizen. So it's like, how are you gonna make it make sense? Make it make sense to me.
Listening to them, and some of the people taken down in these raids
Oh
are
my
extremely
God!
dangerous. They've been caught trying to
All your money is going to you know, help these immigrants or non-immigrants or whatever. Like, which way do you want it?
military grade.
Which way do you want it? Pick a way, because you can't have it all. You just can't have it all. I'm sorry, but that's not the way the world works.
And this gang activity is certainly not a mystery to New York's leaders. They know that a lot of gang-related activity is taking place in shelters like the Randall's Island facility that is in the process of being shut down.
He wants to tax billionaires, but then he also wants to help billionaires get richer by allowing them to hire illegal cheap labor.
Them over, co-opting them, but because this is a sanctuary
tax
city,
75% on every dollar after 1
the city has
billion.
plans right now to open
So you guys want to let every person in the world into the country, and then you want to tax all the rich people to fund socialism. Good luck with that. Good luck. Come on.
in the Bronx,
Is
while
that realistic?
All of this immigration-related activity is taking place.
Is that
in
even
that very
realistic?
same neighborhood.
Tough questions from Mayor Eric Adams' staff here at this contentious
Same system we have, the same system. Just reformed and made quicker. You want a path to way citizenship. What if every single person in the world decided to go to America tomorrow? Every single person in the world, because you can. It makes no sense. You can't just have an open border like that, because then literally, like, what if literally every single person moved to America tomorrow? Serious question. I want to know what would happen. Do I have a ChatGPT here? Hold on. I'd rather ask ChatGPT. Like, I want to know, like, logistically what would happen. Chat GPT. Okay. Okay. Can you see it? No? Oh. Oh, there. Okay, okay. Okay. Can you see it? Hold on. Okay. So, what? Why? Sorry, guys. My keyboard doesn't have any letters on it, and I'm not a good typer. What would happen to the US if every single person on Earth moved there? Were to suddenly move to the United States, which by the left's logic, that's what would be allowed. By your guys' logic, this would be allowed, okay? If everyone just decided, I'm going to America, okay. So, around 8 billion people. Overpopulation and strain on infrastructure. Massive population density. The current population of the US is about 330 million. So adding 8 billion people would create an immense population density. The country's infrastructure, roads, teleportation, I wish, transportation, electricity, water, waste management, etc., would be woefully inadequate to handle such a drastic increase in population. Housing crisis, which, by the way, Canada's going through this. Canada's basically already going through this, but anyway, housing crisis. There would be an immediate shortage of housing, even if every building, street, and field were converted to residential use. It would still be impossible to provide enough space for everyone. Skyscrapers and high-density living would be a necessity, but the sheer volume of people would make it difficult to avoid overcrowded conditions. Food and water shortages. Food production. The U.S. already produces a significant portion of the world's food, but it would still struggle to provide enough food for 8 billion people. Agricultural systems would be overwhelmed, and massive transportation of food would be needed. Without massive increases in food production, there would be widespread shortages and famine. Water supply, which California already doesn't have any water, so I don't understand why strain the infrastructure with like the idea of an open border, but okay. Freshwater resources would be quickly depleted. The US has regions facing water scarcity, and these would be exacerbated, possibly leading to conflict over water access. Managing clean water for so many people would become an almost insurmountable challenge. 3. Environmental impact. Resource depletion. The natural resources needed to sustain such a population, including fossil fuels, minerals, and forests, would be consumed at an unsustainable rate. The country's environment would be significantly harmed by pollution, deforestation, and the overuse of resources. Climate change. A sudden, large-scale population boom would lead to a dramatic increase in carbon emissions. The environmental damage could accelerate climate change, leading to an even more extreme weather events, higher temperatures, and sea level rise. What they're failing to mention here is also leading to higher taxes, because we are the carbon that, you know, they seemingly want to eliminate. So they have to tax the crap out of us because of all our carbon.
So massive deportations would equal less strain on infrastructure, more resources for Americans, less crime, and more jobs.
Thank you, Raptor. Thank you for the biddies, and thank you for the tidbit. First and famous, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I love how we are asking a computer about a ridiculous theoretical. It's ridiculous theoretical because it sounds ridiculous to people like who are not on the left, that, you know, you should just let people come into the country and that's that. That's what sounds ridiculous. So by your logic, by your guys' logic, so what, you're just gonna decide who gets to come in and then who doesn't? Is that fair? That's not fair. By your logic, every single person should be allowed to move to the US and become a citizen or whatever. But at some point, you're going to have to say no. At some point, you're just going to have to say no. And once you do that, you're no longer creating a fair opportunity for everyone on the planet.
Given the citizenship of their parents,
and because
not where they are born.
Thank you. And because one country cannot guarantee everyone on the planet the equal opportunity, they shouldn't be trying to do that in the first place. So the fact that they tried to do that in the first place is what got us here. You know what I mean? So, by your logic, everyone on the planet should be allowed to come to the United States and be a citizen. Is that what you're telling me? So all I want to know is, if every single person on the planet moved to the States, what would happen? Because you don't know if that just happens one day because you can. You don't know. Anyway, this is actually something that I've been genuinely like wanting to kind of like, I genuinely am curious what would happen. To me, it sounds like a Vsauce video. But because I'm saying it, I'm crazy, I'm right wing. No, this is a Vsauce video. What would happen if every single person on the planet moved to the States?
It's appalling we treat illegal migrants better and house them.
I'm using ChatGPT because Google sucks. Come on. What would Google be able to show me? The same article 10,000 times? Like, we've had this discussion, Pep Talks. You know my relationship with Google. You know how much I don't like Google. All right, so Pep Talk. So I'll ask you. What would happen if every single person on the planet moved to the United States because they can, and by your logic, they're allowed to? So what would happen? Like obviously that's ridiculous. So you can't just like some people get the opportunity and the others don't. Like, it's one way or another, in my opinion. Like, don't offer it out to begin with. Focus on fixing your country. Focus on fixing your homeless population. Focus on fixing your mental health crisis population. You know, all that shit. Because you can sit here all day and say that, you know, they deserve, like, migrants and illegals deserve to be here. You can say that all day you want. But, like, it's like, you know, when they say in order to find love, you need to first love yourself. I don't think America loves itself yet, right? Like, you guys need to fix yourself before you try and fix everyone else. Am I right or am I right? It wouldn't happen. It doesn't matter if it wouldn't happen. Your logic is that that's okay. So my question, which I'm allowed to ask, is what would happen? And since you don't want to answer, I'm asking ChatGPT. You are mischaracterizing what I believe to fit. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. Pep talk, I don't mean to mischaracterize. I'm sorry. So what are you trying to tell me? If you want to come here, then you get here, you fill out an agreement and get a job. I mean, what? So no need for a visa? No need for a visa? You just go and get a job, and like I can just take the job of a citizen, like just like that? I don't think that's okay. The visa is for the job. Okay, so you have to get a visa, so you have to apply. So a lot of people are not getting visas and just working under the table. That's the problem. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are not getting visas. So a lot of people are not getting jobs. A lot of citizens are not getting jobs. And that is part of why Trump won. And you can disagree with me, but I think the fact that Trump won is proof that what I'm saying is, at the very least, what the people are feeling. And doesn't have to necessarily be what I'm feeling, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just off my rocker.
Let's think realistically.
Your dad was one of them.
We can't even keep track of people collecting
He benefited and knew it.
Imagine putting the strain on immigrant agents to check in on people after a year. Tears of joy.
Let's think realistically and logically. We can't even keep track of people collecting unemployment. Imagine putting the strain. That's the thing. Like you can't even count on the government to like get you your passport back in time. You know what I mean? How are they going to take care of an influx of so many people or keep track of anything? It wasn't the right time, you know? Like, there was still, if you're going to bring like so many people to your country, like, why not first build the infrastructure to support so many people? Because, for example, in Canada, you know, we got an influx of people in the last, I don't know how many years, at least two to 4 years. And what happened? Well, housing was already impossibly expensive here. So the housing got even worse, and now there's more homelessness. And it's not about like the people. It's like, well, if you're gonna bring in the people, why are you doing it so poorly? Why didn't you like build the infrastructure to support all these people, or rather to support the Canadians who are not going to be able to afford homes anymore because people are coming with foreign money, they can afford housing, no problem. So all the rent is going to go up, and people who are making minimum wage are losing their jobs now to foreigners. And so they're losing their jobs, and now they also can't afford, you know, their rent, because rent went up so much. Rent went up like a mother beep, and so did interest rates, like a mother beep. Okay, so all I'm saying is that that's how a lot of people feel, and I think that's why Trump won. And I keep going back to that. I don't know why. We keep track of unemployment by the payouts. If they don't apply for a payout, then they can't be counted. COVID also ruined a lot of things. COVID did not see, that's another issue. Another issue for conspiracy talk. But guys, I need to BRB because I need to fill up my water. So I will leave you with some not Donkey Kong Country, not apparently. Okay, guys, BRB and pep talks. I'm sorry if I'm turning this into something I'm not. I see people do this all the time. Like I'll be on an X space, for example, and the host will somebody will say something, and this is all over voice, but somebody might say something, either they're just voicing an opinion, or maybe they're even agreeing with the host, and then the host comes back at them they're offended, or they're offended, or they're coming back at them, and or I don't know. And then I always think bro, chill. Why are you I don't say anything, but I think it bro, chill. Why is he so defensive, you know? And now I feel like I might have just had a moment like that. So if I did, I apologize. But I hope it was at the very least entertaining. But I do apologize, Pep Talk. I don't know. I can get a little rowdy, but you can blame Justin Trudeau for that. I'm just gonna blame him for everything. And the globalists. Guilty, LOL. Context can be lost in text very easily. Yes. You need a Yeti water bottle. I do. I have a Yeti coffee one. You understand people scam unemployment and SSI all the time. Who's a good boy? Who's a karate kid? Who's a karate kid? Who's a good boy? Who's a karate kid? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? I know. Can you? Okay. One sec. Alright, sorry about that. Aw, thank you, Pep Talks. That's my Milo. He's he's in his rowdy teenager era, I think. He is addicted to play. At least what works for him. For Canada, you can literally buy one if you donate 200k to the Liberal Party. You can buy something. Canadian citizenship is way harder than USA. That sounds criminal. The Liberal Party are criminals, that's the problem. You got, yeah, they're actual criminals. There's so many scandals. There's all this kind of crap going on, and nobody wants to talk. There's traitors, something about traitors, but nobody wants to give up any names of any traitors. All these things. You're very proud and thankful for this place. For Canada, MacGyver, again, Canada is something. 200,000 is a lot. If you saved 385 every week, it would take 10 years to reach 200k. I'm not gonna say. I was gonna say. Why is Kanye West? Why is Kanye West? How's it going? Good to see you. Basically, imagine Nancy Pelosi was the prime minister, and there by default there was a Democratic majority in the House, and they broke the law. The House would get together and vote if the law was broken by her, and there was no court or Senate or president. You missed my analysis of stuff? Was I analyzing anything, or was I was I analyzing? Here and there. Not much though, because I was kind of just wanting to chill, but well, that's because I was trying to finish my makeup, but it's pretty much done now. Although I did kind of want to do, let's see, it's 2:35. I'll just leave it like that. You're in Missouri. Just could wish I understand how the left thinks. You find yourself saying a lot. There's no way they really believe what they say. Oh, it's funny because they feel the same way about us. And when I say us, like, I'm not on the right, but the left makes me feel like I'm on the right. Not to bash them or anything, but like, I don't know. It's like I don't know, crazy backlash, like that it's like it's like unnatural, I guess. I don't know. What can you do? The breadbasket of the USA. So like, I don't think like I'm monolithing anyone. I try to, like, something that I like to say is that you want to question everything. You know what I mean? You want to question everything. I always said, even last stream, I was like, hey guys, don't pick on pep talks. Don't be, let's all have a nice open, how do you say? Respectable, let's have a nice respectful conversation. That was funny to hear. They're doing that to me. So wait. Not complaining, discourse. So wait, which part is funny, that, and what are they doing to you? Not picking on him, just he's putting things out there and we just respond. I hope everyone is being nice in the chat. You know, like, usually I try to read every message, but lately I feel like I just have to kind of let the chat go and try to just read as much as I can. So I do apologize if, like, I'm not really getting the whole picture here. But it's either that or, like, I turn on slow mode, which I don't really like to make people wait to have to type something. It's probably, like, really annoying. So unless you guys, like, want to enable slow mode, or it's up to you guys, like, it's up to you guys. But there's, let's just listen to some music and see. I'll see what you guys say. I also, like, I wanna, my phone is dead. My phone is dead. That's not helpful. Not picking on him. I'm sorry. He's just putting things out there. They are lumping me in with certain ideas of leftists. All right. So from this point forward, we're all going to realize that Pep Talk, he might be left-leaning, but he's not a radical leftist. Is that fair to say? Again, not complaining, and they are right. I'm putting my views out. if Pep Talks was a radical left, like, well, like, you know, the lefties, if Pep Talks was like, you know, the left that we talk about on this channel, the radical left, he wouldn't be here anymore. Or, you know what I mean? Or that's all I'm saying. Because, like, right? Like, so I really respect Pep Talks, and I appreciate Pep Talks, and thank you again for being here. You're just a chill guy who streams politics. Yeah, made Jesus walks, you're never going to hell. What are you saying? Oh, damn. Woodfast! How are you, Woodfast? It's good to see you. Okay, I was like, is he talking about Kanye? I'm not sure. Pep Talk is cool. I agree to disagree, but when someone says something not really accurate and true, I say something. Yeah, I hear you. Some people just have to speak whatever, like, they believe is true, like, and if they see something that, you know, to them it's an obvious lie, or maybe it's not, whatever. Some people, they just have to, like, let it out and say, like, actually, sometimes I'm that person, like, you know, at the dinner table or, like, at Thanksgiving dinner, I'm that person who's like, people will be talking, and then I'm like, well, actually, because, like, sometimes you just, you know the facts, and sometimes people, they're just talking just for talking, but, like, you can't help but be like, actually, like, actually, you know what I mean? You guys know what I mean? And it can be, like, it can be seen as, like, not a nice trait. It can be seen as annoying, or it can be seen as arrogant. But it could also just be seen as, like, you know, a personality trait. Like some people just can't help it. You know what I mean? Some people just can't help it. Znapper, how's it going? You gotta set the record straight sometimes. There you go. Exactly. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Look at the mittens. Mittens. Ah! Sorry guys, I'm just gonna BRB again. I need to see, like, what he needs. Sorry, 1 second. It's gonna, that'll, what do you say? That'll tie him over. That'll tide him over for the next, like, minute and a half, if I'm lucky. He's like, he just needs a lot of attention, or I don't know, like, he needs, like, stimulation at all times. Like, he needs to play, or he needs to be outside, or he needs, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, we'll see. Let's see how long he stays there. You learn to tone it down. It can be seen as, like, you don't have a good poker face. Streaming politics helps now. They try to engage you now, which is kind of funny. My little kitty! OMG, his fur is so detailed. Yeah, he has like stripes, he has dots, and then he has mittens. Thank you, Kanye. He attack. You have a dinner table response to that stuff. I get why you're saying it's popular, and I don't know if you're repeating things you said because you don't care that it's wrong or just don't know that it is, but... And then point them to your primary research. You call them murder muffins. Oh, I like that. He killed a bird. He killed a bird the other day. So, like, it's so weird because I can't remember if it was, like, nighttime or if it was in the morning, but at some point he came to me I was in my bed, and it might have been it might have been like at nighttime before I went to sleep. All right, how long was that? I didn't check the time, but it was like a minute, 2 minutes maybe tops. Anyways, and like, so he came to me, and I'm like, I don't know, somehow I knew that he had killed something. Like, it's not that I knew it, but like, I had this sort of intuition, or maybe it wasn't even intuition, maybe I could smell it on him that he had killed something. Oh, he's back. He went back. Okay. So like, but I couldn't, I was like, here's the thing, when I go to sleep, like, unfortunately, I have to take medication. So like, sometimes I don't remember, like, the night before, like, just like, you know, the whatever, like, being like in bed or whatever, trying to sleep. Or like, it's just fuzzy. So like, I don't know, anyway, I don't know why that matters, but like, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming, like, did he kill something? It is that, yeah, Whoop Fast, which is like, it is what it is. Like, I've always had issues with my sleep, so it is what it is. But, so like, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or if like, I just like had this sort of impression that he had killed something, or caught something rather. So the next day I go to work, and I'm leaving the back door with my mom, and there's like a little dead bird, like on the step. And like, it's not a big deal because I've had a cat before for like 20 years, and he always caught mice, he caught birds, whatever. But like, I think this was like maybe one of the first that Milo caught. Anyway, that's my cool story, bro, about murder mittens. You can thank Pep Talks for my cool story. CBD, not for you, is what I use. Oh. Cats are angels compared to monkeys. One sec. Piano time. Is this piano or is this some kind of harp? Milo, oh my gosh. Freaking Milo. He was being sassy and hissing at me, but he can't stand to be away from me. Like, he has to come in here. Actually, I should close this. that he's not enticed to come. Because I have to keep my door closed. Anyway. If I was warm, he would just sit in my lap and be nice and quiet, but instead he needs to, like, run around all crazy. All crazy like. You know what I mean? BitLife. You don't know if you mean computer games and you're kind of a one-trick pony and play one game. Which game do you play? You saw me play Minecraft? Yeah, what game? Yo, what game should I play next, like, on stream to beat? So recently I beat, Penumbra. Let me see if this works. Does this work? Maybe. Kinda. And then sometimes I play Minecraft. Guess who farted? How's it going? Honey, you finally got the OBS issues you had resolved and it works good now. Ooh. Is that so? Have you been able to stream or anything? "21 hours ago. I didn't know." Check out Rip Haven, who also streams. Watching someone play Civ City 7 equals sleep. Civilization? Wait, Civ... Did I say Civ City or Civ 7? Sorry, I'm just like trying to use this. I'm like out of lip balm, so I'm just like trying to use this to get some lip balm. There we go. Now I feel a bit more hydrated. All right. Ooh. Let's change the pace a little bit. You know what they did? They took away the play all under like uploads. So which one do you recommend? Which one do you recommend? Let's start from the beginning. Yes. Way you taste. Oh, sorry. Way you taste. Way you taste. Way. No. Way. Oh my goodness.
Calling out and settled on a weekend. I told you you could come on over if you need it. I'll break you, we mix it up and then repeat it. I'll tell you that
You stream a game, not politics. What game do you stream? I know. Wait, I saw like you were playing. Hold on.
Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what
Dangerous. What is that? Elite Dangerous.
From you, away from you.
Oh.
It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste.
You heard people spend thousands on that game? Did you see Chrystia Freeland is claiming the CCP is trying to influence the next election in Canada? Really? According to Canada's security intelligence, that's what... Like, now that it's like in her favor, she's admitting it. Like, CCP always had their fingers in what we do in our government. Like, at least when it comes to Justin Trudeau, which he's been the prime minister for the last 10 years.
When you need me, I put out the fires. Never felt the feeling quite the strongest. Something I admire. Taking hits of you, inhaling everything to get me higher. Fucking up the whole night, seeing all the city lights. Driving drunk, ain't gonna lie. We ain't never gonna die. Told you you can count on me.
He didn't step. He said he was gonna step down, but like I don't think he's technically stepped down yet. There's a difference between stepping down and saying you're gonna step down. Anyway, do I know the singer? I don't know the singer, but I think I don't know, is this yes, Pep Talk knows. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just like just stretching. It's not legal for him to step down. Like, I think it's gonna be more of like an exchange of how do you say exchange of leadership. You support your talented chatters. Oh, that's so nice of you, Pep Talks. How big is Kirk's SoundCloud though? Hunniebee is a good dancer. How do you know, West? How do you know? You think 3 albums? Nice. Let's put it in the chat. Why are you laughing? I don't think I've ever danced on stream. I've done maybe the Trump dance, maybe. I think at least once I've done it. I don't know. Check out Bando. Is it a song or another artist? What does Crystal Album mean? It's a song? Bando, where are you? Bando. Cute picture.
Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando.
Two choices in life: be a
Tell me
hero
why
or
I gotta end, oh, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20.
You wonder if Pierre Poilievre gets elected, would he ban WeChat in Canada along TikTok? I don't think so. You're just vibing with the song now? Nice. Vibes. I like this one. I like the Nintendo reference. Bye, wise Kanye West. You're gonna go fly a spaceship. Have a pleasant evening, all. Thank you so much, wise Kanye West. And have fun. Have fun with the spaceship.
We got them tickets, we taking a night ride, stolen Bugatti and Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contract the pills in the keister, making a whole lot of dose in urethras. Business is always, she walking sideways. She want it different, but it's gonna be my way. It's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo.
He said he planned to resign, but the Prime Minister in Canada is the leader of the party holding the majority in Parliament, so the Governor General, the Queen's representative, basically approves the process of the Liberal Party selecting a new leader, which needs to be voted on. Think of it like the American primary process. And I feel like that's happening in March, no? So let me see what is oops. Let me see. I want to see this.
But there are real life glitches in Congress of many ways. And I mean, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I wish, I don't wish anybody ill. I don't wish, I wish everybody to be healthy.
Current events was better.
It would be miserable of anybody.
Skajort, what do you mean?
No matter if you disagree with them, no matter if they are evil, karma is gonna arrive. Then do not mess with that. It's not worth it. But in this case, this case not different. This is like when Mitch McConnell. I made that analysis, and that analysis hit like 500,000 views when Mitch McConnell had that glitch, and he just phased out.
No, Canada isn't ran by the King of England.
Seconds, and hey, it was twice.
Canada
twice,
is its own
and he already has a
nation
of stairs.
But probably not for long. I don't know.
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, no worries, Pep Talk. Sub to his channel and add his music to your playlist. You're right. Where? Let me go back.
With crutches because she.
I'm always looking for copyright-free stuff that I can listen to on the stream. And then I just usually default to like video game music.
Anybody. But another thing is when somebody's speaking, like a congressman is speaking, and they have a huge glitch, like they face out, like they are not there. This time it happens to Democrat Representative John Larson. Stops mid-speech on the House floor.
He has to like
limits. I understand that Larson is
like
76
come and go and come and go and come and go, and he's always in and out the cat door, in and out the cat door. Like he just can't sit still.
Let's watch the video first.
Don't
hold
worry, no one on the Republican side in the House and Senate who control both the House and Senate is going to speak up.
Yeah, he just
So
broke.
like, okay, so see how this guy is talking about this guy like pausing? I guess he's like gonna say he's having a glitch or something. But what's interesting is that, okay, let's just like finish watching this and then I'll add my thoughts.
Hand. He all of a sudden, it's not like he froze. He brought his hand down and his chin lowered a bit, and you see that his facial expression changed. I'm going to play that again so you can try to zoom in a bit so you
Can you guys hear the guy?
see it better without keeping track, losing track of the captions.
House and Senate is going to speak up.
And you might be thinking that, well, maybe something happened in the room, maybe somebody was doing something inappropriate or something. What is happening?
And challenge us.
And he keeps
Trudeau requested a halt
speaking,
to government for 3
but-
months.
and challenge us.
In
He says those
January?
words
Oh,
with
Lord.
like a rictus on his face. You can see that his face
He
is
gave you enough to start a Twitch radio station? Oh, that's so cool.
contracted,
I like that.
And one half of his face doesn't move. Look at this.
And challenge us.
Well, it's just like both sides, but the left side doesn't move as much.
And challenge us.
You see that the right side of his face, which is on our left, it raises a bit more than the left. The left barely moves.
On
He's
paper,
there,
Canada is a
his,
member of the Commonwealth.
His hand hasn't moved from there. His
we're an
body language hasn't
independent
changed a bit.
A nation.
And challenge us.
It is important to notice how his voice tone changed completely. That he was speaking in this tone,
Control both the House and Senate is going to
and all of a sudden he speaks like this.
and challenge us.
It's obvious that there was something wrong. And yeah, it looks, as some of you are mentioning, it
The
looks like a
fact he's
stroke.
using a zoom on a
In the sense
set
that
frame rate is
something
what
happened,
explains.
something
You
happened.
know what's interesting? I feel like cameras nowadays, and I don't know about the cameras they use in Congress, or I don't know. I feel like cameras nowadays use AI to optimize the footage. And sometimes what that does is it actually kind of makes you look different, or like it's like where a normal camera there might be noise, grain, or blur, the AI tries to fill in the blurry part. The AI tries to fill it in, and then sometimes like it just doesn't really look like like, is it just me, or has anyone noticed that? Like mine does it, like mine is doing it right now, right? Like I look like this, but when I watch my videos back, like there might be like just, I don't know, like it's like tiny little things. I'm like, I look like cross-eyed, or I look fucking, my nose is different, or there's like I don't know, like maybe it's in my head, but sometimes I do use actual filters that actually do change my face shape. Like for example, let's do like this one. Well, that didn't really change my face shape. Okay. Yeah, look, see how I need a better example. Okay, see how this one is changing the shape of my face? Like, that's really obvious. But, like, what I'm saying is, I come in peace. What I'm saying is, even though it doesn't look like AI, I feel like the cameras are still using AI to, like, try and fill in I think their excuse is like, you know, you're gonna have better footage, you're gonna have more optimized footage because the AI is gonna like fix anything blurry and the yada yada. But it kind of just like makes you look like not you. But anyway, I'm kind of digressing. What I'm saying is like, I feel like it's possible that could be happening here to this guy. But I like a good conspiracy theory, so
must have the glitch. Again, this is not this is not easy to see, because you know that
C-SPAN is using old analog cams, so they compress it.
Brain is suffering.
Yeah, compression could be another.
It's not easy.
Not
to
could
see,
be, but usually
but
is.
It's
Like,
important. Okay,
but anyway,
can you at some point realize that if this happens, you should.
Let's see if he has more examples of this
go
happening.
For, you know, go and get a I don't know, please all the nurses in here.
Oh, is this good ASMR?
Samantha, remind me if this is a CT scan of what would be urgent in this case.
This isn't the case.
Complain.
All right. I wouldn't think so. Like, I feel like cell phones, like, forget it. They're all AI powered cameras at this point.
You see that he's playing with his mouth. In fact, this is something that I really don't understand what was happening in here. Maybe some of you were watching this.
Isn't it obvious what's happening, guys? Isn't it obvious what's happening? Notice how the colors blend. Kind of still do the streaming. Still do with streaming. Oh, you worked in broadcasting. Nice.
And then they
I did a little bit of work in broadcasting.
It
was good times. And then COVID fucking ruined everything. I started a new job. I was broadcasting the Pan Am Games, and they were gonna go to Tokyo, and then COVID. So freaking man, that would have been so awesome. Not like I wasn't going there, but I was gonna be like broadcasting for like mainly CBC. But yeah, it was gonna be cool. You worked local radio for pennies. I worked for pennies too, though, to be honest.
TIA. I'm a registered nurse. Frontal lobe issues TIA.
Cause like the times that like the games were on were kind of sporadic, so like I didn't have like a proper, 9 to 5 or anything in broadcasting, but it was still a lot of fun, and like it would have been awesome to like just have continued that.
What is the meaning of TIA?
The connection between his teleprompter and voice is glitching. And his teleprompter.
What is that acronym for?
Who's this?
TIA.
The typing
TIA,
lady?
somebody help me. I'm gonna keep on playing this.
But we need to protect Americans.
Okay,
maybe he just got like. What if he got like really bad cotton mouth? You know what I mean?
Okay, that this is a TIA, a transient.
What if he just got like really bad cotton mouth? Like sometimes when you're like public speaking, your mouth gets dry.
Thank you, Cindy B. Okay, so some of you are saying that this is a TIA. So if you see somebody suffering this, what should they do?
My baby, he's finally like calmed down, kind of.
It is considered a mini stroke, says Nutmeg.
You're such a good boy.
Like a very small stroke.
You are such a good boy.
It's like a mini stroke. All right. Thank you, CW. And what if one sees somebody this, what should one?
I'm gonna say
rush them to the hospital, right?
Could it be
cognitive testing? Should be
dry mouth.
I think that they should be. Yeah, as well. Go to the ER.
Well, if it was dry mouth, he'd probably just
This
have a
was
sip
like,
of
yeah,
water,
some-
which I'm sure
rush
they
to the
have there,
ER or
right?
something
So
like
like
that, because
maybe
you don't know what's really happening. You don't want you to go to what happened
so
to
like
that,
him not
Canadian
reaching for any
guy who
water,
was in
I guess
Canada,
is you could
that
say
they,
is
they had to wait like 6 hours
suspicious.
after in the ER. They went home and
You
he died.
you
the
know
next
you're
day.
not killing the fun of it. I like the back and forth. His see how he's like swallowed there. Like, see, I'm not total doom and gloom. Like I like to try and see all sides of the story, you know. But it almost sounds like when he swallowed there, like it almost sounds like he just needs a sip of water, honestly.
And their social security.
Is he okay? Oh wait, how many times is he
you
gonna swallow?
see that half of his he has trouble controlling half of his
Maybe he's
of
having
his
a-
face. But he says social security.
Is it possible, like some kind of cerebral palsy type thing? Like,
Yeah,
cause
you
like
see that you see that
or
asymmetry on his face that
I
was
don't
not
know. I
happening.
mean, I don't want to go there,
You
you
see?
know. I hope not.
Their social
But
You
there's
see
got to
that
be an
asymmetry?
explanation,
See
no?
it? That it's like the mouth is kind of diagonal. His right side, this right side is has more contraction than the left. There's no contraction in here.
You don't
So
like
yes, if you
speculating
see
on this? It's
something
kind of
like
what you were
this,
thinking.
You should rush the person to the ER to get their head checked.
That's fair to
get a
say,
CT
that's fair
scan
to
or
say.
something,
Mitch
or-
McConnell
well,
was obvious.
They should know what to do in this
So-
case. You tell them it was TIA.
So
Now I know it. Thank you. I didn't know that term.
TIA, what is TIA?
Transient ischemic attack.
Oh. So why are we talking about this like as if
40% of
as if it's a glitch, you know what I mean? Like here I am thinking, okay, how does this connect to MK Ultra? Because you know me, I like a good conspiracy theory in that sometimes we talk about MK Ultra.
all Americans.
So like I was like, okay, where's the connection? But maybe
Social
that's not even
Security
what we're talking about here.
Is the basis for their
Why focus on this so much? You know what it is? This guy does live streams. So I think like he'll observe a video, whatever. He does like body language, whatever. So like I think this is just like part of a live stream that he did. You're not joking. What is that? You don't know what MK Ultra is? Is that a joke? He was a tabloid guy back in the 90s. Wait, what? Hey, Asax1A, how's it going? That's a fair point, though. Food and drinks are prohibited on the floors of Congress. They have little rooms on each side for drinks and snacks. Oh! Okay. Wow, they don't even allow water? She has to record everything said on the House floor when it's in session. Yes. Understood. They exploited the crap out of us. They exploited the crap out of us. Hold on, who did? You had a much better gig. Oh wait. Yes, okay, yes. Love those $125 checks for a week of work. F American internship laws. Like same. Pep talk same. It's from the earpiece, the Muppet okay, so since we're on the topic, let's I just like conspiracies, so let's just see where is was it on this channel?
I've been noticing something really strange, and I've been noticing it for years now. And I guess I'm sitting down to make this video today to ask you all if any of you all have noticed it as well. Because I've been meaning to make this video for a while. But I guess I wasn't really confident about what I was
Just stop by seeing glitch. So you're gonna see some glitches. You're gonna see some glitch or something interesting at least, hopefully.
Too much into things. But now
Thank you for the follow.
That, yeah, this is definitely some weird stuff.
I don't know why my follows are not going through the alerts, but thank you. I really appreciate it.
Now, over the past few years being here on YouTube,
also, Znapper, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know why it's not showing.
More political rallies, more congressional hearings, and things of that
Dude
nature
has
than at
repped
any
our
other point in my
nice.
life. You know, before YouTube, I didn't
The
tune into
Congress
all
member
of these
Larson,
different
if
pressers and all
he
of
is
these different
having
hearings.
many
But now that
strokes,
I
he
kind of
is
do this
due
for
for a
living,
serious
I have
one?
to pay attention to all of these things. And as I watch these political rallies, as I watch these hearings,
I hope
as
not.
watch
I
these
don't hope
press
anyone gets
conferences,
any strokes, honestly.
every
Like,
now and then,
I know what
and it
happens,
seems to be happening
but...
a lot more lately, but every now and then, I notice something really weird. Like often
Okay,
there
let's
will be
see.
someone
Look.
on the mic, it will be a politician or a prominent figure, and
It's
they'll
a
be
frontal
speaking.
lobe mini
And, you know,
stroke.
all of the attention is usually
Your
on the
dad
person
suffered a
speaking,
head
but sometimes,
trauma
if you look
when
in
the security
background,
door
there's sometimes some
at the
weird
government
characters
office.
back there, right? You've seen the press.
It failed to shut correctly and slammed into his head. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry to hear that, guys. He goes to a brain care center where you see people have these strokes all the time. Former NFL players, NHL players, it's a frontal lobe mini stroke. Shit. Okay, so I feel like that's not what we're gonna see in this video. In this video, what we're gonna see is interesting. Like, it's interesting. You can just call it like, okay, everything is scripted, let's say. That's fine. But anyway, we're gonna get into it.
Press conferences before. You know, like a police chief gets up, he's talking, he's got a bunch of officers and like the mayor and stuff behind him, right? Well, I've been noticing that a lot of these different like events, these different press conferences, political rallies, what have you, that when these prominent figures are speaking, very often there's someone behind them, almost like
You read on
mouthing
snacks,
these
but you
same
guess
exact
both
words
milk
that are
and
coming out
water
of
can
people's
be
mouths.
had on the
And
Senate
it's
floor.
really,
Okay.
it's really odd.
Milk, interesting.
It's really odd. In a way, it almost looks like a lot of these prominent figures are dummies that are being controlled by ventriloquists that kind of sit behind them and do the talking for them. I'm telling you, once you notice it, you will never unnotice it. And you might go years without noticing it, but once you see it, every single little hearing and press conference, you will look at differently. And to be clear, it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen. But every now and then I pick up on it and I notice
Rewind.
it. And it's just some really weird stuff.
It's okay. He's gonna
In
show
fact, I
you.
wanna show you an example of what I'm talking about before I go any further, because a lot of this weird stuff just transpired during these confirmation hearings that we're going through right now. But first, I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about.
Sports
and then
are...
I'll be right
So
back.
MK Ultra, by the way, if you were serious and you don't know what MK Ultra is it's a program that the government, both the US government and the Canadian government, it's a real program. They say that it was like a failed project or something, or that like they didn't, or it was inconclusive or something. But the idea is that like they can basically mind control people, sleeper agents. They can like, you know, make you do whatever you want. And that's, people speculate that like a lot of people in politics are just MK Ultra dummies, puppets. You were kidding. Okay. I thought so. I'm like, everybody knows what MK Ultra is. But like, just in case. Okay, so look at this lady. This one, I feel like this one went viral like a couple years ago. And I remember this one, but he shows even more examples and I'm like, wow, it happens a lot. And it's okay, maybe people are just like reciting the script, but like they even mess up. If this person messes up, like somehow she also messes up. Like, it's really weird.
Administrative matters first. I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the
See, like she even
into the record page 55 from
she even like messed up just like she did. How is that possible?
I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview.
It's, I don't know. I like conspiracies. Did she just say the mistake in real time? Let's look again closer.
I wanted to introduce into the record Page 55 from the committee's interview.
So, like, the idea is this lady mind controlling the other lady?
Took place on July 17, 2023.
Or is she just
in that
reading the script, or I don't know, like, how does this work?
Which took place on July 17, 2023. In that, we're to leave this interview and we're to suggest or imply
And why is she like
that
this?
said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged.
Like, why is she like eyebrows raised to the
We're
skies?
to leave this interview and we're to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had
It's not
affirmatively
sinister.
determined in October
It's just weird.
2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden. Would they be representing what you said, correct? Answer by Ms. Demlo. They would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. They would be misrepresenting what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that.
Like, why? It's so strange. It's just like weird. It's interesting.
Now, that's just a small sample of the type of stuff that I'm talking about and the type of stuff I've seen.
Doctored
It's hard
video.
to go back and try to find
We have to
video
see
clips
from what year
from
there
all of
it's
the
from,
different times
and
I've
like
noticed,
if it's
and I think
been
a lot of these
doctored, and
videos
we're not going
have
that
kind
far
of
down
been
the rabbit
erased
hole.
offline. But I did, manage to find a few examples of what I'm talking about. But the reason I decided to finally go ahead and make this video is because
This is dumb.
at the RFK Jr. hearing, confirmation hearings that just transpired, I noticed that this was happening again. Except this time it seems
Because
like
to him, it's not a conspiracy. To him,
bold.
this is real.
It was happening even more
He's
out there in the
serious about
open. You
this.
see,
That's why he's
more
not trying to make
often
it
than not,
entertaining.
when I notice this happening, it will be someone in the background, right? It's always someone in the background.
It's Tommy Pickles.
They're usually looking very strange. Often they'll have their eyes like deadlocked on the person that's talking, and they're just
Conspiracies,
mouthing the same
I don't know. Are
exact
they meant to be fun, or are they meant
right?
like?
It's,
I think
it's wild
trying
stuff.
to
I'm
figure
telling you,
out the conspiracy is the fun part.
I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here, but it looks like freaking mind control.
You were
Are
a
these
conspiracy guy
reptilian
for a few
mind
years.
control freaking aliens. I'm just joking. Am I? But yeah, for real. So at the confirmation hearings, I've been noticing that they've been getting more bold lately with this stuff. And at the confirmation
Wasn't
hearings,
9/11
there's
truth,
literally
but
a
that's
woman
it.
sitting right next to these
And
different politicians.
what's the
who
truth
are
about
grilling
9/11?
RFK Jr. And as
It's
these
fun till it's
politicians
not.
are grilling RFK
Like,
Jr., you could
It's not
just tell
necessarily like
blatantly
that
obvious
it's
that
fun
the
for me in
woman
the sense that like I want to
sitting right next them
expose the
is
truth,
mouthing
which
their very words as they
can
talk.
be not fun.
I just want you to see for yourself.
'Cause the truth
so you
is-
understand what I'm talking about.
truth is
And then I'll be
scary.
right back once again.
All right, let's see this.
You're just gonna follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position? So anybody, so it doesn't matter that you're before us. It could be anybody coming before us, as long as they're a rubber stamp for this administration and disregarding your beliefs and what you think. I guess my question to you is, if it really is fundamental to what you believe, how do you live with that? How do you address those issues as you're moving forward, knowing that it's going to harm Americans? Yeah.
You want me to answer the question?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay. President Trump has asked me.
Fortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've
Why is
learned
the
in my
volume
tenure in
so
the
low?
Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me.
Oh, she's still mouthing.
We need to get this fixed. Thank you.
So do you guys see what I'm saying?
That
here?
one was not as in sync
And
as
like
the
I was
previous
explaining
one.
earlier, I wish I could go back and find all of these various clips and videos of stuff like this happening. But what I would suggest for you all to do is just pay attention to the people.
You've been
the
in this fight
background
since
moving
'87.
forward. And I guess you're
Assax,
gonna
what
have
are you
to pay attention
fighting?
To the people sitting right next to some of these people,
The,
because that was just right out there in the open.
The globalists?
That was just right out there. I'm sitting right
The
next
girl
to
from
you.
Hawaii in the
Live
confirmation
television,
hearing,
cameras
she
right on our
had
face,
papers
and
with
I'm gonna
bold
mouth
type,
the
one
very
question per
words that are
page,
coming
and she
out of
couldn't
my mouth,
read.
Almost in some cases before you even say it. So, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm trying to literally, I'm trying to approach this as grounded as possible, right?
This one's weird. Look at this
trying
guy
to not be a
like
conspiracy theorist,
staring.
what do you want
What's
me
up
to
with
believe is
that?
going on here? You know what I mean? What do you want people to think?
I don't see the
when they
blinking
see
with
stuff
only
like
one eye
this?
thing, but this
You
is
don't want
weird.
people to go into
See, this
conspiracy
is what makes me think of MK Ultra. Like, this guy is using whatever he learned from MK Ultra to control whatever this guy is saying. But like, but the question is why? Like, why not just be the guy in the spot saying the things? Why the mind control? You know.
territory. So what do you want people to believe? Because
The globalists are the
obviously
billionaires,
there's
not
like
just
one of two
evil
things
German
happening
guy
here.
you saw.
You could say you can go
I
far
agree.
out there and say, oh, there's some type of mind control.
Bill
going
Gates. Bill Gates is up there with him, in my opinion. And then all I can say is I hope that Trump and Elon are not with the globalists. I don't think they are, because if they obviously were, I would not be rooting for them.
Ooh,
Just saying.
right? You could go into conspiracy theory territory, which I would argue isn't as conspiratorial as some people would believe.
It's not about me thinking the left is evil. It's about my prime minister and the government literally doing evil things for the last 10 years. And like, really, they're the ones that are tricking the public, in my opinion.
But we don't even have to take it there. Let's say on a more grounded level. The fact that these people seem to always know the words that are going to come out of these people's mouths before they say it, it would lead you to believe that at the very least...
Can you explain how Elon is part of it? Because I never see Elon having dinners with Klaus Schwab like I do Justin Trudeau and all the other freaking, like, you know, freaking, what's that guy's name? The French guy? Just all these, you know, let's just continue this.
At the very least, this is all kind of staged. This is like a play. Like a middle school play when you go see your
Because
child
you want to make your
do
milk toast
Romeo and
boring
Juliet in
PM an
6th or 7th
enemy
grade.
of the people. Who?
That's what this is. If it's not some other
What do you
type
mean?
of weird stuff...
So I don't understand. Like the Liberal Party of Canada, all they want to do is continue the war with Russia, and it seems like that's all the Democrats wanted, was to continue the war. Like, that's another reason, by the way, why people voted for Trump. They didn't want to continue this war. You know? Only, like, I don't understand, and I thought war was not a lefty thing, but now apparently lefties love war. I don't understand what happened.
It's all acted out. It's all scripted. And there's people there that know the script.
Pep talks.
They know other people's parts. I'm going to read your part for you. I'm going to sit behind you and mouth these words because I already know the words that are going to come out of your mouth because we already planned all of this. We already prepared. We already rehearsed. So if you ask me, there's only, you know, you could look at it one of two ways. And either way you look at it, it's kind of shattering to a lot of people's worldviews. It's not surprising to me, but it will be surprising to some. In fact, those
okay, in 2008, but do you have anything of
all of
recent?
this is normal, right? And to be clear, this is not something that's just happening in America. It's not
Elon
something
Musk
that's just
was a
happening in
Klaus
American
Schwab young
politics.
global leader in
I've noticed
2008.
it-
That's
I've been
that's
noticing
not
it
recent
happening
though.
all
That's
over
not
the
like
world.
recent enough for me. Because like I said, it's been 10 years.
Naquele momento não era dirigido
Oh,
por mim.
look.
E se essa prova existisse, a Polícia Federal teria
Look.
encontrado essa prova. Eu afirmo, senhor. Sabe por quê?
Another
Porque
one.
eu respeito a Polícia Federal do Brasil. Diferente do senhor,
This is
que agora está achando
in
que
Portuguese
existe
in
uma
Brazil.
ligação do PT
Let me
com
see
o
what they're
PCC.
saying.
They'll sit here and they'll pretend.
But no, for real. Like, do you have something earlier than this? 20. Oh, let's see. Normally the first like vaccine. Suddenly banned from Twitter dissent or events such as the Canadian truck protests. this is not soon. This is like too long ago, in my opinion. Like, this doesn't prove that he's currently like with Klaus Schwab. And by the way, I feel like your issue is with Elon Musk, and I can't. How many times do I have to say that I am wary of Elon Musk? And just because I'm pro-Trump doesn't mean I'm like an Elon Musk fan or something. Like, I think that we should be questioning these people, but like, I just feel like I just have to say that, like, I'm not like some kind of Elon Musk fan or anything. So, you know, I mean, it's not my country, so like, I don't know, why am I getting shit on for Elon? Like, I feel like your country voted for these people, so like, why am I getting, like, just because I think Trump is a strong leader and Justin Trudeau is a shit leader, like, I don't know, like, it's always back to Elon. Like, now it's Elon derangement syndrome. Maybe that's why Trump has him around, because people are like getting off of Trump's case now onto Elon's case. It's actually a pretty smart move, if you ask me. Hold on. Okay. I mean, it's actually a really smart move. It's actually spectacular. If you ask me, that's what I would do. Have someone else, you know, this is the new Hitler. Now I can do my job in peace, and this guy can deal with the media who just needs to hate something.
Clear, this is not something that's just happening in America.
It's actually really smart, and like, maybe you shouldn't play into it so much. Let's get back on Donald Trump's case. What's he doing wrong? Is he in bed with Klaus Schwab? Let's see.
Noticing it happening all over the world.
You have Hunniebee derangement syndrome, HDS. You hope you never recover.
E a Polícia Federal, que o senhor mencionou,
You think I'm far down the propaganda hole?
naquele momento não era dirigido por mim. E se essa prova existisse, a Polícia Federal teria encontrado essa prova. Eu afirmo, senhor. Sabe por quê? Porque eu respeito a Polícia Federal do Brasil. Diferente do senhor, que agora está achando que existe uma ligação.
What am I enabling? What am I enabling? Your country literally voted for them, so I don't understand what I'm enabling. Like, are you talking to me?
Federal nunca encontrou a prova. Se a prova existisse, essa prova teria sido encontrada. E se a prova não foi encontrada até agora, é porque o fato não é verdadeiro.
Hi!
You know, when I see stuff like this, another
Isaiah
thing that immediately
Huspio,
comes to mind
Sapio, what's
is
up?
how many other people are kind of being controlled.
Trump said
in
he's
this
gonna give
manner.
everyone 2
And
million
not
cents.
just the politicians
Elon
and
trolls
the
people
world
and Trump
leaders that
trolls
you would
people,
think
and they
of.
troll low
But, like,
IQ,
for
low
example,
information people that
how
scream
do
at
you
the
know
sky
that I'm
and
not
drown
being
out
controlled
common sense.
by a ventriloquist right now? Like, there could be another, like, a weird lady in the other room going, mouthing all of my words for me before I say them. But in all seriousness, I'm not one of those people.
That's funny.
But I
All right.
question, like, how many people who we watch on YouTube, how many of these...
Davos leader praises President Trump's strong leadership during World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum Executive Chairman Klaus Schwab, aka Cotton Swab, addressed a packed crowd at the forum in Davos, Switzerland, and defended President Donald Trump against a flood of criticism on Friday. I'm aware that your leadership is open to misconceptions and biased interpretations. So, do you agree with this statement or do you disagree with this statement? As noted by The Hill, having your world leader being a meme lord, great. At least we are losing our imperialist stature because they convinced Trump to give up our influence to China. They convinced Trump to give up our influence to China. What do you mean? What do you mean? When, where, how did that happen? If Apple was a nation, it would be bigger GDP compared to France. So hold on. At least we are losing our imperialist stature because they convinced Trump to give up our influence to China. What exactly was USAID doing for China? Do you know there's a genocide happening in China and nobody ever talks about it and nobody ever does anything about it? Was USAID helping those people? I want to see how much of USAID went to helping the Uyghurs in China. Hold on. How much of how do you spell it? Uyghurs. China. Don't come at me. Alright, so how much of USAID went to helping the genocide? Helping as in like aiding the Uyghurs from, why am I capitalizing it? Genocide. USAID funds. However, specific figures detailing the exact amount of USAID funds allocated to aid Uyghurs are not readily available in the provided sources. All right. Has been involved in various initiatives. Is there anything like specific? In 2024, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the No Dollars to Uyghur Forced Labor Act. Okay. In 2024. Okay. Which prohibits USAID from financing. So in 2024, like, that's great, but like, what it took, like, why did it take so long? All right, but anyway. Which prohibits USAID from financing international projects in partnership with the entities that import products from the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous. Okay, so hold on. So before 2024, it sounds like USAID was financing international projects in partnership with entities that import product, right? So like you have to do, like why would you do this unless this part was happening, right? So like, is that not okay? So that's like kind of corruption. Additionally, USAID has supported organizations documenting human rights violations. Okay, documenting, and providing assistance to Uyghur refugees. For instance, the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, a U.S. government-funded organization, has granted over $8.7 million to Uyghur groups, including the World Uyghur Congress and Uyghur Human Rights Project. So this is saying that they have supported organizations. So they're not doing this themselves. They're supporting organizations that are doing this. Okay. So like, where's like the actual aid though? Like, I want some numbers. Okay, listen. When it comes to this USAID thing, I don't really know anything about it. All I know is if they are exposing corruption, I don't see anything wrong with that. And if they're not exposing corruption, but I think they are, like from what I hear, they are exposing a lot of corruption. So like, I don't know. But anyway, let's hear. And you're ready. Can't blame Biden for these F-ups. It's gonna be fun. If he does well, you're wrong. Cool. If I'm right, then I get to watch reps and the right seed. I mean, like, he was your president before, and wasn't life fine? Like, it was affordable? Like people weren't complaining. Okay, maybe not for you, but like, I feel like people weren't complaining until like after COVID. Because of what liberal governments decided we should do with our bodies, which is the opposite of what liberal governments stand for. Do you know what I mean? So it was like, what? What? So much for liberal. You know? Alright. Did you really compare Trump or Elon to Germany? Have you lost some marbles? He effed up with COVID and sold us out for tax cuts. I mean, he was only responsible for 1 year of COVID while, you know. So like, I'm not gonna blame Trump 1 year of COVID out of the rest. Like, okay, yeah, I don't know. It was different because I was in Canada, and like I said, we've had a liberal government for the last 10 years, and if freezing Canadians' bank accounts and applauding Nazis in Parliament is your version of liberal, then then I don't know how you're gonna change my mind. Like, that's impossible. Like, what? Anyways, China said, shut the fuck up, America, so we attack China. Who said that? LOL. You're beyond done with that BS. Poor nation defaults and China moves in and steals the farmland, the natural resources, oil, gold. I wonder who let that happen. Cat of Bikes, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry that my alert is not alerting. I don't know what the heck is up with that. Let me see. Could it possibly be speakers? Alert box. I don't know why my alerts are not working. Alright, so next thing I wanted to watch, I want to watch another. Oh no. 11 years old. Oh no, this is wrong. See, this is what the left is. This is what the right thinks the left is fighting for. Like, and that's why Trump, and this is part of why Trump won, because I can't tell you how many people, conservatives, think that this is what they think the left is fighting for, stuff like this. And it's just wrong. And like, I'm not saying it's the left, but like people like Hassan, like, I don't know, like where in the world is this happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, and didn't somebody just like lower the consent? The age of consent, like, or something, and I don't know, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, bread pudding. Libertarian wet dream, because they are rowards. What is that? No, they aren't. I'm there.
The dismantling of the government agency.
Don't say Pep is crazy. You can't say that, but you gave up a long time ago, dude. Germany took Ownership of private equity used a staged insurrection to institute emergency powers and jailed its opposition. Elon is working to reduce the power and size of government. Only in an insane world can you equalize them. Can you equate them? Lefties might not like being with China, then they can buy their cheap stuff from child labor in China. My algorithm feeds me nothing but slop. So what, do you think that's not happening anywhere in the world? Do you think that's not happening anywhere in the world? Like, that shit's actually happening, and it's not about feeding me slop, it's about awareness. What's wrong with being like made aware that this kind of shit happens in life and it's not okay? There's nothing wrong with being made aware of that. I'm sorry, but that's like my opinion on that. And like, you know, where is it? Wasn't it the Taliban recently banned women from they can't speak to each other and they can't look out windows? Taliban bans women from windows and hearing each other's voices. News. So like, silencing voices, banned from hearing each other. Taliban tighten control on women's lives, suggesting death is better than work. So anyway, when I see stuff like this happening around the world, and then, I don't know, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna be fed stuff like that because this is the shit I care about. And you know what? You say I'm turning a blind eye on shit. Well, I think the left turns a blind eye on this stuff. They never talk about this. They never ever talk about this stuff. I never see the left bring any of this stuff up. The Taliban have ordered the most sweeping rollbacks of women's rights since retaking power in 2021. Why did it happen? Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, it's like, this is just an example of a lot of different things happening in the world, and I don't understand why Americans are complaining. You have it fucking good. Like, stop complaining. You know, like, I'm gonna stop complaining, not about Trudeau, but I'm gonna, like, I don't complain about nothing. I only complain about the globalists who are, this is what the globalists want for the rest of us. Like, sooner or later, you know, we're gonna be banned from things. We were already banned from going anywhere. If you didn't get a vaccine, then you can't eat in a certain place. Like, slowly and slowly and slowly, they're gonna take away your freedoms. And this is what I'm trying to avoid, okay? So, like, just things like that. Like, I don't know. Like, when I see Hassan talk about,
if Ethan Klein is willing to lie about all this
Hamas and shit and like terrorism and shit, like, I don't understand. At that point, I'm just like really dumbfounded as to why it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't really go together, right? Like, left values plus like you know, values from other areas of the world,
other stuff.
So
what else is he willing to lie about?
She's funny. She's like, what else are they
It
willing to lie
makes
about?
no sense to
work on
me.
your acting a little bit. I don't know. What aren't you willing to lie about? Look at your dumb ass face, you liar.
Have to watch spliced clips to fit your narrative after being exposed? Hassan doesn't want to watch your hour-and-a-half slob video.
Well, so this is part of what's so malicious about this movement that I really hope people understand. They are knowingly lying.
To have such a fragile ego, you're
I honestly, like, I never saw Trump at a globalist conference. Like, Justin Trudeau was there all the time with all the European leaders, you know, all the other countries that are also having the same issues that Canada's having. Well, you know, I don't know, like maybe you don't, maybe, like, when was the last time you were in Canada? When was the last time you were here?
To show people a video that I, a known liar,
Try using a
would put
channel
out.
that isn't
You're
called
so-
Grifter. How about you try doing whatever you want to do, and I'm gonna try to do whatever I want to do.
Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Why can't he have a conversation with me? Why? Is it perhaps easier to clip things that I'm saying out of context? Is that why? So that he can shelter his audience?
Check out whose channels.
Pathetic.
Try using.
You're a coward.
What's wrong with using?
You
I like
are.
Grifter. Like, I like Grifter. Grifter knows what's up. That's why I watch Grifter.
You're a coward, dude.
Denims is a dumb fucking bitch.
Holy, these Hassan orbiters just won't stop having a total tantrum over the Ethan Klein content
but
named
you'll
on
call
Hassan.
out the
These
BS
orbiters have
clipping
been
like Hassan just
desperately
said
trying
right
to
now.
run defense in the most pick-me way I have ever seen. Like Hassan's inflamed hemorrhoid, for instance, otherwise known as Denims. If you haven't heard of
Denims
them,
is a
consider
moron.
yourself
She is
lucky.
fake
But
as
they
the ID used by illegals to enter the U.S.
have been trying to soak up all the attention they could get out of this situation by running defense for
What's
Hassan.
wrong with his channel name? Like, Pep Talk. Do you have a problem with everything? A true leftist.
With the most elementary
Don't. That's not. Come on. That's not what you want to be known for.
argument.
Come
I
on.
have
That's
ever
not what
seen.
the left wants to be known for. Just.
It's some straight up.
See, this is why Trump won, because you guys are such haters. You guys are such haters. Like, we can't do anything. We literally can't do anything without being criticized.
I know you are, but what
Come
am I?
on.
Denims has made some sort
Let's
of
just hang
response
out.
video
My
to
goodness.
Ethan's content nuke, and she just keeps on
Calling out the
trying
fact
because
that he is a
Ethan won't watch it on
leftist
stream.
call-out
He will
channel.
apparently only watch out of context.
Who is? Trump won because we ran a cop who lost their primary by 42 points. Honestly, there's so many reasons why Trump won, in my opinion.
Clips to fit his
And literally one of the reasons is the left bullied everyone into, like, the left was bullying everyone into, you have to align with our ideas or else. And everyone's like, you know what? We're tired of it. We're tired of this. Like, we feel bullied, and I'm not even on the right. Like, I'm a centrist and I feel bullied sometimes. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with just having opinions and some common sense. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And if you don't agree with me, that's fine. I don't sit there and tell somebody what they should or shouldn't watch. I'm watching what I want to watch. And, like, that's how I try to influence people to watch what I want to watch. Is I just watch it with them. I don't say, you shouldn't watch this. You shouldn't watch that. You shouldn't.
That sounds kind
This is exactly why Trump won. Because you're telling us what to do, and it's like, stop. We know. Like that's not liberal. That's
Funny,
not
right?
lefty. That
sounds.
Come on. That's kind of authoritarian or whatever, like, if you ask me.
Doesn't it, guys?
Anyway.
Yeah, she's clearly trying to combat the argument against Hassan because
Much
he
love.
won't watch Ethan's
All
video.
love.
So she's desperately trying to create this, like, parallel
Saying
argument
to watch
against
the
Ethan.
OG
And
content.
it just comes
So
off
here's
like
the thing.
most
I already watched the OG content, right? It's like, I watched... The OG content is like 3 hours long, right? The OG content is 3 hours long. I've already watched it. And now I want to see Grifter's take on it. And since Grifter is only a 13-minute take and it's something digestible on stream, you know, you don't know what I do behind closed doors.
elementary attention
The way you talk about the left is so reductive and tells me what you consume.
Watch.
If the left didn't actually bully me, it's not about what I consume. It's about, like people on the left literally put a sour taste in my mouth, and I guess I'm upset about it. And not just that, like, there's nothing wrong with thinking Trump was a better choice for America. There's nothing wrong with that, but people on the left literally make you feel like shit. And it's like, what the actual fuck is going on? Like, that is so ridiculous to me. That people are actually gonna stop being your friend because of like one way. And you, like, if I had said, go Kamala Harris, literally none of my right-leaning friends would have blocked me or you know what I mean? None of them would have. And that to me just goes to show that I'm fucking right. It's becoming a little cult, and if you don't agree, you're blocked. You're not, you know, get it, like stay out of it. You're not even American. Stay out of our news, even though literally what happens to America is going to affect the rest of the world. So me staying out of American news is the stupidest thing I ever heard. And it just goes to show why the educational system in the States needs to be fucking ended and like overhauled, right? Like, it just goes to show, like, I'm sorry, but... And then you guys say that we're the closed-minded, we're not critically thinking, like... I've lived in Portugal, I've lived in Canada, my parents are immigrants, like... I don't know, like, I'm not just this, like, little Torontonian or something that doesn't fucking know anything, like... I pay attention to shit. If Cali voted a little harder, it would have been a popular vote tie. If 60K more people in Pennsylvania, it would have been Kamala. It was close AF. I don't think it was that close. Keep being reductive on leftists and then keep going on to BS. I'm only reductive on leftists when leftists are in the chat trying to tell me I'm wrong. Like, I'm not, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're being reductive to me. I can say the same right back.
Watch this.
Too afraid.
It's
to
literally
watch
like the
14
same
minutes on
thing.
your
Like,
stream?
why am I the wrong
Have to
one?
Watch spliced clips to fit your narrative after being exposed. Wow, dude.
That's the thing. It's like, stop.
Oh man.
There's no right or wrong
That's
here.
pathetic.
It's like we need balance, and
I didn't
we
realize
need
you
to
were
stop
such a
feeling like we can't say anything. Like, we need to stop feeling like we gotta walk on eggshells because, like, that's why Trump won. Part of why Trump won.
Made pussy. Oh my god. I figured you were just not gonna cover anything and then just move on. To have such a fragile ego, you're too embarrassed to show people a video that I, a known liar, would put out. You're so...
My side is the moderate side. And sometimes that means go Trump. Because guess what? There is no moderate candidate. There's either the Democrats or the Republicans. So I'm obviously not going to choose Kamala because she's a globalist.
Bruh.
So,
Imagine
like, that's
making
it.
an argument like this when the person you are
That's
defending
it. Like, it's
is
not that
saying
hard
this.
to understand.
Well, obviously, many of you are wondering, Hassan, are you going to be watching Ethan's content nuke? The answer is, of course not.
He's not effing moderate. Who are you talking about? Are you talking to me? Why are you getting so angry? Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't understand the anger here. I said, there's no moderate candidate that you can vote for. As an American, there's the Democratic Party, there's the Republican Party. Like, you can't, like, if there was a moderate... By the way, Trump used to be a Democrat, and then he was an independent, and then he was a Republican. Just so y'all know, he was a Democrat at some point. So, like, I don't understand all this hate. We have to praise Trump for keeping women's sports. Praise for something that should be a given. Cat of Bikes, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. John Kerry and Trump are not the same politics. That's insane. Those are facts, honey. The one that's coming for our 51st state and your healthcare. See, now you're making it personal. Why are you doing that? Why you, like, you're making it personal. You live in a fake country with fake money. Like, why are you getting so angry? This is why Trump won. Like, you guys literally did all this to yourselves. Like, I hate to say it, but the left shot themselves in the foot because, like, they flew too close to the sun. And that's why Trump won, because the left are bullies, man. You guys are bullies. If we don't agree with you, it's like... it's like, I don't know, like we're evil. I don't know. Sending out a map of the 2024 election. Check it out. Yeah, that's really close, guys. That's really close, huh? Super close. Oh, you can't even see it. Can't even see all of it. Hold on. Man, look how close that was. Why is it cutting off? Anyways, you get the point. Oh, I thought I heard something. I thought I heard my cat at my door. You're a right-winger now? All right, let's see what is this about.
To return money to Americans who are defrauded by the big banks. Can you maybe muster up enough energy to give a speech about that? House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. God, the Democrats are so pathetic. They're so pathetic because if you don't agree with what the Trump administration is up to, if you don't identify as a Republican, if you didn't want to vote for Donald Trump, what other option do you have?
Okay? Hey, that's what I was saying.
The party that tried to run a decomposing corpse?
And grow a spine and a brain and actually figure out a strategy. That moron just said, well, and you know, the Republicans have the House and the Senate and the White House.
Land doesn't vote.
A Republican or a conservative was saying
all right.
Hakeem Jeffries, they would say
there's always they're always changing the goalposts. Come on.
So
just admit it. Just admit Trump won by a landslide. Come on.
I don't know. Critique.
You know it's true.
Inability to do their job.
Truth hurts.
And
I know.
Republicans' message to the American people. Wait, why don't you message to the American people? You're doing a press conference right there, schmuck. Why don't you get out your message?
Anna Kasparian just ripped apart Democrats way more than I've ever even seen
you know
her
numbers
do in the past. It is insane. And today she's tearing to shreds Hakeem Jeffries for admitting to defeat to MAGA and having no other good alternative.
You think people voted for Democrats, not Harris herself? She was a D+. What's a D+? If they were bad, if they were that bad, how come they kept winning? Sea of Red. You're Russian and there's so many copium and rage from both sides. Just for the context, how influential this US culture shift is, you watch so many Russian-speaking anti-war content creators, and now they are impossible to watch. Because all they do is push lefty narratives nonstop. It feels like there's no place for a sane person to be. Interesting. Yeah, people voted Dem, not for Kamala. Hunniebee doesn't have to be left or right to see reality. You guys are funny. Thank you, Spaniard. Thank you. That is the most logical thing I've heard all day. Liberals never had to give up anything. They live in a world of a giant participation trophy. If we ran Pete or Bernie, it was a shutout, but Biden wanted to run again. No one noticed until it was too late. No, people vote against Trump. Anna Kasparian is a super lefty. The fact she's calling out crazy Democrats should tell you something. And still 38% of the population voted for no one. So what? They just didn't vote? Well, I know number. It wasn't a landslide, lol. FDR was a landslide. Reagan was a landslide. They couldn't accept the 2020 election either. And I know how to do equate 1.4%. Even Obama was kind of a landslide. Trump is going to help us way better than Harris. Hey, certified garbage. How's it going? Also, Lori Myers, welcome to the chat. How's it going? We might going into war the worst. Harris would suck ass in a war. I hope you're not going into a war. Like, that's the whole idea, was that Trump was gonna end. Like the whole idea was that we didn't want to continue any wars. The Democratic Party forced Harris onto the people. In 2016, Harris only won 0.2%, but she was the non-white Hail Mary, glorified and greatest person to ever run for presidency. LOL, ha ha ha. Dems will beat themselves up like, oh, we lost in a landslide just because it wasn't a given that we won. 4 to 10, my opinion. This is a good video point. When Anna Kasparian, Joe Rogan, Jimmy Dore, Tulsi Gabbard are all admitting they're not Republican, but can't support Democrats, and the party still can't self-reflect. Damn, McCoy. Not including the voter fraud that goes in Democrat states. Gasha Walks, how's it going? Like what you are doing right here with a right-wing video. I like Isabella Moody's takes. Honestly, pep talks, like, I'll be honest, I can't really find just like moderate, like, not that I can't find moderate creators, but it's almost, they're very like few and far between, and usually moderate creators are just labeled as right-wing anyway, even though like they're just like, because I don't understand this, like, when did like normal views become like so how do you say, offensive? But like they're not really, because it's more so like left-leaning people who say all this stuff's offensive. And that's why Trump won, because everyone's like, we're over it. Like we're just like saying normal shit, and we can't just like say normal shit anymore. Like everything is so offensive. People don't like that. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is like, okay, for example, Jasmine Lane, right?
So conservatives don't want to bring
like, I would consider her like conservative, but I don't know that for a fact, right? But I also would consider her moderate, because everything she says is all the things I'm thinking. She doesn't say anything radical. She's not like right-wing or anything. Isabella Moody, I would say she's probably a little bit more on the conservative side, but like, I enjoy her content, and I don't see anything wrong with watching somebody on the liberal side. Like, why is it okay to watch left content and it's not okay to watch right content? See, like what you are doing right here with a right-wing video. Do you see the language that you used, by the way? Like, what am I doing exactly? Like, it sounds like you're accusing me of something, and once again, this is what people on the right and what people in the middle are tired of. Like, why am I being persecuted just for watching a right-wing video? Like, what exactly am I doing right here? Like, what you are doing right here. So, like, what am I doing exactly? I'm waiting. What I'm doing right here, I'm waiting. What is it that I'm doing? Because you actively fight against trying to get both sides? No, I don't. Like, why can't I have why can't I just have my side? Because like, which is like, some people are, we had this conversation the other day, like, I have plenty of left-leaning views, you know what I mean? But all of my left-leaning views are taken care of because the Liberal Party is whack. So I don't have to worry about my left-leaning views because they're definitely taken care of. Now, when it comes to conservative views, when it comes to common sense views, those things are not being taken care of because the government is whack. So that's why I'm here. That's why I watch certain more right-leaning content, because trust me, the left is good, okay? I don't need to fight for the left. They're doing just fine. Trust me, okay? They are in their little la la land. I don't know what kind of Kool-Aid they're drinking, but they're doing just fine. And I don't need to fight for them. So what I'm doing right here is enjoying some common sense content, because again, it's like, I'm tired of being bullied. Like, I can watch what I want. What's the deal? Why is watching left content okay? So what do you want? You want me to watch, like, exactly do you want me to watch? You want me to watch like Pride Parade? Like, it's not really my style. Like, I don't enjoy like I don't enjoy left politics. Like, let's just be real. Like, when I watch left-leaning content, like, it's usually for entertainment. Because, like, that's what, in my opinion, people on the left are more artistic, right? So for me, it's like, I'd rather watch, like, creators that are just doing their own thing, you know, their own nerdy thing, let's say. It's not necessarily about politics, but that's also not something that I want to watch on stream. On stream, I want to watch, like, okay, let's get to the politics. Let's get to what matters. Let's get to some whatnot. If you want to maintain the status quo, you are a conservative. It's not that complicated, and parties switch ideologies all the time. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gasha Walks, why are you saying thing to go to hell? What happened? What's wrong? Define common sense. I'm not allowed to define common sense because the left will get offended by the things I have to say. And that's the problem. That's, again, part of why Trump won, is because things that were common sense are now, like, way too offensive to talk about. So I'm not gonna do that. Hold on, guys. I have to BRB. I need water. Hello. All right. We're back. And I probably missed a lot in the chat, but I'm sure you are all having some deep and serious conversations. So, I was thinking that we can continue these conversations, but maybe I will... Let me just see something. This song is cute. Pep Talk, are you talking shit about the way I do things here? I'm not claiming to be some kind of journalist or anything, you know? Just so everyone knows, I'm not some kind of journalist. I'm just chilling, like, I'm just streaming, you know? You're being a bit much. But you want to challenge my positions, especially when they are half understood. Not talking shit, just stating how you do things. Got you, got you. Well, you're more than welcome to... I don't know. The thing is, like, I've done so many, like, kind of deep dive streams that sometimes, like, going over the same thing over and over, it's like, just take my word for it sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, but, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. And Pep has all the answers, says no whenever. Haven't you contradicted yourself so much? You have been talking about history almost the entire time I've been here. Now history isn't important and we shouldn't dwell on it. Damn, Spaniard, calling people out. Then met more people from more cultures and countries. And lots of them are effing cool. They're just working and paying bills just like you are. You're right, we're all wrong except him. I get it, but it's the fun part of this job. Of course, of course. I actually, like, feel like... Let me see. It's hard to, like, it's hard to talk about everything perfectly when, like, I don't know, there's so many people chatting as well. It's like, I want to engage the chat, you know what I mean? And like, so I can't just like perfectly tell a story without also just like trying to engage the chat. So I don't know, like, I'm not like the best multitasker. Like, if I want to like perfectly cover something, I have to ignore the chat entirely. And I just can't do that. So like, I'm just chilling, you know? I'm just chilling. I also like started 2 different videos. Like, this is where my brain is at. You can, okay? I never said I was a professional. I never said I was some kind of professional. You think this is my job? I don't get paid enough for this. You kidding me? I wish I got paid so much that the government wanted 57% of my earnings. I wish that's how much money I was making. Like XQC. It's like, he must be making a lot to be in that like tax bracket. Do you know what I mean? I will happily give, you know, no, like, obviously, if I earned it, then I would not happily give 57%. But like, if you just gonna like, do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right? Milo, stop it. So anyways, this is not really what I want to cover. I actually feel like, let me see. I just feel like my brain is everywhere. Let me see what I actually want to cover. If I want to cover anything. One sec. I know what I wanted to cover. Like, or, you know, like, let's not call it cover, because, like, I'm kind of, like, mostly watching. I give my input here and there, but, like, listen. I'm not trying to be anything that I'm not here. I'm not, like I said, this is not my day job. So, we're just chilling. All right, so, hold on. This is not the thing. What am I looking for? Homestead off the grid. Decent investment will get you about 11% a year with a part-time job, not to be bored. That's like 30K a year. That's at least a small apartment and food. You do like how you go in bursts. It's telling. What do you mean? Wait, I wouldn't buy dumb shit. I wouldn't even know how to spend 100 million. You're tipsy. Telling indeed. Telling on myself. Yeah, so I was muted. My bad. After a nice small house, a fire ass PC, and a jet ski, you're pretty much tapped out on idea on how to spend the money. What's the most funny is that folks blame Trump for the first 30 days of his presidency of the economy, but blame Trump for all 4 years of Biden. Your stomach hurts from laughing too hard. You also smoked a binger. How's that? Damn, son. I'm sorry, guys. I was muted. Right and left have totally lost the plot. What's the plot, Lori? What's the plot? Please tell us. This guy's got the plot. Listen.
All have, though, is what's coming with it.
And I 100% agree with this guy because I'm seeing this for myself. Everything he says in this video, anything I don't agree with, I'll let you guys know for sure. But listen.
This is a question that we've had all winter since we began seeing drones, mysterious, unexplainable drones, orbs, UFOs, UAPs since last fall, starting in New Jersey, since all along the eastern seaboard, around the United States, and all over the world. So I'm going to bring you an actual news story that I saw this morning when I woke up.
Sorry. Let me... Like you said, you get it, but man, have a little restraint and control. You know, it makes a good stream, but still, like just from today, there was a press conference from our DOJ head, Pam Bondi, who flat out said everything Dems want to hear, but you have Republicans doing a victory lap. Like, Dems are in handcuffs and Dems are like, it's literally Hitler. You're not streaming, lol, you'll chill, my bad. Hey, Pep Talk, no worries. Honestly, like, when I'm in other people's streams, like, in the chat, sometimes, like, I'm, like, a diva, and I don't know why. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like, sometimes I just like to shoot the shit with someone. I don't know, like, I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like, Pep Talk, nobody else in the chat understands, but I think we understand each other. Like, we may disagree politically, but I think in the end I think we get each other, and it's okay. It's all good. Let's just you know, it's all good. So anyway, it's wild. Hunniebee bending over backward to impress people and ignoring his own flaws. Wait. Are you talking about this made absolutely no sense at all, or am I like just from... In reality, she basically told Musk he's effed, reassured everyone that they're gonna listen to the courts, they'll fight in the scouts, they'll fly in the scouts, and they filed civil lawsuits with no demanded restitution. Musk is effed, really? Well, hold on, I'm trying to understand why. Hold on. Can you say that in layman's terms? But Republicans are out there like, yeah, we got him, and Dems are like, this is a coup. So what's the actual... So who's right? Who's right? Whose side are you on? Who do you agree with? I think you need to rewatch the video you saw and interpret the way people speak, not the way your brain works. There's a disconnect. I mean, I'm still, like, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what Lori is trying to say. Mullet Man is back. What do you mean? Don't care? What do you mean? Don't care what people say. You care what filings actually say. Left-wingers have uneducated answers based on lack of their own experience. They filed civil lawsuits with no demand for any sort of actual action. They just want to define what the law actually says. Hunniebee, you asked why is XQC a simp? I gave why. Oh, okay. Why is he a simp? Bending over backwards to impress people and ignoring his own flaws. Is that what he does? This S does mess with your head. Had a dream where you were arguing with chat. No! Pep talk. Oh no, did you win? Did you win in the dream? Like, did you? Yes. I won my argument. Everyone sides with me now. Did you win? I hope you won. Otherwise, it's a nightmare, no? I'm just kidding. I mean, the right does the same shit. Guess who farted? They're out there like, Letitia James is going to jail. Like, no, bro, it's a civil lawsuit. It's not criminal charges. You agree with objective reality and the courts and the law? Both sides are wrong, but right. Both sides are wrong, but right. Get it? LOL. They do want us just to fight over dumb shit. You know what? They do. Guys, everything that we're fighting over in the chat right now, it all comes down to distracting us from this.
As well as several emails that came to us overnight from you folks who are as concerned as me. This first article comes from Yahoo by way of NBC News. Here's the headline. CDC confirms Nevada dairy worker infected with different Hachu strain.
Excuse me?
Now again, if you're new to the channel, we're using code because the CDC and the Department of HHS, Health and Human Services.
So he's talking about this flu, I think.
Both been directly ordered by
we
the
got to use
President
code
of the
words
United
now.
States not to talk about this. So I have every reason to believe that very soon, if not already, they will begin censoring and removing any social media content that uses the term.
Unless Mark Zuckerberg stays true to what he's saying. He's all like, okay, I won't censor people. I won't. He basically admitted to censoring COVID information.
Hence our term.
Regardless if that information was right or wrong, like they were just censoring everything basically, apparently.
Hachu. Let me get to this. The article reads, and this is direct quotes. I'm giving credit to the creators of the copywritten material, and I'm also stating this word for word to show I am.
They
not
made you
making
quit
this
streaming.
up,
No.
okay? Quote: the patient who'd been
Don't
working
quit streaming,
with sick
pep talks.
cows was found to have a strain of Hachu called D1.1, which has long been circulating in wild birds. Keep this in mind because there's another article that was brought to my attention by one of our faithful followers that relates to this. All right, it's different from the strain of the virus that caused the majority of human infections in the U.S. called B3.13. D1.1 has a mutation that could make the virus spread more easily in mammals. So this is a specific strain of Hachu, which seems to be able to latch onto mammals. Keep that in mind. What are we? We ain't nothing but mammals. That's why I want to remember 9 Inch Nails from the 90s. All right, just had to get that in there. Continuing, the virus has wreaked havoc on poultry farms. Millions of chickens have been culled, continuing the skyrocketing prices and shortages of eggs. The dairy worker in Nevada, his only symptoms, or hers, didn't say, was pink eye, and the individual has recovered, the CDC says. None of the person's close contacts have become ill, the Central Nevada Health District said. Now, pay attention, because it sounds harmless, right? Like the Nevada patient, nearly all people infected with Hachu over the past year have had mild symptoms, no matter which type they had. Sounds harmless, right? Key sentence. One person in Louisiana who had died of the D1.1 strain, this is the one we're
Somebody
talking
died
about
already?
now, this one that seems to be able to mutate and latch onto mammals. One person died last month.
No.
The individual who
Honestly,
died,
I feel like You can blame Bill Gates for this one.
Was over 65 years old. and
Allegedly
had
in game, but
underlying
like not
health
really, you know what I mean?
problems. Sound familiar? They got sick in December after coming into contact with a backyard flock of wild birds. So if you've been following the channel...
Can you believe that this guy's quails all died? And he can't explain why, because like they can survive winter and they didn't die because like they were like he might explain it here, but
week. Ironically,
do you see how this is called danger, stay inside, lock the doors? Like he's trying to warn us what they're doing, which I keep talking about. They're spraying the sky and everyone thinks nothing's happening, but they're spraying the sky. They're doing something up there. Like, anyway, his quails died. Like, they were basically poisoned because of whatever it is they're spraying out here. That's his claim anyway. But this right here, it's like he's trying to warn us, but at the same time, this is exactly what the governments want. The globalists, not the billionaire globalists. I'm talking about the WEF, the World Economic Forum globalists. This is exactly what they want. They basically want us back in lockdown. They want us back in lockdown because they lived the high life when we're in lockdown.
The day I began being followed by Professor Fancy Shoes, I mentioned the three main targeted groups of people that they are trying to call. One of which, and the largest being, people who are over 65 and have underlying health conditions, because those folks, face it, financially are a burden on the system. So what better way for the elites, what better way for the haves to eliminate the have-nots in that demographic? And what better way than by, could it be geoengineering? Is it manipulation of the weather? Is it spraying this fog, this nasty, treacherous fog that smells like burning chemicals that often accompanies weather events now and often follows sightings of drones, UAPs, and UFOs? Is there a connection? Well, we seem to be connecting the dots. Continuing with this one to finish it up, the CDC maintains that Hachu risk to the general public is low.
Why is he
There's
calling
no
it?
evidence that the virus is spreading from person to person. But now's the time for scientists and public health officials to prepare for that to change, says Osterholm, an infectious disease expert. But yet now's the time
Because
when
of your
the
because
people
of
in
your
charge
uncle
say
who
no
was a
one's allowed to
pilot and
talk
taught you about
Let's go figure.
aviation.
Final sentence, and this is a quote from infectious disease expert Osterholm.
Honestly, like, I know it sounds crazy, but like, well, let me.
We're going to have
I've
another
been like documenting.
that
Oops.
that attaches to mammals. Just
I've been like documenting like the sky for the last 2 years because I just noticed. By the way, like, my background is in visual effects, and I have like 10 plus years in visual effects like under my belt, and like for me personally, like, I've noticed, I can tell that the sky doesn't look the way it used to, and it's not just like a pollution thing. Like, like they're fucking doing shit up there. Like, as a visual effects artist, you have to notice tiny little details. So like, I don't know, it's just like it just looks different. The lighting, the way the lighting comes through looks different. Everything, like the clouds are like, these aren't even clouds. Like, hold on, let me find
home, whatever.
let me find like
Big
the
name.
cloud, like there's so many clouds that I'm seeing that are like literally just rectangular fields. They just look like rectangles, and I'm like it's rectangles of fluffiness. You know what I mean? So like you can see like the fluffy, oh, it looks like a normal cloud, but when you look at the whole actual thing, why is it a fucking rectangle? That's not natural. Like, that is okay, so hold on. I'm going to look for
Starts with an O.
I'm going
we
to look for like
found-
when I started documenting.
that the way that the kakahachu, the virus that attaches to mammals that got these seal pups.
Now he's talking about something else, but
travels is by latching onto certain migratory wild bird
he might talk
species
about
who
the
have ability to fly
spraying.
far
We already
enough
mentioned
to get
it.
into contact with another wild bird species that they ordinarily would have no contact with. Pass the virus on to that species and then perish. That's why it's called dead birds flying. So it's like, and it says it in the article, it's like a relay race. Think of track and field. You go as far and as fast as you can, then you pass off the baton to your teammate. Like the Pony Express, if you can remember that back in the old days. That Pony Express only lasted about 18 months at most. Most folks don't realize that, but you'd run a horse as hard and fast as you could till you got to the next mail courier, pass off the package. Wow, here we are. Folks, I went through puberty like 40 years ago. I should not have my voice.
Literally, it happens to every guy. And every guy gets so embarrassed when it happens. Like, just like keep talking and don't worry about it. Like, it happens to literally everybody.
And already
Okay,
I'm starting
so
to feel the effects of something in this snow.
or it could be
So,
that. I don't know.
Not to rush it. We've got to get this message out, and we're going to be monitoring this closely throughout this entire storm. Okay? This one comes from Jennifer in Sebastian, Florida. Jennifer Kolinek. And I was just in Florida. My family and I went down to Key West. We were down there for approximately 2 weeks. It was a 13-day trip. And it wasn't just for the snorkeling and the parasailing and the boat riding and the clubbing and all that stuff. It was to get our eyes at what I believe is ground zero, Florida. Why? Because that's where the largest demographic is spending this time of year. Folks over 65, underlying health conditions, and folks, we watched it. My wife and I would sit on the street. Our son, he'd be somewhere doing something, or he'd be with us. We would watch people. About half, and 90% of them were 65 or older. They were boomers. Half of them, you could tell, were fit. They were as fit as fiddles. They could probably outrun me in a foot race, and I actually exercise daily. They seemed to be fine. The other half, I don't know how they were moving. They seemed to struggle getting in and out of chairs. They were morbidly obese. You could tell they were in the Walmart scooters going around. Where better to spray if you're trying to call the part of the herd that's going to be the largest financial strain on the system. So Florida, in my opinion, is ground zero.
So this
here's a
cloud
story from Jennifer from
was
Florida.
literally like
Hi,
just
Kevin.
like a
We've had
strip.
crazy chemtrails in
I should
Sebastian,
have gone
Florida for
out.
the
Like
past
the
3
thing is,
weeks,
I
and
didn't
the
go
fog
out onto
followed.
the balcony
My German Shepherd went out in the yard to do her business, and
to like go, like actually do like a panorama of it. But like these are the types of clouds that I was like kept seeing, and I'm like, what are these like strips of like clouds? And not to mention that here, let me see. That's funny. Where did the money come from? Okay, I if you guys are interested in this topic at all, like, okay, so this not channel, this like account on Twitter posts, basically reposts what everyone else is complaining about. Like, not only this is concerning, but also this is concerning, because this is how chemicals react, not how clouds react. Ugh. And this is chemicals. And then they just like disperse and like you can't see anything anymore. The sky looks dirty, like it just looks dirty all the time. Ooh, this is a no. Like what? And then people just think this is a normal day, and then look at this. These are not contrails, okay? Contrails dissipate. These do not dissipate. They become this. These become this. Basically. So, I wonder if Trump's gonna do anything about this, because, like, nobody's talking about it. You're not allowed to talk about it. The sun is not supposed to be like a yellow ring, and then sometimes it has blue. Like, this means, like, chemicals. This is all chemicals. Like an oil spill. Like when you look in a puddle of an oil spill, it's got the rainbow. That's ice. Is this AI? It's not ice because it doesn't go away. It just like stays there all day, and then it's never sunny. It's never sunny like it used to be. You must be young because you must not remember what the sun used to look like. Do you see this? How it's sparkling, glistening, beautiful? It doesn't do that anymore. It doesn't do that anymore. I haven't seen the sun glisten like this in over 2 years. I'm dead serious. But everything's normal, right? Everything's normal. This is me. This is me.
Was outside for about 30 to 45 minutes. My other dog started to go out.
Yeah, but it's also like you can see it like coming from the plane, and it doesn't go away, and it's blocking the sun. It's like, that is the clouds. Okay, so Amit, I have a question for you. Does the government mess around with the land?
Outside too.
Does the government like mess with the land?
And then ran
Yes
back
or no?
inside. Folks, listen to your dogs.
Does the government mess with the ocean? Of course they do. Does the government mess with the ocean?
Okay. Jennifer continues. Later that evening, I noticed my German Shepherd was scratching heavily. I went to check her out, and her skin was red and inflamed, and I noticed raised red bumps. I started giving her natural supplements to help with itching. It helped the itching subside a bit. Thank goodness. I felt so bad.
Does the government mess with the ocean? Oceans, plural. Governments. Do governments mess with oceans?
My German Shepherd's fur was falling out in clumps.
Oh,
All I
shit.
could do was give her supplements. I also want to let...
Does the government mess with space? They mess with literally everything. It's not a secret. So then why is it so impossible to believe that they're messing with the atmosphere? So you agree that they're messing with the atmosphere. You just don't agree with how? It's like you just have to like look up and realize that like also they admit to we have to block the sun because of radiation. We have to do cloud brightening to bounce back the light or some bullshit like that. Like just leave the sun alone.
Obvious we are being called. The global cabal is trying to call at us.
The government allows big business to mess with the land, and that's why American food products will never pass EU regulations, no matter how many tariffs are put in place. Cave Dweller, how's it going?
On all fronts. I have been a subscriber
You don't
of your
think
channel
it's
for
impossible
years.
to
I love your
believe. Got it,
channel
got
and
it, got it,
content.
got
You
it.
have a beautiful family. I pray
Got
for
it,
your
got it,
family
got it,
that
got
the
it.
Lord bless and protect you all from anything nefarious. We are living in cray-cray times. We, you and your family must keep our heads on a swivel at all times. You have my permission to read and use my name. I am also attaching pictures of my dog that shows her skin and fur
We love farmers.
after being out.
Farmers in Canada and in Europe are being like taxed up the wazoo, carbon taxes, so much so that they can't like even afford it.
Outside in the fog.
But like,
God bless you and your
why? Like, anyway,
family. Head on a swivel. Jennifer Kulinek, Sebastian, Florida.
they only profit
Thank you,
because we
Jennifer.
subsidize them.
FYI, I viewed the images. That dog I didn't want to share the pictures with you because I know that most of you on here are dog animals and animal lovers. I didn't want to do that to you. Folks, if you have a story that you'd like to share, you can email it to the channel. The email address is
I don't want to grow food in labs,
at mail.com.
But that's what the globalists want.
Must give us permission to share your story if you want it
And
shared.
I'm talking about the
remain
World
anonymous.
Economic
If you
Forum
don't want us to
globalists.
use your name, let us know that. We'll keep you anonymous. Or give us permission to use your name like Jennifer Kolinek and Sebastian Florida did, and we will. All right, so here's an email from Lori Lee. Just passed through your neck of the woods, too, down in North Carolina. Let me tell you, from mostly northern Georgia up through, or northern Florida through southern Georgia, it literally looked like they were making chessboards and checkerboards in the sky.
See?
And it wasn't much less than that through the Carolinas, okay? They were just being less artsy-fartsy. Lori Lee writes, I've been a subscriber of yours for about 3 months, and I too have noticed a lot of stuff going on that doesn't make any sense when compared to the narrative we've been force-fed. I live in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina, and when I was watching your video, you read a story from Frankie, who lives in North...
All you're trying to bring to the forefront of awareness is that, yes, it has been happening for hundreds of years. A lot of information is conflated. Research is fine, knowledge is cool. But what's been happening for 100 years? You mean the land thing? The land thing or the air thing? As you sit there talking about this, people said the same thing you were saying 100 years ago about chemtrails. I don't even think there were planes 100 years ago.
Now, folks,
were there
this
planes
is
100
something
years
that
ago
was brought
already?
to
Wait,
my
yes, there was.
by a high-ranking top clearance official with one of the government agencies that's no longer allowed to talk about anything. He asked if any of our viewers had made any comments about hearing what sounds
even if you
like
disagree with
a
them,
rocket
you want
ship,
farmers to exist. Of
taking
course.
off or getting ready to start off for liftoff that lasts for just a few seconds. And
Well,
then
ever
just
since there's been
disappears.
human beings, we've been altering our environment. First flight was in 1904, arguably. Yes. You're happy paying taxes to pay soy farmers in Kansas not to grow anything and instead drive around in 8K F-150s and complain about Democrats at the VFW? France might have beat the brothers at Kitty Hawk. You heard about HARP? I have heard about HARP, yes. It's like, I don't know, is it a conspiracy or is it a real thing? It's one of those, like, I don't want to believe it, but it's probably real kind of things.
Keep listening.
You know?
Okay. Lori Lee continues, I heard it too. I live on a mountain all by myself and hear very little sky sounds beyond the local power company cutting tree limbs with a helicopter. In fact, sky sounds are so rare that I usually find myself running outside to see what is going on. I was within 15 feet of the back door when I too heard something that sounded like a rocket. It was so loud that I felt like
HARP is awesome? Question mark. First balloon was back during... How can something that is being used against God's will be awesome? Isn't HARP like sending bad vibes, bad frequencies? Because like I feel like that's real. I feel like... But you know what? But I don't know. Let's see what this guy says. I feel like this guy's gonna talk about it.
As it went over, I ran to the back door and onto my back deck. I looked up. Nothing. In fact, by the time I ran the 15 feet to the back door, it was gone like it had never been there. This is exactly what my high-ranking, top clearance friend contact within a certain government agency was asking me if people were reporting.
Cheap viewers
this
on
is the second one in
thing.
2 days just out of North Carolina.
Thank you so much, but I don't
continues.
need cheap viewers.
Now, I am no rocket scientist.
It's a device
but
used
even
to
I know
manipulate the
we,
weather.
as far as we're told, don't have aircraft that goes that fast. It was gone.
I feel like there's more than one. I feel like there's HARP, there's Bouvet Island, And then there's like all this cloud seeding shit and whatnot that they do.
In less than 3 seconds.
HARP is a meteorological research station that records solar waves, electrical fields, and does research about those. It is not a device to manipulate the weather. How do you know? Obviously, if it was a device to manipulate the weather, they wouldn't want us to know that it's a device to manipulate the weather, and therefore they would want us to think that HARP is a meteorological research station that records solar waves, electrical fields, and does research, blah, blah, blah. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, right? HARP is fake only in that it can't have actually produced that much energy. Why not? How do you know? That's what they want you to think. Isn't that what they would want you to think? If they actually have like these, like, and I'm pretty sure it's already been proven at this point. Let's ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Let's see. Try. Is HARP real? Like, as in frequency weapon. Ha 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 ha! Yes. But it's not a frequency weapon, as some conspiracy theorists claim. HARP is a research program that began in the 1990s, primarily funded by the US government, and its main purpose was to study the Earth's ionosphere, which is a layer of the atmosphere that plays a key role in radio wave propagation, GPS signals, and satellite communications. HARP uses high-frequency radio waves to send energy into the ionosphere, which might be what these people are hearing. And honestly, sometimes I hear something and it just gives me bad vibes, and I wonder, like, what is that? Like, it could, like, even I wonder sometimes. Like, this is why I'm into this shit, guys. It's not because I believe whatever I read or watch online. I seek out the shit that I am already suspecting because I'm just observant. And then everybody wants to call everybody. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna stop. Who's here is disagreeing? Who's disagreeing? Who here thinks it's nothing to see here, and who here thinks it's actually a weapon to make us, to raise our cortisol levels, because, you know, they don't want us happy and they don't want us getting together. They don't want us united. And, you know, it's all about the vibes. Isn't it all about the vibes at the end of the day? And this is literally about the vibes. They are literally, this is what they say they're doing, but how do you know for sure? Like, if the, are there any real sound weapons? I feel like I watched a YouTube video. There are real sound-based weapons, although they are not as widely used or as advanced as some of the other types of weapons. Okay. Typically based on the concept of using sound waves to cause harm, disrupt, or control a target. Some notable examples of real sound weapons include LRAD, sonic weapons for crowd control. So whether or not HARP is real, we can at least agree that vibes, you know, there are good vibes and there are literally bad vibes. So sometimes I can feel the bad vibes, and I'm like, where are these bad vibes coming from? And And sometimes I wonder, like, is it the government? Is it the globalists? Because, you know, bad vibes means that we spend more money on medicine because they're giving us free healthcare, so they have to make their money somehow. They have to keep us sick so that we at least spend money on the medicine. I don't know. I just active denial systems. And how did we get here, guys? How did we get here? How did we get here?
Here for 5 years, and I've never heard that before or since.
Maybe she's talking about what we're talking about.
In fact, I've never heard that before anywhere.
Science, baby.
Thanks for reading this, and keep up the good work. We witnesses need some validation. Laura Lee from the Blue Ridge
You're
Mountain.
a huge proponent of using sound weapons to... Okay, so it's not like totally outrageous to think that maybe possibly, you know, sound weapons are being used on us. How you never know. Like that's the thing about these types of weapons is like you don't even know it's happening.
Mountains of southwestern
Usually,
North Carolina.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wow. No, folks, listen, I'm going to share another email with you, and then I'm going to get inside, and I'm going to monitor this storm. I'm going to be skating the internet, and I'm going to be paying attention to what's going on outside. But this is proof that, listen, there is no story too strange for us if you want to send it in. And with that said, I do want to point out that, again, our video today is being brought to you in part by my novel, From the Graves of Babes.
He has a novel.
I've been mentioning this the last couple of days, that if you get it from our Etsy store... The link
This
to
is the
which in
first time I've
description
heard
box
of
below.
him
I will write you
talking
a little
about his
personal note
novel.
on the back that we've intentionally kept free of the description of the book, and personally autograph it for you. And if you're a member of the channel, point it out, and you also get a free copy of my romance novel, The Box. Quickly, in 30 seconds or less, this is an awesome ghost story about a man who loses his daughter. She goes missing. She's never found. It wrecks his marriage. He takes to drinking. He ends up
They
going to stay
don't
in a
care
cabin
about
on top
you
of a
or
mountain in
Chief
Appalachia
Camo
Stand,
Hat.
Appalachia, the woods of West Virginia,
Exactly.
where he and his father used to hunt before his father had died.
They don't care
And
about
he's
that.
trying
They
not to drink
use these
himself
on
to death while
high-value
trying to
targets.
regain his sanity.
Or they use it on people who are trying to expose the truth, because the drones that are flying around. I feel like like literally some people say that the drones have followed them around, and like I kind of feel that way too. Like, and it's like, okay, like that's super conspiracy theory thinking, but also what if the drones are just like paying attention to who's paying attention to the drones? Because like maybe that's a good way to I don't know, surveillance, like because they're losing the censorship battle, so like this might, I don't know, like maybe it's a scare tactic, like I don't know. Do you guys see drones? Does anyone out there see drones? Because like they're everywhere, nobody says anything, and like I don't
nobody
know.
seems to know even exist.
And like I even like pointed it out to like my family member, and like they're all like it's totally normal. And the video I'm talking about is this one. Why is this just a square?
Details and more coming up at 7 o'clock.
So like obviously these ones I don't think these drones are following me or anything, but they keep sending out like here's one, here's two, there's one that like already passed. I took this video, and first they look like little orbs, but then you can see that they're drones. So that's in one, that's another one, and it would like pass over the car, and they're like not small. It's like not a plane. Look at it. It's not a plane. It's not a jet. It's not like a commercial drone. It's not a commercial, and they just kept coming. Like they just kept going, and like okay, like it's not like anything, obviously it's not like, I'm not trying to say this is like aliens or anything like that, obviously. What I'm trying to say is like this is not, you can't just go and say this is totally normal. And it would like follow like this certain path. Like it wasn't a light show because it, like, I don't know. I just like what is it? And now, and not now, like I've been noticing these drones for like the last year and a half probably, or maybe like last year. Just noticing that there's like a lot of things in the sky where usually there wouldn't be so many things in the sky, and I just don't like it. And like every time I step outside, like there it is, like just waiting for me, or not, obviously not for me, but it's like these things probably have like 360-degree cameras on them, and like I have nothing to hide, but a free country does not mean that you are watched every single like everywhere you go. Cause like what other reason is there for these other than surveillance? But like I don't know. It's like, okay, so you have satellite, but satellite isn't like how do you say? Satellite isn't, how do you see, now it looks like a little plane, and they just kept coming and coming and coming. Satellite, what's the word I'm looking for? Satellite doesn't give you like real time surveillance kind of thing, right? And then you can only have so many cameras on the ground. So my guess is that these things probably have like either like wide camera angles or like 360-degree cameras or something. And like there's literally gonna be like no, I don't know, no, how do you say, like privacy, or I don't know, or maybe this is they're gonna enforce lockdowns and they're gonna be able to see if you are disobeying lockdown orders. Is that what you guys want? That actually seems like the most rational thing. Like, not rational, but like that actually sounds like, it sounds like they're gearing up for a next thing, right? A next demic. It looks like that's what, I don't know. It's getting really fishy. They're crashing planes so that we don't travel. We become afraid to travel. They're spraying the sky, and nobody wants to believe that part. So that's great. Works on their favor. Works for them. Anyways, more air traffic. Is that near the airport? It was near the airport. It was like north. I want to say it was north of the airport, but to me that's close enough to the Toronto airport. And in case anybody just wants to see the video for themselves, they can do that. Let's just finish this.
Their release on Etsy's no story to box below. And again, to prove that there's no story too strange to go into our true.
It's hard to prove things when you put a little self-promotion in there now. Literally the first time he's done that since I started watching
UFO, aliens,
but anyways,
I'm going to bring you this story from Judy. Okay, does Judy tell us where she's from? She doesn't. Here's what Judy writes. Hello, Kevin. I am a new subscriber, so I don't know if you have previously addressed the topic of time warps. So maybe I'm off topic.
Ooh, now we're getting into some real
conspiracies. And actually, Judy, we are about a week away from releasing. There was my voice doing that thing again. There's something in this air. I am going to have to get inside very soon. True Hauntings Volume 8 should be out in less than a week. And there are several stories of time warps in some of the previous releases.
All the UFO shit was early drones.
So here's Judy's story about a time warp.
Like, if you want to see real UFO stuff, I recommend Like before all this drone shenanigans, basically before 2020. Eyes on Cinema. So, this channel has stuff from like back in the day. So it's to me way more compelling than like, look at this drone. Or, I don't know, like some people really think it's aliens. Like, come on now. But my favorite video from these guys is, I think Florida. Was it this one? I think it's this one.
Me, actually, you know, I'd never seen nothing like that before with any kind of structure on it. I thought maybe it might be a military craft, but after a while, I started to think that, you know, possibly it was some kind of alien probe.
Mike Hawkins decided to spend his
Is it this
life
one?
chasing UFOs. Then they started chasing him. And so did someone.
Of the
I don't think.
investigation of the case.
See, you know what's interesting is that we've seen. Whatever happened to that, by the way? There was an orb when all this drone stuff, when all this drone, like the New Jersey drone thing news came out, people were also talking about an orb that they saw in the UK airport, London airport, O'Hare, I think, or something. People were talking about an orb. O'Hare orb.
This one, a UFO mystery at one of the nation's busiest airports. Several pilots, apparently, and United Airlines workers at Chicago's O'Hare.
Maybe it wasn't O'Hare. Oh, that's Chicago? Wait. O'Hare's not the one. What is it? London. Airport orb. Manchester. Why did I... Heathrow. Is it Heathrow? I get words confused that start with the same letter. Don't come at me.
Up to 3 times.
Heathrow, O'Hare, Chicago. They
Team
don't even
Legends, welcome.
They don't even start with the same letter. They almost start with the same letter.
And 12 hours ago, a Twitter account called Captain Bigelow shared 3 images and a short video of an alleged blue sphere in the front. It's definitely filmed from a cockpit. You can see the other airplanes queuing here. The guy was clearly in taxi mode, right? He was getting to take off, presumably, or just landed and trying to get his parking position or something. But looking at the footage, all we can really see
so there's a little
is
orb-looking thing.
Seemingly black
and what's
object.
interesting is to see it taken with a phone versus taken like back in this day, like back with
investigation of the case.
It's interesting.
This is a UFO
It's
film here in Roswell.
interesting.
I say UFO, you know, I'm not saying it's alien. I'm saying it's unidentified. I don't know what it is.
Mike
So what the
Hawkins
heck is
says his
it?
footage isn't the best he's ever shot because for some unknown reason, his camera turned itself off.
My camcorder never done that before.
Mr. Hawkins showed his footage to
That
other
seems to
UFO
be
enthusiasts.
something that happens. Like, it's not the first time I've heard that. But anyway, that's so interesting.
And even took it to a UFO conference in Laughlin, Nevada.
Object hovering in the
only to
sky.
have some people accuse him of faking it.
I have no reason to fake anything. I mean, I just film what's there.
He plans to stay in Roswell for a while.
I'm running out of UFO hotspots, you know.
But the odds are that when he does move, the UFOs will move with it.
what drives me is finding the answers, the true answers to what this stuff really is.
Interesting.
This UFO recorded over Gulf breeze.
Interesting. But that's not the one. That's not even the one that I was looking for. But anyway, this channel pretty much has just like pre-COVID UFO stuff, which is a breath of fresh air, especially nowadays.
About 15 years ago, on a snowy night with 3 or 4 inches of fresh snow, I ordered a pizza to be delivered. This was the first time I had ordered for delivery, as we typically went to the pizza place. Anyway, I didn't anticipate what kind of vehicle to watch for, so I stood by the kitchen window with the check in my hand.
Government
in a few
EMP.
minutes, a white van pulled into my driveway, and I ran through the attached garage and
You received a military briefing that the Biden administration authorized the USA military to shoot down a UFO and used $1 million missiles to shoot a $200 UFO down. They missed the first shot and fired a 2BD multi-million dollar worth missile at the UFO, later identified as a kid's school project. You're kidding! But we shot that shit down. Wow, we don't have that kind of accuracy with a normal air-to-air missile. It takes multiple missiles to take down another aircraft because of defense measures and electronic countermeasures. And we shot some shit down in low Earth orbit with 2 shots. Like the US can shoot down the International Space Station if it wants to, and that's wild. Whoa. You're just a lowly 13E, but even you're effing impressed.
and opened the door to meet the delivery person. Listen to this. To my surprise, there was no van in the driveway and no tracks in the fresh snow. Puzzled, I went back to the kitchen, and in about 5 minutes, that white van pulled into my driveway and my pizza was delivered. I asked the driver if he had been here a few minutes earlier, and of course the answer was no. This experience has puzzled me for years. You may use my name if you wish to read this story on your channel, but I realize it does not pertain to your recent topics. Thanks so much, Judy.
So I was like hoping for a little bit more on the atmosphere. He tricked me with his this is the thumbnail he used. You can see it's all like dangerous fog. And I'm like, yes, let's hear about the dangerous fog, like, because like I'm not the only one who thinks something's afoot when it comes to the atmosphere. Like, it's not just a chemtrail thing, it's like there's a lot of different things that they're doing, I think. And just you know, expressing my thoughts on that matter. Damn, tricked. Alright guys, I actually should probably end my stream here because it is getting late. It's already late, it's already morning. Good night, Rip Haven. Take it from what you want. I find the story hilarious. Well, as long as somebody does, I suppose. I don't know. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for arguing with me. It's always fun to have some debates and also let it not like be that serious, right? Like it's all in good fun at the end of the day, which is what I prefer. For some people it's not, which is unfortunate, but like I'm glad that, you know, everyone here stuck it out. Actually, I did have to ban somebody because they called us Nazis, and I'm like, what am I doing exactly that's so Nazi-like? Like, You know, my prime minister already calls me that, even though he's the one who brought a Nazi into parliament and applauded the guy. Standing ovation. But then he has the audacity to call Canadians Nazis because they stood up to a vaccine or something. Like, anyway, I'm going on. I'm gonna stop. Oh, Lori, thank you so much for the follow. Lori Myers, 1981, thank you. Spaniard, 1375, thank you so much for the follow. Cat of Bikes, thank you so much for the follow. Assex1A, thank you so much for the follow. And Snapper, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well to F22 Raptor, who cheered some biddies and had some things to say. First and Famous, thank you so much for the follow. Raptor, thank you again for the biddies. Chittown gifted a 1-month tier sub to Pep Talks. Pep Talks, congratulations on your gift sub. And Chittown Deke, thank you so much for that gift sub to Pep Talks. I really appreciate it. The Watcher 9904, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Cheetown as well, thank you for the bits. I also really appreciate it very much. G-Keg asked me to feed Kitten a treat 5 hours ago, and it looks like I did not see that. G-Keg, I owe you. G-Keg, I owe you. I owe you! Oh, excuse me. Is G-Keg here? G-Keg. I owe you. Actually, hold on. Kitty's right here. No, I don't have any treats. I don't have any treats on me, and I think G-Keg is probably not even here right now. But okay, so I need to write it down. Cheetown, thank you for the follow. Ellie in Videoland, thank you so much for the raid earlier. Guys, make sure you guys go follow Ellie in Videoland. She's the best. Oh, she's so cute.
Okay, was that weird?
Not at all, Ellie, not at all. Oh, that's Ellie, guys. She's so cute and beautiful, and she's pretty based, so make sure you guys go follow. Actually, let me get the link for you because Nightbot doesn't want to do it. Wootfast, thank you so much for the biddy. Packer Taco, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, that was 4 days ago. Okay, so we made it. Thank you all so much for being a part of the stream. I really, really appreciate it. And no hard feelings to anyone who maybe didn't like any of my takes or don't agree with things that I say, but you know, that's life. All right, guys. Actually, let me just see. Let me see who's live. Because we can do a raid.
17.
Alright, let me see. Oh, well, we raided this guy last time, I think. So maybe, let me see if there's somebody else. Let me see. Uh-oh, I'm starting to tear up. Oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Let's go. Ow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I should have looked for somebody beforehand. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. How's the chat doing? Okay, the chat's doing good. The chat's doing good. Sorry guys, I just like looking for the perfect person, you know? Alright, let's raid this IRL streamer with 18 viewers. Alright guys. We're gonna raid. I'm just gonna send it. I'm gonna send it because I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep like I'm tearing up. You'll shout me out on stream? Aw, thanks Pep Talks. I appreciate it. Good stream. Take care. Thank you so much, guys. Oh yeah, don't forget to follow Pep Talks, who is also a streamer. And if you like anything he had to say, I suggest you give him a follow. For some reason it didn't work. Pep Talks TV. Pep Talks TV. And then who else was there was somebody else who was a streamer in here who we were giving shoutouts to, but was it Rip Haven? Is it Rip Haven? You work tonight? Hope I'm on. Thanks, Rip Haven. Do you have any clips, Rip Haven? Oh, it's broken. The thing broke. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see if it fixes. The thing is broken. It's okay. It's okay. It's not politics. Alright guys. Well, we're gonna go ahead and raid. Here's what I'll do. I will put Pep Talks link in the chat. Yes. Alright guys. If you streamed politics, you'd be in a rage all the time. I can see that. I can see that. Alright. Thank you, Rip Haven. Thank you, Pep Talks. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Laurie. And thank you, Ami, to you. I'm sorry, not sure how to say your name. And yes, thank you to everyone else, of course. And I'll see you guys next time.